In Ferraday, Louisiana, power doesn't get inherited. It gets taken. Heir Apparent. A Southern noir crime epic of blood, power, and betrayal. Chapter 1. Joe Fontaine sat on the examination table, legs dangling like a schoolboy's, staring at the diplomas on the wall while Dr. Bro studied the lab results. The paper crinkled beneath him every time he shifted his weight. 68 years old, and this was the first time a doctor had ever made him nervous. "How much longer are you gonna look at those papers?" Joe asked. "I got places to be." Dr. Bro glanced up, unmoved by the gruffness. 30 years of delivering bad news had made him immune to impatience. "I'm making sure I understand everything correctly before I explain it to you, Mr. Fontaine." "Just Joe. Mr. Fontaine was my daddy." "All right, Joe." The doctor set down the clipboard. "There's no easy way to say this. It's pancreatic cancer, stage 4. It's already spread to your liver." Joe nodded, as if receiving a weather report. "How long?" 6 months. Maybe less. We can try chemo, but will it cure me? No. It might buy you a little time." Joe chuckled without humor. "Time's the one thing I've always been able to buy plenty of." He hopped off the table, reached for his suit jacket hanging on the hook. It was a navy brioni he'd mail-ordered from New Orleans. "Skip the chemo. I ain't spending my last months puking my guts out." "You should consider pain management," Dr. Bro said. "Later stages can be very uncomfortable." "I'll handle it." Joe slipped on his jacket. "You're gonna forget I was here today." Dr. Bro sighed. "Joe, I've been your doctor for 15 years. This isn't some gunshot wound I can overlook." 20,000 says you can." Joe didn't reach for his wallet. They both knew he was good for it. "Your money can't fix this one." Dr. Bro actually looked sad about it. "And your medical records?" "Will show nothing about cancer." Joe's voice hardened. "Write it up as routine blood work, everything normal. I'll have my man Camo swing by with an envelope. Your nurse too." "Joe, my family hears this from me, not from gossip at the Piggly Wiggly. We clear?" Dr. Bro removed his glasses, pinched the bridge of his nose. "We're clear." Outside the medical center, Joe paused on the sidewalk. Monday morning in Ferraday, Louisiana, and the town was going about its business like nothing had changed. Mrs. Delacroix watering the flower baskets outside her dress shop. Ted Wilson washing the windows of his hardware store. A couple of truckers coming out of the diner, heading back to the interstate. 6 months to wrap up 40 years of business. To decide which of his children would take the reins of an empire that stretched across 3 parishes. Joe climbed into his Cadillac Escalade, the black paint job immaculate, despite the Louisiana humidity that rusted out most vehicles in a few years. He sat there, engine off, watching the town. His town. He pulled out of the lot and drove slowly down Main Street, seeing it all through new eyes. The row of storefronts, everyone paying him protection. The First Bank of Ferraday, where Jewel's art gallery laundered more cash than the bank itself processed. The sheriff's office, where Dale Weber sat in a chair Joe had paid for, enforcing laws when it suited the Fontaine family business. Joe turned onto the highway that bisected Ferraday. Half a mile down stood the cloverleaf his daddy had made sure got built on Fontaine land back in '68. The truck stop, the roadside inn motel, Nate's strip club, the honey trap with its pink neon sign unlit in the morning sun. All Fontaine businesses. He pulled into the truck stop, nodding at Mickey behind the counter as he walked through to the office and back. Mickey knew better than to say anything beyond, "Morning, Mr. Fontaine." Joe locked the door behind him, pulled out the bottom drawer of the filing cabinet, and removed a bottle of Pappy Van Winkle 23 year he'd been saving. No occasion special enough had ever come along. Until now. He found a relatively clean mug on the desk, "World's Greatest Dad" printed on it, a gag gift from Jewel 10 years back, and poured 3 fingers. The bourbon caught the morning light coming through the dirty window, amber as Gulf Coast honey. His phone rang. Joe glanced at the screen. Nate. Probably calling about last night's take at the honey trap. Joe let it ring. He sipped the bourbon, letting it sit on his tongue before swallowing. The phone stopped, then started again. This time Jewel. Something about the gallery's new show, no doubt. The bourbon burned going down, but it was a clean burn. Not like the pain that had been growing in his gut these past few months. The pain he'd ignored until he couldn't anymore. The phone rang a third time. Samuel. Probably in some kind of trouble that needed cleaning up before noon. His children. One of them would have to take over. But which one? Nate with his swagger and cruelty, no vision beyond next week's profits. Jewel with her brains and ambition, always pushing to go legitimate? Or Samuel, who'd burn down the whole operation for the pleasure of watching the flames? Joe answered the phone on the 4th ring. "What?" he barked. "They found Billy Ray's body," Camo Jenkins said, his voice as flat as ever. Camo never wasted words or emotion. State police are asking questions. Billy Ray Trudeau, one of their drug runners, had been skimming for months. Joe had given the order last week to make an example of him. "Let him ask," Joe said. "Nothing ties back to us." "There's something else. Suarez's people were spotted at the roadside yesterday." Miguel Suarez. The Mexican cartel had been pushing at the borders of Fontaine territory for years. "Keep eyes on them. I'll deal with it tomorrow." Joe took another sip of bourbon. "You all right, boss? You sound off." For a moment, Joe considered telling Camo. In 30 years, the man had never let him down, had cleaned up messes Joe's children didn't even know existed. "Fine," Joe said. "Just tired. Getting old." "Aren't we all?" Camo paused. "Need anything else?" Joe looked around the shabby office, at the empire he'd built from his daddy's moonshine operation. 6 months to set his affairs in order. 6 months to choose an heir. 6 months to make sure the Fontaine name would still mean something in Ferraday long after he was gone. "Yeah," Joe said. "Set up a family dinner. Tonight. My place." "All of them?" "All of them," Joe confirmed. 8 o'clock. "And Camo? Make sure they know it's not optional." He hung up before Camo could ask any more questions. Through the grimy window, Joe watched a semi pull into the truck stop, its air brakes hissing like a warning. The driver climbed down, stretched his back, unaware he was on Fontaine land, paying Fontaine prices, probably carrying goods that had been taxed by the Fontaine family somewhere along their journey. Joe drained the bourbon, set down the mug, and made a decision. He wasn't going to waste away in some hospital bed. He'd use these 6 months to secure his legacy, to make sure everything he'd built would outlast him. First, he needed to figure out which of his children deserved to inherit the kingdom, or which one would take it, deserving or not. Chapter 2. The Fontaine family plot occupied the highest ground in Ferraday Cemetery, a small rise that had once been an Indian burial mound according to local legend. Joe drove through the wrought iron gates at sunset, gravel crunching beneath the Escalade's tires. He parked beside the largest headstone, Italian marble shipped in from Carrara 60 years ago, and sat for a moment watching the last golden light fade across the bayou. 4 hours since the diagnosis. 4 hours of putting his affairs in order, starting with the obituary he drafted himself. No one else was going to get the details right. Joe Fontaine stepped out of the SUV, the Louisiana humidity hitting him like a wet towel. Even in October, Ferraday sweated. "Hello, Daddy," he said to the marble stone. Augustin Fontaine, the engraving read. 1911 to 1982. Beloved husband and father. The kind of generic epitaph that said nothing about the man who'd built the foundation of everything Joe now controlled. Joe lowered himself onto the stone bench beside the grave, took out a flask of bourbon, and poured a capful onto the ground. "Got some news today," he said to the headstone. "Seems I'll be joining you sooner than I figured." A mockingbird called from a nearby cypress tree. Otherwise, the cemetery was silent. Pancreatic cancer. Joe took a swig from the flask. 6 months if I'm lucky. Which means I got decisions to make. He looked across the cemetery, at the mausoleums and headstones marking the final resting places of Faraday's elite. Half the names there owed their prosperity to the Fontaines, whether they knew it or not. "You had it easy," Joe continued. "Just the one son. Me, I got 3 kids and not one of them is ready." The Fontaine Empire had begun with Augustin, the son of a sugarcane farmer who'd seen the real money was in moonshine during Prohibition. While other bootleggers got caught up in turf wars, Augustin focused on distribution, bribing sheriffs across 3 parishes to let his trucks pass unmolested, paying off revenuers to look the other way. By the time Roosevelt repealed the Volstead Act, Augustin Fontaine controlled every drop of liquor that passed through northeast Louisiana. Joe remembered riding with his father in a '49 Packard, watching him collect payments from speakeasies turned legitimate bars. Remembered the day his father had handed him a revolver on his 16th birthday, a Smith & Wesson .38 that Joe still kept in his desk drawer. "You were smarter than me, Daddy," Joe said. "Never taught me how to handle what comes after." In the 1950s, while America obsessed over communism, Augustin had diversified into gambling and prostitution, using his liquor roots to expand his influence. Joe had watched and learned, taking over collections at 19 after 2 years at LSU. Enough education, his father had said, for a man who already knew his business. When Augustin learned the interstate was coming through in '68, he'd called in every favor, bribed every official, and threatened the rest to ensure the cloverleaf would be built on Fontaine land. The truck stop followed, then the motel, then the restaurants. Legitimate businesses layered over the illegal operations like the rich soil of the Mississippi Delta, one layer atop another, building something fertile. "Should have seen Nate at the honey trap last night," Joe told the headstone. "Boy's got your mean streak. Broke a dancer's finger for holding back $20. He shook his head. "No finesse. Not like you." The sunset had faded to purple now, the cemetery gone dark except for the security lights at the gate. "Jules the brains," Joe continued. "Smart as they come. But she's got ideas about going legitimate. Says that's where the real money is these days." He chuckled. "Like we didn't build all this by being the exact opposite." A moth fluttered against the Escalade's headlights. Joe watched it batter itself against the glass, wondering if it would die before learning its lesson. "Then there's Samuel." Joe's voice dropped. "Boy ain't right, Daddy. Never has been. Got something missing inside." He took another swig of bourbon. "Reminds me of Cousin Thad sometimes. Remember how he used to pull the wings off flies? How he ended up." Cousin Thad had been found floating in the bayou in '73, throat cut, after he'd killed a 10-year-old girl. The official report called it an alligator attack. Joe had been 22 then, already handling the family's enforcement problems. Joe had taken over completely when Augustin suffered his first stroke in '78. By then, the Fontaine operations had expanded into marijuana, moving product up from Mexico through a network of truckers and distributors. Joe modernized everything: computerized bookkeeping, corporate structures to launder money, political connections that reached all the way to Baton Rouge. When Augustin died in '82, Joe had been ready. The transition was seamless, the empire secure. "I ain't ready now," Joe admitted to the marble stone. "Thought I had another 10 years at least." The cocaine boom of the '80s had tripled the Fontaine fortune. Joe had been smart enough to avoid the product himself, watching Miami kingpins fall to addiction and federal prosecutors. He'd kept the operation disciplined, the distribution networks clean, the violence minimal. When crack hit in the late 80s, he'd steered clear, focusing instead on high-grade powder for lawyers, doctors, and politicians who could afford discretion. By the 90s, Joe had legitimate businesses in 3 parishes: real estate, trucking, construction, all built on the foundation his father had laid with bootleg whiskey. The new century brought new opportunities: prescription pills, designer drugs, online gambling. Joe had adapted to each, staying 1 step ahead of the law, 2 steps ahead of competitors. And now it was ending. 6 months to secure 40 years of work. 6 months to choose between 3 flawed heirs. Joe stood up, his knees cracking. At the edge of the Fontaine plot stood a freshly dug grave, his wife Marie, dead 3 years from breast cancer. Joe had loved her as much as he was capable of loving anyone, though she'd pretended not to know where the money came from. The kids had been harder on her than on him. Especially Jewel, who'd inherited Marie's beauty, but Joe's cold-blooded practicality. "Guess I'll see you and Marie both soon enough," Joe said to the headstone. "Just need to make sure everything we built doesn't fall apart the minute I'm gone." Joe walked back to the Escalade, pausing one last time to look at his father's grave. The mockingbird had gone silent, but a chorus of cicadas had taken its place, their rasping calls filling the humid night air. The family dinner was in 2 hours. Joe would tell his children everything: the diagnosis, the succession plan, the tests he devised to determine who would inherit. He'd watch their reactions, gauge their ambitions. The game was beginning, and Joe intended to control it from beyond the grave if necessary. He climbed into the Escalade and started the engine. As he pulled away from the cemetery, his phone buzzed. A text from Camo. "Sheriff wants to talk. State police asking questions about Billy Ray." Joe typed back, "After dinner. Family first." He set the phone down and drove toward home, his headlights cutting through the gathering darkness. Behind him, the cemetery disappeared into the night, the Fontaine plot waiting for its next occupant. Chapter 3. Nate Fontaine checked his reflection in the mirrored wall behind the Honey Trap's main stage. At 42, he still had all his hair, unlike most men in his family. Kept himself fit too, 30 minutes on the treadmill every morning before his first scotch. The Xenia suit, charcoal gray with the faintest blue pinstripe, had set him back $4,000, but you couldn't put a price on the respect good tailoring commanded. "You're in my light," said Cherry, the dancer adjusting her rhinestone bra on the stage. "I own the lights, honey," Nate replied without looking at her. He smoothed his tie, crimson silk from some boutique in New Orleans, and finally turned away from his reflection. The Honey Trap was empty this early, just the day shift dancers preparing for the lunch crowd and 2 bartenders restocking. The place smelled of industrial cleaner and stale perfume, with undertones of spilled beer that never quite went away. Nate breathed it in like expensive cologne. This was the smell of money. "Jimmy?" Nate called to the younger bartender. "Those Grey Goose orders come in?" "Yesterday," Jimmy answered, not meeting Nate's eyes. "Smart boy. I logged it all in the system, like you said." "And the special inventory?" Nate asked, his voice dropping half an octave. Jimmy glanced around before answering. "That too. In the back safe." "Good man." Nate slapped the bar twice and headed toward his office. The special inventory was premium cocaine for select customers: lawyers from New Orleans, oil executives from Texas, politicians from Baton Rouge looking to party away from prying eyes. Nate had built the Honey Trap into more than just a strip club. It was a one-stop shop for every vice a man with money might desire. His office door had a keypad lock that changed codes weekly. Nate punched in today's number, Marie's birthday, his mother's quiet tribute, and stepped inside. Unlike the gaudy club outside, Nate's office was all business: black leather furniture, glass desk, 3 computer monitors tracking the club's various income streams. The only decoration was a signed LSU football helmet in a display case, and a painting of hunting dogs that concealed a wall safe. Tiffany sat at the small desk in the corner, her reading glasses perched on her nose as she reviewed figures on a spreadsheet. At 38, she was too old to dance but too valuable to let go. The only person besides Nate who knew exactly how much cash flowed through the honey trap's various enterprises. "We had a problem last night," she said without preamble. Nate loosened his tie. "What kind of problem?" "Destiny." Tiffany took off her glasses. "Says a customer got rough with her. Broke 2 fingers. She working tonight." "That's the problem. Says she can't dance with a splint. Wants workers' comp." Nate laughed. "Workers' comp? For an independent contractor who doesn't exist on any payroll?" He shook his head. "Where is she?" "Break room." Nate found Destiny, real name Angela Thibodeau, sitting on the worn couch in the dancer's break room, her left hand wrapped in a drugstore splint. 24 years old, with the preserved, artificial look of someone who'd been in the business too long already. Eyes that had seen too much, done too much. "Hey boss," she said when he entered. No one else was around. The other dancers knew when to make themselves scarce. "Tiff tells me you had some trouble." Destiny's eyes hardened. "Guy grabbed my hand when I told him no private dances. Bent my fingers back until they snapped." "Who was he?" "I don't know. First timer. Suit, nice watch. Louisiana state pin on his lapel." Nate tensed. "Legislature? Or staff? Talk like he was connected. And you're sure you didn't provoke him? Offer something, then change your mind when you saw a bigger spender?" Destiny's face flushed. "Been here 3 years, Nate. You know I don't play those games." She was right. Destiny was reliable, professional. One of the few dancers who understood this was a business, not a party. Nate sat beside her on the couch. "Let me see." She held out her hand. The index and middle fingers were swollen, darkening with bruises. "Doctor. Urgent care over in Baton Rouge. Used my real insurance from my teaching job. Smart girl." Destiny taught dance classes 3 afternoons a week at a community center, her cover story for the cash she made at the honey trap. Nate reached into his jacket and pulled out a money clip. He counted out $500 bills. "This'll cover your lost shifts this week." Destiny looked at the money, but didn't take it. "I need more than that, Nate. Medical bills, lost tips. And what about next week? These need time to heal." Nate's expression hardened. "You think I owe you something?" "I think I got hurt on your property by one of your customers. Independent contractor, Destiny. You signed the papers. Those papers don't mean shit and you know it. One call to the labor board." Nate's hand shot out, grabbing her injured fingers and squeezing. Destiny gasped. "One call to the labor board," Nate continued conversationally, maintaining pressure. "And suddenly there's questions about your teaching job. About all that unreported income. About the pills you sell to the other girls." "I don't," Destiny began, her face white with pain. "Don't lie to me." Nate squeezed harder, feeling the damaged bones grind together. "Jimmy tells me everything. 200 Adderall a month, minimum. Where's that prescription coming from? Him? Your cousin, at the pharmacy? The one on probation, already?" Tears streamed down Destiny's face. "Please, Nate." He released her hand. "Take the 500. Take the week off. When you come back, we'll pretend this conversation never happened." Destiny cradled her hand against her chest, nodding. "And Destiny?" Nate stood up, straightening his suit. "Find out that state guy's name. Quietly." He left the break room, the $500 on the couch beside her. In the hallway, he passed Lacey, one of the newer dancers, deliberately avoiding her eyes. She'd been making herself available lately, but Nate had strict rules about mixing business with pleasure. At least at the club. Back in his office, Tiffany was finishing up the daily reports. "Problem solved?" she asked. "Problems are opportunities in work clothes," Nate replied, his father's favorite saying. Tiffany rolled her eyes. "Your daddy's on the phone." Line 2. Nate picked up. "Dad, I was just about to call you. Last night's take was our best Thursday this month. 26 grand, plus another 8 from the back room. Family dinner tonight. 8 o'clock, Joe Fontaine said without preamble. Tonight. I got a meeting with the beer distributor. Cancel it." Nate frowned. "Everything okay?" 8 o'clock. "Don't be late." The line went dead. Nate stared at the phone. His father had never been one for small talk, but this was abrupt even for him. "Everything okay?" Tiffany asked. "Family business," Nate replied, which was all he ever said about his father's calls. He sat at his desk and pulled up the club's accounts on his monitor. The legitimate numbers looked good. Liquor sales up 12% over last quarter, cover charges steady despite the new club that had opened in Baton Rouge. The other numbers, tracked in a separate system on an air-gapped laptop, were even better. The honey trap laundered more cash than any other Fontaine business, a fact Nate reminded his father of whenever succession came up. His phone buzzed. A text from his younger brother. "Dad called you about dinner." Nate typed back, "Just now." "You know what it's about." Samuel's reply came quickly, "No clue." "Jules coming too." Nate set the phone down. All 3 siblings summoned on short notice. That wasn't good. Last time it happened, their mother had died. Joe Fontaine wasn't one for family gatherings without purpose. He swiveled in his chair to face the window overlooking the club floor. Cherry was practicing her routine on the main stage, her movements mechanical, rehearsed. In the corner, Destiny was leaving, her injured hand held protectively against her chest. Nate Fontaine straightened his tie, checked his Rolex. 6 hours until dinner. 6 hours to prepare for whatever his father was planning. Because Joe Fontaine never did anything without a plan, and Nate had learned long ago that in the Fontaine family, the unprepared were the first to fall. Chapter 4. The Southern Light Gallery occupied the ground floor of a restored Victorian on Main Street, its tall windows filtering the morning sun through gauzy white curtains. Inside, Jewel Fontaine stood before an abstract canvas, head tilted slightly, arms crossed over her charcoal gray dress. At 38, she had her mother's high cheekbones and her father's calculating eyes. Her dark hair was cut in a sleek bob that emphasized her jawline, and she wore a single piece of jewelry, a vintage Cartier watch that had been her grandmother's. "The brushwork lacks confidence," she said to the nervous young artist beside her. "But there's something honest in the composition. I'll take 3 for the show." Devin Parker, 26 and fresh out of LSU's Fine Arts program, practically vibrated with relief. "Thank you, Miss Fontaine. I can't tell you what this means." "Save the gratitude for the opening," Jules said, not unkindly. "We'll need all 3 by the 15th. And Devin? Price them at $8,000 each." The young man's eyes widened. "That's more than I." "People don't respect what they don't pay for," Jules said, a lesson learned from her father, though applied to a different business. "Trust me." After Devin left, portfolio clutched to his chest like a shield, Jewel moved through the gallery's main space toward her office in the back. Tara, her assistant, intercepted her with a stack of mail and a coffee. "The Bertolini piece arrived from New Orleans," Tara said, following Jewel into the office. "And Mr. Lapointe called again, about the Wyeth." Jewel sipped the coffee, black no sugar, and sorted through the mail. "Tell Lapointe the Wyeth is spoken for. But we might have something similar coming in next month." "There is no something similar coming in next month," Tara said, her voice lowered though they were alone in the office. "There will be," Jewel replied, setting aside an envelope with a New York postmark. "Call our friend at the Christie's warehouse." Tara nodded, understanding immediately. "And the Richardson account?" The deposits will be handled the usual way. Jewel glanced at her watch. Is Carlton here yet? In the stockroom. Says he has something you need to see. Jewel set down her coffee and headed to the gallery's stockroom, a climate-controlled space that occupied most of the building's basement. Carlton Mercer, a gaunt man in his 60s wearing white cotton gloves, was unpacking a crate with meticulous care. "What do you have for me, Carlton?" Jewel asked. He lifted a small oil painting from the crate's protective wrapping. 18th century French pastoral. Lovely piece. He turned it over, pointing to a gallery label on the back. But this provenance is suspect. The Gallery Laurent stamp is wrong. The font isn't right for the period. Jewel took the painting, examining the label closely. Good catch. Where did this come from? The Richardson shipment. Carlton's eyes met hers. That's 3 pieces with questionable documentation in the past month. All from Richardson. Jewel returned the painting. I'll make some calls. In the meantime, keep it in secondary storage. Secondary storage was their code for items that needed to disappear for a while, either because they were stolen, forged, or otherwise problematic. The gallery's reputation depended on most of its business being legitimate, a balance Jewel maintained with surgical precision. Back in her office, Jewel closed the door and unlocked the bottom drawer of her antique desk. She removed a leather-bound ledger. She trusted paper over digital records for certain transactions and began making notations about the Richardson shipment. This would need to be addressed before it became a pattern. Richardson was new, recommended by an associate in Miami, but 3 bad pieces in 1 month suggested carelessness or worse. Her cell phone rang, the personal line, not the gallery phone. "This is Jewel," she answered. "County Commissioner Wilson will be at your gallery in 20 minutes, said Camo Jenkins, her father's enforcer and the family's early warning system. "He's asking questions about the riverfront development." "Thanks for the heads up," Jewel said. "Everything else quiet?" "Your father's called a family dinner tonight. 8 o'clock. Jewel's pen paused over the ledger. "All of us." "All of you," Camo confirmed, then hung up without elaboration. He'd never been one for small talk. Jewel replaced the ledger in the drawer, locked it, and buzzed the front desk. "Tara, when Commissioner Wilson arrives, bring him directly to my office. And hold all calls. 20 minutes to prepare." Jewel opened a different drawer and removed a manila folder labeled Riverfront Project. Inside were architectural renderings, environmental impact statements, and most importantly, a breakdown of potential profits from the development. Legitimate profits that could be reinvested in legitimate businesses, the path forward that her father refused to see. Commissioner Wilson arrived 5 minutes early, a stocky man with a politician's handshake and the perpetually flushed face of someone with hypertension. "Miss Fontaine," he said as Tara showed him in. "Always a pleasure to visit the finest gallery in 3 parishes." "Commissioner Wilson," Jewel gestured to the chair across from her desk. "Coffee. Or something stronger?" "Coffee's fine," he said, settling his considerable bulk into the chair. "Though it's tempting to start early today. These permit issues are giving me a headache." Tara brought coffee, cream and 3 sugars for the commissioner, and quietly closed the office door as she left. "Tell me about these permit issues," Jewel said, though she already knew. The riverfront development project needed environmental clearances that were being held up by a state inspector who hadn't received the customary considerations. Wilson sipped his coffee. State environmental protection is concerned about runoff into the river. They're suggesting a redesign of the drainage system. That would delay the project by months, Jewel said, and cost another $2 million minimum. Exactly my concern. Wilson set down his cup. The county wants this development, Ms. Fontaine. The tax revenue alone would fund our school improvements for the next decade. Not to mention the jobs, Jewel added. Both construction and permanent positions. Indeed. Wilson cleared his throat. I've spoken with several members of the State Board, but Inspector Reeves is being difficult. Difficult how? Man seems to think he's incorruptible, Wilson said, his voice dropping. Won't even take a meeting with the developers. Jewel leaned back in her chair, considering. Perhaps Inspector Reeves needs a different kind of persuasion. I understand he has a daughter at Tulane. Pre-med, very expensive. Wilson's eyebrows rose. You've done your homework. I believe in being prepared, Jewel said. What if a private scholarship fund were to take an interest in promising medical students? No direct connection to the development, of course. That might be the kind of persuasion the inspector would respond to, Wilson agreed, relief evident in his voice. His wife's been working double shifts to cover the tuition. I'll make some calls, Jewel said. Now, about those county permits. All ready in process, Wilson assured her. Should be approved by the end of the week. Their conversation shifted to safer topics. The gallery's upcoming exhibition, the commissioner's wife's interest in collecting folk art, before Wilson departed, considerably more relaxed than when he'd arrived. Alone again, Jewel returned to her ledger, making new notations. The scholarship would cost $40,000, but would ultimately save millions in redesign costs and delays. Her father would have solved the problem differently. Threats, maybe blackmail if he could find any, but Jewel's approach was more sustainable. Build relationships, create mutual benefit, avoid unnecessary enemies. That was the future of the Fontaine empire, if only Joe Fontaine could see it. Tonight might be her opportunity to make that case again. Family dinners were rare these days, usually reserved for major announcements or crises. Jewel closed the ledger and returned it to the drawer. Through the office window, she could see Main Street, the businesses that paid her father protection, the bank that turned a blind eye to suspicious transactions, the courthouse where judges ruled in the Fontaine family's favor more often than not. All of it built on intimidation and corruption. All of it vulnerable to a determined prosecutor or federal investigation. All of it one raid away from collapse. There was a better way. A cleaner way. And tonight, perhaps, a chance to convince her father that she was the one to lead the family into that future. Chapter 5. The knife felt good in Samuel Fontaine's hand, like it belonged there. He ran his thumb along the edge, testing it. You gonna use that thing, or just admire it all night? The biker at the pool table smirked, a gap-toothed smile that showed he'd been on the losing end of arguments before. Sam stared back, 31 years old, with his daddy's eyes and something else nobody in the family talked about. Slender where his brother Nate was broad, quiet where Nate was loud. People who didn't know him sometimes mistook the quiet for weakness. They rarely made that mistake twice. You scratched on purpose, Sam said, his voice soft. Thought it was slick. The rusty nail wasn't a Fontaine establishment. That was why Sam liked it. Nobody kissing his ass or watching their words. Just a cinder block dive on the county line where nobody asked questions about the Mossberg shotgun behind the bar or the pills exchanged in the bathroom. Ah, the little rich boy's upset, the biker said, leaning on his cue stick. A Confederate flag patch curled on his leather vest. His buddy, bigger and balder, laughed like it was the funniest thing he'd heard all year. Why don't you go cry to your daddy? Sam smiled then. Not a happy expression. Like a crack in a frozen lake. My daddy. Sam twirled the knife, light catching the blade. My daddy would tell me to walk away. That some fights ain't worth the trouble. The biker relaxed slightly. Wrong move. But see, I never was good at listening to my daddy. Sam moved faster than anyone expected. The knife flashed once, twice. The biker's pool cue clattered to the floor in two pieces. The blade stopped a half-inch from the man's throat. Jesus Christ, the biker whispered. Nope, Sam said. Just me. The biker's buddy, 250 pounds of bad decisions, reached into his vest. Sam's eyes flicked toward him. "I wouldn't," a new voice said from the door. Camo Jenkins stood in the entrance, 60 years old and dangerous as a cottonmouth. He wore a faded army jacket despite the heat, his gray hair buzzed military short. He didn't look armed, but everyone in the bar knew better. "Mr. Jenkins," the bartender said, hand drifting away from the Mossberg. "Didn't know you was coming by tonight." "Wasn't planning to," Camo said. "Sam, your daddy's looking for you." Sam didn't move, knife still at the biker's throat. "He scratched on purpose," Sam said, like that explained everything. "I'm sure he's real sorry about that," Camo said, not a hint of emotion in his voice. "Aren't you, friend?" The biker nodded carefully, mindful of the blade. "There you go," Camo said. "All forgiven. Now, Sam, I got better things to do than babysit tonight." Sam held the position 3 seconds longer, just to show it was his choice, then stepped back, folding the knife closed. He tossed a $100 bill on the pool table. "For your trouble," he told the terrified biker. Then to the bartender, "And their tab." Outside, the Louisiana night pressed down like a damp towel. Katydids buzzed in the trees. Sam leaned against Camo's pickup, a 1994 Ford that looked ordinary unless you knew about the reinforced frame and the compartments behind the seats. "This the part where you lecture me about impulse control?" Sam asked. Camo lit a cigarette, the match flaring orange in the darkness. "Not my job to lecture. Just to clean up the mess." "Ain't no mess. Didn't even cut him much. Your daddy called a family dinner. 8 o'clock sharp." Sam checked his watch, a Rolex that would have cost 6 months' salary for most people in Ferraday. "Why? What's going on?" "Not my place to say." "Nate and Jewel gonna be there?" Camo nodded, exhaling smoke. "Shit." Sam kicked at the gravel. "Last time we all had dinner, Mama died." "You need a ride?" Camo asked, ignoring the observation. "Got my car." Camo looked past him to where a matte black Dodge Charger sat in the corner of the lot. "You good to drive?" Sam laughed. "2 beers, Camo." "I ain't an idiot." "Never said you were." Camo dropped his cigarette, crushing it under his boot. 8 o'clock. Don't be late." Camo's truck rumbled off, leaving Sam alone in the parking lot. He considered going back inside, finishing what he'd started with the biker. But the fun had gone out of the night. The Charger's engine roared to life, a sound that always settled something in Sam's chest. He pulled out of the lot, gravel spraying, and hit the back roads toward town. His apartment occupied the entire 2nd floor, above Fontaine Pawn and Loan. He'd chosen it himself, ignoring his father's offer of a house in the nice part of town. The ceilings were high, the windows tall, the rooms connected in a shotgun layout front to back. Perfect sightlines. Sam unlocked 3 separate deadbolts and stepped inside, turning on a single lamp. The place looked like what it was, a monument to controlled chaos. Expensive furniture, arranged haphazardly. Original artwork on walls that hadn't been painted in years. Books stacked everywhere, some read, some not. And the collection. Glass cases lined one wall, lit from within, containing what Sam called his curiosities. A 2-headed snake, preserved in formaldehyde. A Civil War-era surgical kit, still stained with blood. A collection of Victorian death photography. And his pride, a complete series of butterflies, each mounted with surgical precision, organized by genus. Sam crossed to the bar cart, an actual antique hospital trolley, and poured 2 fingers of bourbon. His phone buzzed. The display showed Leah, accompanied by a photo of a pretty blonde. "Hey," he answered, voice softening into something almost normal. "Are we still on for tomorrow?" Leah asked. "I can make the reservations, but I need to know how many." "Just us," Sam said. "Had to cancel the business thing." "Oh." She sounded relieved. "Good. I mean, not good that you had to cancel, but I know what you mean. Sam wandered to the window, looking down at Main Street. From here, he could see the back entrance of his sister's gallery. Listen, something's come up with my family tonight. I'll call you tomorrow, okay? After hanging up, Sam stood silent for a long moment. He moved to the bathroom, a sprawling space with the original clawfoot tub. The mirror above the sink reflected a face that women found attractive, though he'd never understood why. Dark hair like his sister's, sharp cheekbones, eyes that gave away nothing. A pill bottle sat on the sink. No label. Sam shook out 2 tablets, studying them before swallowing them dry. The doctor in New Orleans had a different name for them, but they were just high-grade amphetamines. They kept the noise in his head to a manageable level. Back in the living room, Sam checked his watch again. 2 hours until dinner. He flicked on the police scanner he kept beside his favorite chair. Not because he needed to know what the cops were doing. His father owned most of them anyway, but because he liked the chatter. The order of it. Call signs, codes, procedures. His phone buzzed again. Nate this time. You know what this dinner's about? His brother asked, without preamble. No idea, Sam replied. You talked to Jewel? Not yet. Camo tell you anything? When does Camo ever tell anybody anything? A pause on the line. Whatever it is, it's big. I can feel it. Sam didn't answer. His brother had always thought he could predict their father's moves. He was almost always wrong. See you there, Sam said finally, and hung up. He moved to the collection wall, opened a case, and removed a small glass vial. Inside was a scorpion, still alive, its stinger tapping against the glass. Sam studied it, turning the vial in the light. Big changes coming, he told the scorpion. I can feel it too. The scorpion tapped the glass again, as if in agreement. Chapter 6. Camo Jenkins watched in his rearview mirror as Samuel Fontaine disappeared into the shadowed doorway beside the pawnshop. The kid had a way of moving, a kind of loose-limbed swagger that looked casual until you saw the coiled readiness underneath. Like a wild dog, Camo thought, one you couldn't ever fully trust, no matter how many times you fed it. He waited a beat, until he was sure Samuel was inside, then pulled the sedan away from the curb, the engine a low rumble in the quiet street. He didn't head straight back towards Joe Fontaine's place. Instead, he drove through the older part of Ferraday, the streets wider here, lined with oaks that had seen a century turn. He needed a few minutes. The encounter with Samuel, brief as it was, always left a residue, a kind of metallic taste in his mouth. 30 years he'd been with Joe Fontaine, seen the man build an empire from spit and grit and his daddy's moonshine connections. He'd handled things. Problems. People who became problems. But Samuel was a different category of trouble. Not business, not usually. Just trouble for its own sake. Camo was mid-50s, his hair more salt than pepper now, cut short military style. He had a face that didn't give much away, lines etched around his eyes from too much sun or too much looking. Vietnam had done that. 3 tours. Long-range reconnaissance. He'd learned a few things there. How to be quiet. How to wait. How to see what others missed. How to make a man disappear and leave nothing behind but questions. Useful skills, as it turned out, even back in the world. Especially in Joe Fontaine's world. He was tired of babysitting Samuel. It wasn't in the job description, not officially. But Joe had a blind spot where his youngest was concerned. Or maybe not blind. Maybe Joe just didn't want to see what Samuel was capable of, or what he was becoming. So it fell to Camo. Clean up the bar fights. Smooth over the ruffled feathers of some terrified store owner Samuel had decided to practice his intimidation tactics on. Make the quiet calls to the right people, when Samuel's version of a good time involved something that could get him sent away for a long stretch. Camo pulled into the driveway of his own place, a small, nondescript house on the outskirts of Ferraday, set back from the road, surrounded by trees. It was neat, orderly. The grass was cut, the porch swept. Inside, it was the same. Spartan. Clean lines. Not much in the way of decoration. A few books on a shelf, history mostly military. A framed photograph on the mantelpiece. He went into the kitchen, poured himself a glass of water. No ice. He didn't like the sound it made. He stood by the sink, looking out the window at the woods behind his house. The quiet here was real, not the manufactured stillness of a bar after Samuel had made his point. After a minute, he went into the small spare bedroom he used as an office. A simple desk, a chair, a gun safe in the corner. He opened the safe, took out his service pistol, a Colt 1911, old but perfectly maintained. He field-stripped it on the desk, the movements precise, economical. He'd done it so many times he could do it in the dark. Sometimes had. Cleaning the pistol was a ritual, a way to clear his head. The smell of the gun oil, the feel of the cool metal in his hands. Each piece examined, wiped down, oiled. Methodical. That's what he was. Joe Fontaine was the visionary, the strategist. Nate was the blunt instrument. Jewel, the schemer. Samuel, the chaos agent. Camo was the guy who made sure the pieces fit, the gears meshed, the bodies, when necessary, didn't surface. He reassembled the pistol, the slide clicking into place with a satisfying sound. He worked the action, dry-fired it at a spot on the wall. Then he loaded a fresh magazine, chambered a round, and put the safety on. Back in the safe. On the desk, under a glass paperweight, was a stack of old photographs, faded and dog-eared. He picked them up. Most were from his army days. Young men in jungle fatigues, their faces tight with a mixture of fear and bravado. Grinning for the camera 1 minute, gone the next. He didn't look at them often. Too many ghosts. There was one photo on top he did look at sometimes. Him and Joe Fontaine, taken maybe 20 years ago. They were standing by Joe's fishing boat, holding up a stringer of bass. Joe was younger then, leaner, a hard glint in his eye that hadn't yet been softened by age or the compromises of power. Camo looked much the same. Just less tired. Loyalty. That's what it came down to. Joe had taken him in when he came back from Nam, adrift. Nothing to his name but a duffel bag and a head full of bad memories. Gave him a job, a purpose. Camo had repaid that loyalty 1,000 times over. He'd stood between Joe and a bullet more than once. He'd done things, dark things, to protect the Fontaine name, the Fontaine empire. He didn't regret most of it. It was a job. A life. But Samuel. The kid tested that loyalty. Tested his patience. Camo wondered sometimes if Joe knew how close Samuel came to crossing lines that even Camo couldn't uncross for him. Or maybe Joe did know, and that's why Camo was always the one sent to pull him back. Because Joe knew Camo would do what needed to be done, no matter how distasteful. His phone rang, the sound jarring in the quiet room. He glanced at the caller ID. Joe Fontaine. Right on schedule. His evening routine, such as it was officially over. Yeah, Camo answered. He home. Joe's voice, gravelly, impatient. Dropped him off 20 minutes ago. He was being Samuel. A grunt from Joe's end. Bar. The Spur. Jukebox met an untimely end. Some trucker named Earl nearly pissed his pants. Nothing a couple of C notes couldn't smooth over. For now. Damn kid, Joe muttered. It was a familiar refrain. You talked to him about tonight. Dinner. 8 o'clock. All present and accounted for. He seemed intrigued. Intrigued? Joe snorted. Like a damn cat watching a bird with a broken wing. There was a pause, the sound of Joe taking a drink. Bourbon, most likely. Something else has come up. Camo waited. It was always something else. Suarez's people. They were sniffing around the roadside again yesterday. Talked to Mickey, the day manager. Asking questions. Miguel Suarez. The Mexican cartel. They'd been making noises for a while, testing the edges of Fontaine territory. A persistent headache. What kind of questions? About our operations. Who runs what? Security. The usual bullshit when someone's thinking of making a move. Joe's voice hardened, and Billy Ray Trudeau's body turned up. State police are making noises. Sheriff Weber's sweating. Billy Ray, one of their mid-level drug runners. Been caught skimming. Joe had given the order last week. Camo had outsourced it. Cleaner that way. Usually, Weber will hold. For now. But the state captain Reed, he's a Boy Scout. Got a hard-on for Ferraday. Thinks we're a den of vipers. He ain't wrong, Camo said, his voice dry. Joe ignored him. I need you to find out what Suarez's boys are really after. And put some fear into Mickey at the truck stop so he remembers who signs his paychecks. Then lean on Weber. Remind him of his obligations. And see what you can find out about this Captain Reed. Everyone's got a skeleton in their closet. Find his. A typical Tuesday night, Camo thought. Putting out fires. The Fontaine family were experts at starting them. Especially Joe with his grand plans, and his kids with their competing ambitions and general recklessness. Camo was the goddamn fire brigade. I'll handle it, Camo said. No point in arguing. No point in saying he was tired of cleaning up their messes, tired of being the one who had to wade through the muck so they could keep their hands clean. Loyalty was a hard habit to break, and Joe Fontaine knew it. Good. Joe coughed, a dry rasping sound that Camo didn't like. Tonight. 8. Don't be late. I need you here. I'll be there. Camo hung up. He sat at the desk for another minute, the silence of the room settling back in around him. He looked at the photo of him and Joe, the two of them grinning, younger, the world seemingly theirs for the taking. Things had been simpler then. Or maybe he'd just been too young to see the complications. He stood up, put the old photos back under the paperweight. Another fire to put out. Or 3. He picked up his keys. The night was still young. And Ferraday, Louisiana, always had fresh trouble brewing. It was the one thing you could count on. That, and the fact that Camo Jenkins would be there to deal with it. It was, after all, his job. Chapter 7. Joe Fontaine's house wasn't so much plantation style as it was a plantation. A sprawling white 2-story relic with columns the size of ancient redwoods, sitting on 100 acres of prime Louisiana land, just outside Ferraday, most of it meticulously manicured lawn that Joe rarely set foot on. It had belonged to some pre-Civil War sugar baron, whose descendants had run out of money, about the same time Joe Fontaine was starting to accumulate a serious pile of it. Joe bought it for a song in the 70s, mostly Camo figured, because it looked like power. Tonight, the house was lit up like a riverboat casino, every window blazing. Camo Jenkins pulled his sedan to a stop behind a gleaming black Escalade, Nate's naturally, and a silver Lexus coupe that belonged to Jewel. Samuel, if he showed, would likely arrive in whatever piece of junk he was currently amusing himself with, or thumb a ride. Camo cut the engine. He wasn't going in yet. His job tonight, Joe had said, was to be visible but silent. A reminder. He figured he'd let the family have their initial moments. Let the pressure build a little. Inside, Nate Fontaine was already pacing the cavernous front parlor, a crystal tumbler of his father's best bourbon in hand. He'd arrived first, always eager to show he was Johnny on the spot, the responsible one, even if his idea of responsibility mostly involved skimming profits and bullying cocktail waitresses. He'd rehearsed his pitch on the drive over, expansion. The honey trap was a goldmine, but he had ideas for a string of high-end gentlemen's clubs across 3 parishes. Real class, he'd tell Joe. Not just titties and beer, but champagne rooms, celebrity appearances, maybe even a private jet service for the real high rollers. Joe liked ambition, so long as it was Nate's ambition mirroring his own. "Took you long enough," Nate said without turning as Jewel walked in, all cool elegance in a silk pantsuit the color of expensive slate. Her heels clicked softly on the polished heart-pine floors. "Some of us have actual businesses to run, Nate," Jewel said, her voice smooth as chilled vodka. She carried a slim leather portfolio. In it were projections, market analyses, a detailed proposal for shifting the Fontaine family's less conventional revenue streams into legitimate investments. Real estate development, tech startups, things that wouldn't attract the kind of attention that got you RICO charges. She'd been working on it for months, waiting for the right moment. A command performance family dinner, with Joe clearly in a mood to make pronouncements, felt like that moment. "Yeah, your little art gallery," Nate sneered, finally turning. "Selling $5 paint-by-numbers to old ladies for $5,000. Real high finance, sis." He took a gulp of his bourbon. "Where's the psycho?" Jewel ignored the jibe. "Samuel will arrive in his own time, I imagine. Or not at all. You know how he is." She glanced around the parlor, a room filled with heavy antique furniture that looked like it had been chosen for its ability to absorb secrets and cigar smoke. Her mother had hated this room. Tried to brighten it up once with yellow curtains. Joe had them taken down the next day. "Daddy in his study?" Jewel asked. Nate nodded towards the massive oak doors at the far end of the room. "Been in there since I got here." Said to wait. He swirled the bourbon in his glass. "Got a feeling this ain't just a social call." He sounded different. On the phone. "He sounded like father," Jewel said, a hint of irony in her tone. "Which usually means he wants something. Or someone's head." The front door creaked open again, and Samuel Fontaine ambled in, looking like he'd slept in his clothes, which he probably had. Faded jeans, a band t-shirt with a strategically ripped collar, and a smirk that suggested he knew a joke no one else was in on. He was carrying a battered guitar case. "Well, look what the cat dragged in," Nate said. "And didn't bother to wipe its feet." Samuel's smirk widened. "Nate." "Jewel." "Always a pleasure." He dropped the guitar case onto a priceless Aubusson rug with a thump. "What's the occasion? Did one of you finally get indicted?" "Very funny, Samuel," Jewel said, her voice cool. "Father called a meeting." "So I heard." Samuel wandered over to the drinks cart, a monstrosity of carved mahogany, and poured himself a generous measure of Joe's bourbon into a water glass. "No ice." He caught Nate's disapproving glare. "What?" "He's got plenty." He took a long swallow. "So, anyone got a clue what the old man's got his panties in a twist about this time? Did Nate knock up another stripper? Did Jewel's legitimate front finally bounce a check?" "You're a real comedian, Sam," Nate said, his voice tight. He hated it when Samuel called him Nate. It was always Nate, like he was talking to the damn pool boy. "Maybe you should take that act on the road. Far away." "Tempting," Samuel said, leaning against the drinks cart, radiating a kind of insolent nonchalance. "But then who'd keep you too honest?" He grinned. Or at least, less obviously dishonest. He was looking forward to this. A family dinner at Joe Fontaine's house usually meant fireworks. And Samuel loved fireworks. Especially the kind that left scorch marks. He figured he might ask for an advance on his allowance. A big one. Enough to buy that old BSA motorcycle he'd seen rusting in a barn out past Bayou Corn. Or maybe just enough to stir the pot. Before Nate could retort, the oak doors to Joe's study opened, and Joe Fontaine stood there, silhouetted against the light from within. He wasn't a big man, not physically. But he had a presence that filled the room, that sucked the air out of it. He looked older than his 68 years, his face etched with lines of worry and ill health that hadn't been there a year ago. He was wearing a dark suit, his usual uniform, but it hung on him a little looser than usual. "In here," he said, his voice raspy but still carrying the unmistakable weight of command. They filed into the study, a room lined floor to ceiling with books Joe had never read, dominated by a desk the size of a small car. Joe settled into the high-backed leather chair behind it. It looked like a throne. He gestured for them to sit in the three smaller, less comfortable chairs arranged in a semicircle facing him. They sat. Nate, impatient, already drumming his fingers on his knee. Jewel, composed, her portfolio resting in her lap. Samuel, slouched, looking around the room with an air of detached amusement, like he was watching a play he'd seen too many times. Joe looked at them one by one, his gaze lingering for a moment on each of his children. Nate, with his expensive suit and his cheap ambitions. Jewel, with her sharp mind and her dangerous ideas about legitimacy. Samuel, with his wild eyes and the darkness that always seemed to cling to him. His legacy. His curse. "Glad you could all make it," Joe said, his voice flat. He picked up a heavy glass paperweight, turning it over and over in his hands. The room was silent, except for the ticking of a grandfather clock in the hall. The air was thick with unspoken questions, with the kind of tension that precedes a summer storm. "Figured it had to be important, Daddy," Nate said, trying to sound casual. "Pulling us all in on a weeknight." He had his expansion plans ready, his spiel about how he was going to make the Fontaine name even bigger. "I got a proposal for you, Joe," Jewel began, her voice calm and professional, ready to outline her vision for a safer, more profitable future, away from the grubby realities of their current enterprises. Samuel just watched, a small smile playing on his lips. He was wondering how much he could get if he asked for double his usual monthly stipend. Maybe triple. Just to see the look on Nate's face. Joe held up a hand, and they all fell silent. He put the paperweight down. "I went to see Doc Bro this morning," Joe said, his voice quiet but carrying in the still room. He looked directly at Nate, then Jewel, then Samuel. "Routine checkup. Or so I thought." He paused, letting the silence stretch. He saw the flicker of concern in Jewel's eyes, the impatience in Nate's, the almost predatory curiosity in Samuel's. "Turns out," Joe continued, his voice dropping even lower, "it ain't so routine." He took a breath. "Got pancreatic cancer. Stage 4. Spread to the liver." The words hung in the air, heavy, suffocating. Nate's drumming fingers stopped. Jewel's composure seemed to crack, just for a second, her eyes widening almost imperceptibly. Samuel's smile didn't waver, but something in his eyes shifted, sharpened. Joe looked at their faces, seeing the shock, the disbelief, the dawning realization of what this meant. "Doc says 6 months," Joe said, his voice devoid of self-pity. "Maybe less." He leaned back in his chair, the leather creaking softly. "Which means I got some decisions to make." He let that sink in. The silence in the room was absolute now, save for the relentless ticking of that damn clock. "Decisions about this family," Joe said. "About this business." He looked at each of them again, his gaze hard. "About who's gonna take over when I'm gone." Nate straightened up, his mind already racing. Take over. This was it. His chance. He was the oldest, the one who'd been groomed for this. He just had to play his cards right. He opened his mouth, ready to offer his condolences, his support, his readiness to step up. Jewel's mind was working too, a different calculation. Her father dying. It changed everything. Her plans for legitimacy, they might be accelerated. Or they might be impossible, depending on who Joe chose. She felt a pang of something that might have been sorrow, quickly suppressed. This wasn't a time for sentiment. It was a time for strategy. Samuel's smile finally faded. He tilted his head, his eyes narrowed, studying his father. Dying. The old man was actually dying. It wasn't a ploy, not a test. He could see it in Joe's eyes, in the slight tremor in his hands. This changed the game. Changed it utterly. A surge of something hot and chaotic flooded through him. Excitement? Anger? Opportunity? He wasn't sure. Maybe all three. He thought about his guitar case, lying out in the parlor. He'd brought it for a reason. He always had a reason. Joe watched them, his children, his flawed, ambitious, dangerous children. Their reactions were already telling him more than they knew. The game had just begun. And Joe Fontaine, even on his deathbed, intended to control it. Chapter 8. The men's room at the roadside inn truck stop smelled like stale piss and regret, a combination so familiar to Big Earl McManus, that he barely noticed it anymore. What he did notice was the shouting. Earl was a long-haul trucker, 40 years behind the wheel, most of it running I-10 from Jacksonville to El Paso and back. He'd heard his share of arguments in truck stop bathrooms, usually over whose turn it was at the payphone back when those were a thing, or who left a mess in the shower stalls. This was different. This had an edge. "You think he's just gonna hand it to you?" one voice snarled, loud and full of itself. You're a goddamn joke, Samuel. You can't even run a lemonade stand without burning it down. Earl, standing at the urinal, minding his own business and thinking about the lukewarm coffee waiting for him back in his rig, pricked up his ears. Samuel. He knew that name. Samuel Fontaine. The crazy one. The one who'd smashed the jukebox at the Rusty Spur just a couple of hours ago. Earl had been there, seen the whole damn thing. Still felt the phantom throb in his wrist where the psycho had grabbed him. "At least I'm not boring, Nate," another voice shot back, laced with a kind of sneering amusement. "You're so predictable, brother dear. Daddy snaps his fingers and you jump. Who's a good boy?" "You are." "Yes, you are." Nate Fontaine. The older one. The one who ran that fancy strip club out by the interstate, the Honey Trap. Earl had been there too, once or twice. Overpriced beer, girls who looked like they'd rather be anywhere else. Not his kind of place, but he knew the Fontaine name. Everyone in Ferraday, hell, everyone in 3 parishes knew the Fontaine name. They owned this truck stop, for Christ's sake. Joe Fontaine was like the goddamn king around here. Earl finished his business, trying to be quiet, not wanting to draw attention to himself. He wasn't scared, not exactly. But he wasn't stupid either. Getting involved in Fontaine family business was a good way to end up as alligator bait in the bayou. "He's dying, you idiot." Nate's voice again, closer now, like they were standing right outside the stall doors. "This ain't a game. This is about who takes over. And it sure as hell ain't gonna be you." Earl froze. Dying. Joe Fontaine. The old man was tough as nails, looked like he'd outlive cockroaches. If that was true. "Oh, I don't know," Samuel's voice all silky menace. "I think I'd look pretty good sitting in Daddy's big chair. Might redecorate. More fire. Less dusty old books." There was the sound of a shove, a grunt. Earl pressed himself against the grimy tile wall of the urinal, wishing he could disappear. "You stay the hell away from me, Sam," Nate growled. "You try anything at all, and I'll—" "You'll what, Natey?" "You'll tell Daddy on me." "Oh, wait." A low, cruel chuckle. "Too late for that, isn't it?" The door to the men's room banged open, and then slammed shut. Footsteps receded down the hall. Earl counted to 20 slowly, then peeked out. Empty. He let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Joe Fontaine dying. And his psycho sons already fighting over the scraps like vultures. This was big news. The kind of news that could be valuable. Earl washed his hands, his mind racing. He wasn't just any trucker. He was a trucker who occasionally supplemented his income by keeping his ears open and making a phone call. His boss, a man named Rico down in Laredo, paid well for interesting information. Especially information about Louisiana. Rico had associates. People who were always looking for an edge, an opportunity. Back in the cab of his Peterbilt, the coffee forgotten, Earl pulled out his burner phone. He dialed a number from memory. It rang twice. Yeah. Rico's voice, sharp, impatient. Rico, it's Earl. You ain't gonna believe what I just heard. He told him. The argument in the bathroom. The names. Nate Fontaine. Samuel Fontaine. And the bombshell, Joe Fontaine, the patriarch, the kingpin, was dying. 6 months, maybe less, according to what he'd overheard. Rico listened without interrupting, which was unusual. Usually, Rico was all, get to the point and what's in it for me. When Earl finished, there was a long silence on the other end of the line. You sure about this, Earl? Rico finally said, his voice different now. Quieter. More focused. This ain't truck stop gossip. This is solid. Heard it with my own ears, Rico. Clear as a bell. They were practically screaming it. Nate and Samuel Fontaine. Sounded like they were about to kill each other right there in the John. Another pause. Earl could almost hear the gears turning in Rico's head. Rico wasn't top of the food chain, not by a long shot. But he knew people. People who were. All right, Earl, Rico said. Good work. Keep your ears open. Anything else, you call me. Anything. Understand? Gotcha, Rico. There'll be a little something extra in your envelope next time you're down this way. The line went dead. Earl grinned. A little something extra. That was good. Maybe enough for that new CB radio he'd been eyeing. He started his rig, the big diesel engine rumbling to life. He still had a load of crawfish to get to Phoenix. But his mind wasn't on the road. It was on the Fontaines and the storm that was clearly brewing in Ferraday. 2,000 miles south, in a sprawling hacienda nestled in the Sierra Madre foothills, Miguel Suarez was enjoying a late dinner. Kobe beef flown in that morning, a bottle of Vega Sicilia Unico that cost more than most men earned in a year. He was a man who appreciated the finer things in life. He'd earned them. He'd built his organization from nothing, a few hungry street kids with knives, into a multinational corporation that dealt in pharmaceuticals, logistics, and information. Lots of information. His son, Hector, sat across the polished mahogany table, picking at his food. Hector was 25, American educated, impeccably dressed. Suarez had hopes for Hector. Wanted him to be more than just another thug with a gold-plated pistol. Wanted him to be a businessman. A CEO. But Hector, for all his expensive education, still had the eyes of a predator. Just like his father. One of Suarez's lieutenants, a wiry man named Chucho with a scar that ran from his left eye to his chin, entered the dining room. He approached the table, bowed his head slightly to Suarez. Don Miguel, Chucho said, his voice low. A call from Rico in Laredo. He says it's urgent. Suarez dabbed his lips with a linen napkin. He didn't like his meals interrupted. But Rico was reliable, if small time. And urgent, from Rico, usually meant something interesting. Put him through, Suarez said. On speaker. Chucho nodded, tapped his phone. Rico's voice, tinny and anxious, filled the room. Don Miguel, forgive the interruption. But I have news. From Louisiana. Suarez raised an eyebrow. Louisiana. That sleepy little backwater where the old man Joe Fontaine ran his little bayou empire. Fontaine had been a thorn in his side for years, a minor annoyance, but an annoyance nonetheless. Fontaine controlled a key corridor, a bottleneck for moving product north. Suarez had made inquiries before, gentle probes about a potential partnership, an acquisition. Fontaine had politely, but firmly, told him to go screw himself. An old dog, set in his ways. But old dogs eventually died. Rico relayed what Earl the trucker had told him. The argument. The sons, Nate and Samuel. And the crucial piece of information. Joe Fontaine was dying. Soon. When Rico finished, Suarez sat back in his chair, a thoughtful expression on his face. He picked up his wineglass, swirled the deep red liquid. Hector was watching him, his fork forgotten. Chucho stood by, silent, waiting. This trucker, Earl, Suarez said. He's reliable. He's been good before, Don Miguel, Rico said. He has no reason to lie. And the details, they sound right. The sons, their reputations. See, Suarez murmured. Nate, the older one, greedy but weak. Samuel, the younger, unpredictable, violent. A psycho, according to some reports. And a daughter, Jewel, supposedly the smart one, trying to drag the family legitimate. A recipe for chaos. A power vacuum, Hector said, his voice eager. Father, this could be the opportunity we've been waiting for. Fontaine's territory, his network, it would be very valuable. Suarez smiled, a slow, cold smile that didn't reach his eyes. Patience, Hector. Opportunities must be cultivated, not rushed into like a starving dog at a thrown bone. He looked at Chucho. Verify this. Use our people in New Orleans. See what else you can find out about Fontaine's condition. And about his children. Their strengths. Their weaknesses. Chucho nodded. See, Don Miguel. At once. He bowed again and left the room. Suarez turned back to Hector. Joe Fontaine built his little kingdom by being smart, by being ruthless, and by understanding the value of loyalty. But his sons, they sound like fools. One driven by greed, the other by madness. He took a sip of his wine. When the old lion dies, the jackals and hyenas will circle. And we, Hector, he said, his eyes gleaming in the candlelight, we will be the ones to feast. The Kobe beef suddenly tasted even better. Louisiana. It was a long way from the Sierra Madre. But Miguel Suarez had long arms. And a very good appetite. He had a feeling things were about to get very interesting in the bayous. Very interesting, indeed. Chapter 9. Sheriff Dale Weber's Ford Crown Victoria, still bearing the official Ferraday Parish Sheriff's Department decals, but looking suspiciously cleaner than any working cop car had a right to be, crunched up the long gravel driveway to Joe Fontaine's plantation house a little after 9:30 that night. The family dinner, Dale figured, was probably winding down or exploding. With the Fontaines, you never knew. He hoped it was winding down. He wasn't in the mood for fireworks, not tonight. He was a big man, Dale Weber, gone to seed in the way that men with too much authority and too little to do often did. His uniform strained across his belly, and his face, usually ruddy and cheerful when he was glad handing voters at the annual crawfish boil, was pale and slick with sweat despite the cool Louisiana night. He cut the engine, but sat for a moment, gripping the steering wheel, trying to get his nerves under control. Visiting Joe Fontaine at home, especially uninvited, wasn't something he did lightly. But this couldn't wait. Camo Jenkins materialized out of the shadows of the wide veranda, as Dale was halfway up the steps, making Dale jump like a startled cat. Camo had a way of doing that, moving like a damn ghost. He didn't say anything, just looked at Dale with those flat, unreadable eyes. Camo, Dale managed, trying for a folksy "I'm just dropping by" tone that didn't quite come off. Joe expecting me? He is now, Camo said, his voice as dry as last year's corn husks. He opened the massive front door. He's in the study. Dale nodded, mopped his forehead with a handkerchief already damp, and stepped inside. The sheer scale of the entrance hall always got to him. The soaring ceiling, the crystal chandelier big enough to light a small town, the feeling that he was trespassing in a place where he didn't belong, even though he was the ranking law enforcement officer in the parish. The study doors were closed. Camo knocked once, a sharp rap, then opened one of them and gestured Dale inside. Joe Fontaine was behind his huge mahogany desk, a glass of amber liquid, bourbon Dale presumed, Joe's only real vice besides power, in his hand. He didn't look good. Dale had known Joe for 30 years, since Joe had first backed his run for sheriff, back when Dale was a young, ambitious deputy with a mortgage and a dream. Joe looked older tonight, more frail than Dale had ever seen him. But his eyes, when they fixed on Dale, were still as sharp and calculating as ever. "Dale," Joe said, his voice a low rasp. "Didn't figure on seeing you tonight. Pull up a chair. Pour yourself a drink." He nodded towards the well-stocked bar cart in the corner. "Evening, Joe." Dale settled his bulk into one of the leather chairs opposite the desk. It creaked in protest. "Can't stay long. On duty." He didn't mention the half-empty bottle of antacids he'd chugged on the drive over, or the fact that his stomach felt like it was hosting a raccoon cage match. "Trouble, Dale." Joe took a slow sip of his bourbon, watching the sheriff over the rim of his glass. He knew trouble when he saw it. And Dale Weber tonight looked like trouble had moved in, changed the locks, and started charging him rent. Dale leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial murmur, even though Camo had discreetly closed the study door behind him. "It's the state police, Joe. Captain Marcus Reed. You know him?" Joe frowned. "Reed? Yeah, I know the name. Ambitious bastard. Thinks he's Elliot Ness reincarnated." He swirled the bourbon in his glass. "What about him?" "He's been sniffing around. Asking questions. About things." Dale waved a beefy hand vaguely. "About parish contracts. About zoning variances. About certain unsolved homicides." He swallowed hard. "He came to see me today, Joe. In my office. Had two of his stormtroopers with him." Joe's eyes narrowed. And he started talking about corruption. About how Ferraday Parish has a reputation. How he's gonna clean it up. Dale was sweating freely now, his collar suddenly too tight. "He mentioned your name, Joe. Said he's building a case. Said he's got informants." Joe didn't say anything for a long moment. He just stared at Dale, his expression unreadable. Dale squirmed in his chair, the silence stretching his nerves taut. He'd seen Joe Fontaine angry before. It wasn't pretty. He'd also seen Joe Fontaine calculating. That was worse. "Informants," Joe finally said, the word soft, almost a caress. "Anyone we know?" Dale shook his head. He didn't say. But he implied. He implied he had someone inside the department. Someone willing to talk. Joe's gaze flickered to Camo, who was standing near the door, still as a statue. Camo gave a barely perceptible shake of his head. "Not from our payroll," the look said. "So this Captain Reed," Joe said, turning back to Dale. "He make you an offer, Dale? A chance to save your own skin? Wear a wire, maybe? Testify against your old friend Joe Fontaine?" Dale's face flushed a deeper shade of red. "Joe, you know I wouldn't." "I know you're scared, Dale," Joe cut him off, his voice still quiet but with an underlying edge of steel. "I know you got a wife who likes nice things, a kid in college, a boat down on Lake Pontchartrain that ain't cheap to maintain. I know you like being sheriff of Ferraday Parish. A man in your position, he's got a lot to lose." Dale looked down at his hands, which were twisting the brim of his sheriff's hat. It was true. All of it. He'd made a good life for himself, courtesy of Joe Fontaine's generosity and the blind eye he'd learned to turn. He'd convinced himself over the years that it wasn't really corruption. It was just the way things were done in Louisiana. A little greased to keep the wheels turning. But looking at it now, through Captain Reed's cold, judgmental eyes, it felt a lot dirtier. A lot more dangerous. "He said he could make things very difficult for me, Joe," Dale mumbled. "RICO charges. Said he could take my pension." "He say anything about Billy Ray Trudeau?" Camo asked from the doorway, his voice flat. Dale looked up, startled. Yeah, he mentioned Billy Ray. Asked if we had any leads. Like we ain't got 100 other damn cases. Billy Ray Trudeau was a small-time dealer, found in a ditch last week with 2 holes in the back of his head. An open secret, who he worked for. An even more open secret, what happened when you skimmed from the Fontaines. Dale had personally made sure the case file got buried under a mountain of paperwork. And what did you tell him, Dale? Joe asked. Told him we were pursuing all avenues, Dale said, puffing up a little, trying to regain some semblance of his official dignity. Told him we don't appreciate the state police stepping on our jurisdiction. Joe almost smiled. Almost. That's my boy. He took another sip of bourbon. So, Captain Reed is trying to rattle your cage. Trying to see who scurries out. He set his glass down. He's fishing, Dale. And you're not gonna take the bait. But Joe, he sounded serious. He's got the Attorney General's office behind him, he said. The Attorney General's got an election coming up next year, Joe said dismissively. He needs a few high-profile busts to put on his campaign posters. We just gotta make sure it ain't us. He leaned forward. You're gonna go back to your office, Dale. You're gonna act like nothing happened. You're gonna do your job. And if Captain Reed comes calling again, you're gonna tell him politely to go fuck himself. You got that? Dale nodded, though he didn't look convinced. But what if he really does have someone inside? What if? Then we'll find out who it is, Joe said, his voice hardening. And we'll deal with it. That's my problem, not yours. Your problem is to keep your mouth shut and your pants dry. He paused. Unless you're having second thoughts about our arrangement, Dale. About your loyalty. The unspoken threat hung heavy in the air. Dale had been on Joe Fontaine's payroll, one way or another, for most of his adult life. He knew what happened to people who crossed Joe Fontaine. He looked at Joe's cold, hard eyes, then at Camo Jenkins, standing by the door like the angel of death's quieter, more efficient brother. No, Joe, Dale said quickly, too quickly. No second thoughts. I'm with you. You know that. All the way. Good. Joe leaned back again. Because this Captain Reed, he's a loose end. And I don't like loose ends. He looked over at Camo. Camo, I want you to find out everything there is to know about Captain Marcus Reed. Where he lives. Where he drinks. Who he screws. Everybody's got something they don't want the world to know. Find it. Camo nodded once. No words needed. And Dale, Joe said, his eyes fixing on the sheriff again. You hear anything else, anything at all, you call me. Day or night. Understand? Yeah, Joe. I understand. Dale got to his feet, feeling a little steadier now that Joe had laid out the plan. Even if the plan mostly involved Joe doing the planning, and Dale trying not to wet himself. Joe Fontaine had a way of inspiring confidence, even when he was talking about destroying a man's career or worse. Good man. Joe waved a dismissive hand. Go on home, Dale. Get some sleep. You look like hell. Dale managed a weak smile. Thanks, Joe. He turned and practically scuttled out of the study, Camo holding the door for him. As soon as the door closed, Joe let out a long breath, the mask of command slipping for a moment. He looked tired. Old. The bourbon wasn't helping the dull ache in his gut. This Reed, Joe said to Camo. He a real threat? Camo considered it. He's not stupid. And he's clean from what I hear. Which makes him dangerous. He's not looking for a payday. He's looking for a reputation. Reputations can be bought, Joe said. Or broken. He picked up his glass again. The conversation with his children, the bombshell he'd dropped. It had taken more out of him than he'd expected. And now this. Another fire to put out. It was never ending. The network, Joe said, more to himself than to Camo. All these years building it. Sheriffs, judges, commissioners. All bought and paid for. All loyal. He looked at Camo. Or so I thought. Loyalty's a funny thing, Joe, Camo said. Goes to the highest bidder. Or the one who scares them the most. Joe nodded slowly. Well then, he said, his voice a low growl. We just gotta make sure we're still the scariest sons of bitches in the valley. He drained his glass. The precarious balance of power in Ferraday. He'd maintained it for 40 years. He wasn't about to let some Boy Scout in a state police uniform upset it now. Not when he had so little time left to make sure it all held together after he was gone. Chapter 10. The next morning, Joe Fontaine didn't feel like a dying man. He felt like a man with a splitting headache, a stomach full of battery acid, and a list of unpleasant tasks that wouldn't get done by themselves. The meeting with his children had been illuminating, and about as enjoyable as a root canal performed with a rusty pair of pliers. He'd seen the greed in Nate's eyes, the cold ambition in Jules, and that unsettling, almost gleeful spark in Samuel's. One of them had to take over. The thought was enough to make him reach for the bourbon bottle before his first cup of coffee. He resisted. For now. His lawyer, Lucien Devereaux, arrived at the plantation precisely at 10. Devereaux was a small, dapper man in his late 60s, with silver hair slicked back from a high forehead, and eyes that had seen too many rich men's secrets to be shocked by anything. He'd been the Fontaine family lawyer for 40 years, since Joe's father, Augustin, had first hired him to handle some creative accounting issues. Lucien Devereaux knew where all the bodies were buried, literally and figuratively. He was discreet, expensive, and worth every penny. Joseph, Devereaux said, his voice a soft Creole lilt as Camo showed him into the study. You look like hell warmed over, if you don't mind me saying. Skip the pleasantries, Lucien, Joe grunted from behind his desk. He'd managed half a cup of coffee, but it wasn't helping. We got work to do. He gestured towards the chair Dale Weber had occupied the night before. And I probably look better than you will, after you hear what I got to say. Devereaux raised a perfectly sculpted eyebrow but sat, placing his ancient scarred leather briefcase on his lap. I'm all ears, Joseph. Though I must admit, a summons this early with this much urgency usually involves either a new federal indictment or a hastily planned trip to a country with no extradition treaty. It's worse than that, Joe said. He told Devereaux about the diagnosis, about the 6 months. He didn't embellish, didn't ask for sympathy. Just laid out the facts, cold and hard. Lucien Devereaux listened, his expression unchanging. He didn't offer condolences, didn't express shock. He simply nodded, his gaze fixed on Joe. When Joe finished, Devereaux was silent for a long moment, his fingers steepled. Well, Joseph, he finally said, his voice still soft but with a new gravity. That does change the complexion of things, doesn't it? He opened his briefcase, pulled out a yellow legal pad and a gold fountain pen. Your current will, it's somewhat straightforward. Marie's portion held in trust, the bulk of the estate divided amongst the children upon their reaching a certain age, with provisions for Camo here. He glanced at Camo, who stood impassively by the door. But the business arrangements, those are considerably more labyrinthine. Labyrinthine is one word for it, Joe said. His empire was a tangled web of shell corporations, offshore accounts, legitimate storefronts masking illegitimate cash flows, handshake deals, and implied threats. Entangling it, even for someone as skilled as Devereaux, would be a nightmare. Making it digestible for one of his children to inherit, even more so. We need to update everything, Lucien, Joe said. The will. The businesses. I need to assign territories. Responsibilities. He waved a hand, a gesture of frustration. Nate thinks he's a goddamn CEO. Let him run the clubs, the rackets. He's good at intimidation, not much else. Devereaux made a note. Nathaniel, the honey trap and associated ancillary revenue streams. Jewel, Joe continued, she's got her head screwed on straight mostly. Wants to go legitimate. He snorted. Like there's a clean way to wash this much dirty money. But she's smart. The art gallery, the real estate holdings, the more presentable assets. She can handle those. Maybe even make them grow, if she ain't too squeamish. Jewel. The legitimate fronts and investments, Devereaux noted, his pen scratching on the pad. He didn't need to ask what less presentable assets those fronts were currently cleaning. He'd set most of them up himself. And Samuel. Joe paused. This was the hard part. What the hell do you leave a psychopath? Samuel gets the drug trade. Devereaux's pen stopped. He looked up, his carefully neutral expression finally showing a flicker of surprise. Samuel. Joseph, are you certain? The boy is volatile. Giving him control of that particular sector, it's like handing a pyromaniac a book of matches and a gallon of gasoline. He knows the business, Joe said, though he didn't sound convinced himself. And maybe the responsibility will straighten him out. It was a faint hope, he knew. Like hoping a rabid dog would suddenly decide to become a vegetarian. Besides, Joe added, a cynical edge to his voice, who else is gonna do it? Nate's too greedy. He'd screw it up in a week. Jewel wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. Devereaux sighed, a small, almost inaudible sound. He made another note. Samuel. Narcotics distribution and procurement. He looked at Joe. And overall control, Joseph. Who gets the final say? Who sits in your chair when you're no longer able to? That was the million-dollar question. The one Joe had been wrestling with since Doc Bro had delivered the news. He looked at the lawyer, his old friend, the man who knew more about his life, his sins, his empire than anyone else living, save maybe Camo. That, Joe said, his voice heavy, is what I can't decide. Devereaux put his pen down. Joseph, you need to understand the implications of that. You divide the territories, the assets, but you don't name a clear successor. You're not leaving them an inheritance. You're leaving them a declaration of war. He leaned forward. Your children, bless their ambitious hearts, are not known for their spirit of cooperation. Nate will think he's the rightful heir by birthright. Jewel will believe her intelligence and vision make her the logical choice. And Samuel. Devereaux paused. Samuel will simply try to burn down anything he can't control. Joe knew the lawyer was right. He'd seen it in their eyes last night. The simmering resentment, the barely veiled ambition. He'd practically lit the fuse himself. Without a designated leader, Joseph, Devereaux continued, his voice firm, everything you've built, this entire organization, legitimate and otherwise, will tear itself apart. Your children will be at each other's throats. Your enemies, and you have many, will see the weakness, the division, and they will strike. The Mexicans. The Bosnians. That ambitious Captain Reed from the state police. They'll carve this empire up like a Thanksgiving turkey. The image was stark, brutal, and undeniably true. Joe ran a hand over his face. He felt the cold dread seeping into his bones, a chill that had nothing to do with his illness. 40 years. 40 years of blood, sweat, and sin building this thing, making the Fontaine name feared and respected from New Orleans to Baton Rouge and beyond. And it could all go up in smoke, because he couldn't choose between his own flawed offspring. I need time, Lucien, Joe said, his voice barely a whisper. I need to test them. Time is a luxury you no longer possess in abundance, Joseph, Devereaux said gently. And testing them now, under these circumstances, it's a dangerous game. You might not like the results. What other choice do I have? Joe shot back, a flash of his old fire returning. Flip a coin. Draw straws. This is my legacy we're talking about. Devereaux didn't flinch. Your legacy, Joseph, could very well be a bloody feud that destroys everything you hold dear. Sometimes the hardest choice is the only choice. They sat in silence for a while after that, the weight of unspoken possibilities filling the room. Devereaux eventually went back to his notes, outlining the complex legal maneuvers required to restructure Joe's holdings, to create the illusion of separate entities while maintaining a central, albeit currently headless, control. Joe mostly listened, nodding occasionally, his mind elsewhere. After Devereaux left, promising to have draft documents ready by the end of the week, Joe sat alone in his study for a long time. The bourbon bottle on the credenza seemed to be calling his name. He ignored it. For now. Instead, he pulled out a large, detailed map of Ferraday Parish and the surrounding counties. It was an old surveyor's map, updated over the years with his own cryptic notations, symbols, and boundary lines drawn in different colored inks. His kingdom. Every bar, every truck stop, every warehouse, every patch of land that paid tribute to the Fontaine name, directly or indirectly, was marked on that map. He picked up a red pen. He began to draw new lines, to circle certain areas, to assign names to them. Nate Cloverleaf Operations, West Parish Rackets. He hesitated, then wrote Jewel, Main Street Properties, Legitimate Investments, East Parish Development. His hand hovered over the southern territories, the wilder, less controlled areas where the drug routes snaked through the swamps and bayous. He wrote Samuel, Southern Distribution Network. It looked like a damn battlefield map, with his children as the opposing generals. He poured himself a bourbon then, a big one. The amber liquid burned going down, but it didn't numb the gnawing anxiety in his gut. He looked at the map, at the carved-up territories. Devereaux was right. It was a recipe for disaster. He needed a king. A single, undisputed ruler. But which one? Nate was too impulsive, too focused on the quick buck, no long-term vision. Jewel was smart, maybe too smart, too eager to shed the skin of their criminal enterprise, forgetting that it was the muscle and sinew that held it all together. Samuel. Samuel was a damn hand grenade with the pin pulled. But he was also, in his own twisted way, the most like Joe's father, Augustine. Ruthless. Unpredictable. Effective. Joe took another drink. He found a large manila envelope, the kind lawyers used for important documents. Across the front, in block letters, he wrote, Last Testament. He folded the map carefully, slid it inside. He picked up his pen, as if to seal it, then paused. He couldn't do it. Not yet. He left the envelope unsealed on his desk, a ticking time bomb in the quiet, book-lined room. He had 6 months. Maybe less. 6 months to choose an heir, or condemn his family, his empire, to a war he wouldn't be around to stop. The weight of it was crushing. He finished his bourbon, and then poured another. It was going to be a long day, and an even longer night. Chapter 11. It was 2 days later. 2 days since Joe Fontaine had dropped his own personal atom bomb on his unsuspecting, or perhaps not so unsuspecting, children. 2 days in which the atmosphere in the Fontaine family orbit had gone from merely dysfunctional to actively toxic. Nate had been seen swaggering around the honey trap like he already owned the place, alternately buying rounds for his cronies and firing waitresses for looking at him sideways. Jewel had retreated into her art gallery, the cool composure a mask for the furious calculations happening behind her eyes. Her calls to certain influential people in Baton Rouge and New Orleans had become more frequent, more intense. Samuel, well, no one had seen Samuel, which in itself was usually a bad sign. Camo had reported a few minor disturbances on the police scanner, a suspicious fire in a dumpster behind a rival's bar, a collection of dead rats arranged in a vaguely threatening pattern on the steps of the Ferraday courthouse, but nothing that could be definitively pinned on the youngest Fontaine. Yet, Joe had summoned them again. Not to the big house this time. He'd chosen neutral territory, or what passed for it in his world, the back office of the original Fontaine's truck stop, the one his daddy, Augustin, had built back when the interstate first sliced through Ferraday. It was a cramped, dusty room, smelling of stale coffee and diesel fumes, a place where deals had been struck and threats whispered for 50 years. Joe liked it for its lack of pretense. It reminded him of where he'd come from. It also had only one door, easily watched by Camo. He sat behind the scarred metal desk, the same one Augustin had used, a bottle of rye whiskey, his father's preferred poison, and 3 mismatched glasses in front of him. He looked, if possible, even worse than he had 2 days ago. The lines on his face were deeper, his color more ashen. But his eyes, when his children filed in, were like chips of granite. Nate came in first, all bluster and cheap cologne, wearing a silk shirt unbuttoned 1 button too many. He looked around the dingy office with distaste. "Couldn't we meet somewhere with a little more class, Dad? My office at the Honey Trap is available. Much nicer." "This ain't a goddamn board meeting, Nate," Joe rasped. "Sit down." Jewel followed, cool and collected in a tailored business dress, her expression unreadable. She took one of the worn vinyl chairs without comment, her gaze sweeping the room, assessing, always assessing. Samuel drifted in last, a ghost of a smirk on his face. He was wearing the same clothes Camo had seen him in after the jukebox incident at the Rusty Spur, and he looked like he'd been communing with swamp creatures. He ignored the chairs and leaned against a filing cabinet, arms crossed, watching his father with an unnerving intensity. Joe poured 3 fingers of rye into each glass. "Drink up," he said. It wasn't an invitation. Nate grabbed his glass, took a large swallow. Jewel sipped hers delicately. Samuel just looked at his, then at Joe. "Bit early for me, Pop. Unless this is a wake." "It's a goddamn business meeting, Samuel," Joe said, his voice rough. "So try to act like you got a brain in your head for 5 minutes. It's an experiment." He took a drink of his own whiskey, the burn doing little to cut through the weariness. "I told you, I got decisions to make. About the future. About who's gonna run things." Nate leaned forward, his eyes gleaming. "And you've decided, Dad?" "Because I've got plans. Big plans. The Honey Trap is just the start. We could franchise. Go national. Vegas even." Jewel sighed, a barely audible sound of exasperation. "Nate, please. This isn't about turning the family into a chain of glorified titty bars." She looked at Joe. "Father, I've prepared a detailed proposal. A 5-year plan to transition our less conventional assets into fully legitimate enterprises. Real estate, logistics, private equity. The potential returns are significant, and the risk profile is considerably lower." "Risk profile," Nate scoffed. "That's rich coming from you, sis. Your legitimate enterprises are just a fancy way to wash Daddy's dirty money. Don't pretend you're Mother Teresa." "At least my businesses don't get raided by the Vice Squad every 6 months," Jewel retorted, her voice still calm but with an icy edge. Samuel chuckled, a low rasping sound. "Oh, this is good. Don't stop on my account." He finally picked up his glass of rye, sniffed it, then took a gulp. "So, Daddy Warbucks," he said to Joe, "you gonna tell us who wins the lottery? Or do we have to mud wrestle for it?" Joe slammed his hand down on the metal desk, the sound cutting through the bickering. "Enough," he roared, a flash of his old power surging through him. "Every damn time. Like a pack of goddamn hyenas fighting over a kill before the lion's even dead." He coughed, a racking, painful sound that seemed to deflate him. He took another drink of whiskey. "No," he said, his voice quieter now but no less intense. "I ain't decided. Not yet." He looked at each of them, his gaze lingering. "Because frankly, none of you have convinced me you're up to the job. Nate, you're all ambition and no goddamn sense. Jewel, you're smart, but you're afraid to get your hands dirty. And in this business, sometimes you gotta wade through the muck. And Samuel." He looked at his youngest son, a mixture of frustration and something that might have been a twisted kind of paternal pride in his eyes. "You're a goddamn hand grenade with the pin pulled. You might blow up the enemy, or you might blow up yourself and everyone around you." "So what's the plan, Joe?" Samuel asked, his voice deceptively mild. "Gonna put us in a sack and throw us in the river. See who drowns last." "Tempting," Joe said. "But no. I got a different idea." He leaned back in the old creaking chair. "Consider this an audition." He let the word hang in the air. Nate looked confused. Jewel's eyes narrowed slightly. Samuel's smirk returned. "I'm dividing the operations," Joe continued. "Temporarily. Each of you gets a piece. A chance to show me what you can do. How you handle responsibility. How you make things grow. How you deal with problems." He looked at Nate. "Nate, you get the clubs. The honey trap, the smaller joints down in Bayou Vista. And the protection rackets. All of them. From the truck stops to the whorehouses. It's your kind of work. Flesh and intimidation. See if you can make it pay without starting a war with every other lowlife in 3 parishes." Nate puffed out his chest. This was more like it. The core business. The stuff he knew. "No problem, Dad. I'll double your profits in 6 months." Joe just grunted. He turned to Jewel. "Jewel, you get the legitimate side. The art gallery, the real estate holdings, the various shell corporations we use for creative financing." He gave her a hard look. "That includes the money laundering operations. All of them. Your job is to keep it clean, keep it quiet, and keep the feds from kicking down our doors. And see if your fancy ideas about legitimate investments can actually make some real money, not just hide it." Jewel nodded, her expression thoughtful. It was a challenge. A dangerous one. Managing the flow of illicit cash was the riskiest part of the operation. But it was also where the real power lay, if you knew how to wield it. "I understand, Father." Then Joe looked at Samuel. His youngest son was watching him with an unnerving stillness, the smirk gone, replaced by an almost feral curiosity. "Samuel," Joe said, his voice dropping, "you get the drug trade." The silence in the room was sudden, absolute. Nate's jaw actually dropped. Jewel's carefully constructed composure faltered for a split second, a flicker of alarm in her eyes. Even Camo, standing by the door, seemed to stiffen almost imperceptibly. Samuel didn't react at first. He just stared at his father. Then slowly, that disturbing smile spread across his face again. "Well now," he said, his voice soft. "That's interesting." "Interesting." Nate exploded. "Dad, are you crazy? You can't give him the drugs. He'll snort half of it and set fire to the rest. He'll get us all killed." "It's the most dangerous part of the business, Nate," Joe said, his eyes still locked on Samuel. "And the most volatile. Needs a certain kind of temperament." He paused. "And it's been underperforming lately. Too many loose ends. Too much product walking away. Maybe Samuel's unique approach can tighten things up." "Underperforming?" Samuel said, his voice still quiet, but with an undercurrent that made the hairs on the back of Nate's neck stand up. "Or maybe it's just the least profitable, Daddy. The one with all the risk and none of the reward. The shit end of the stick." His eyes narrowed. "Is this a test, Joe? Or are you just trying to get rid of me?" Joe met his gaze, unflinching. "It's a test, Samuel. For all of you." He looked around the room. 3 months. That's what you get. You run your territories. You make your decisions. You live with the consequences. Camo here will report to me. He's not to interfere, unless one of you is about to burn down the whole damn state. Otherwise, you're on your own." He leaned forward, his voice a low growl. "After 3 months, I'll decide. Based on performance. Based on who shows me, they got what it takes to lead this family. To protect what's ours. He picked up his glass of rye, drained it. One successor. The others will fall in line. Or they'll be out. Understood. Nate nodded eagerly, already thinking about how he'd consolidate his power. Jewel gave a cool, measured nod, her mind already strategizing. Samuel just smiled that unsettling smile again. "Oh, I understand, Daddy," he said. "Perfectly." He picked up his untouched glass of rye. "To the audition." He drank it down in one go, his eyes burning with a strange light. Joe watched them. His children. His creations. He'd thrown them into the arena. Now he just had to wait and see who survived. And whether there'd be anything left of his kingdom when the games were over. Chapter 12. Nate Fontaine felt good. Better than good. He felt like a goddamn king, finally sitting on the throne he deserved. Or at least, a significant portion of it. The clubs, the rackets, the backbone of the Fontaine empire, the parts that actually made money, not just laundered it or philosophized about it. His father had finally seen the light. Or maybe the old man was just too sick to argue anymore. Either way, Nate was in charge of his turf and he was going to make it sing. His first order of business, collections. Show the street who was boss. Remind everyone that even if Joe Fontaine was fading, the Fontaine name still meant business. Serious business. He wasn't going to send one of his knuckle-dragging gorillas, like Mickey Two Thumbs or Frankie the Face. No, this required a personal touch. The Nate Fontaine touch. He was driving his Escalade, the black paint gleaming like polished obsidian, his reflection in the tinted windows looking back at him like the cover of a goddamn CEO magazine. He was wearing his new Brioni suit, the one that cost more than most of these deadbeats made in a month, a crimson power tie knotted just so. Image was everything. Let him see who they were dealing with. First stop, Nguyen's Grocery and Deli. A little hole in the wall on the edge of the French Quarter, technically outside Ferraday Parish but still considered Fontaine territory by anyone who valued their kneecaps. Old Man Nguyen had been paying his insurance premium to the Fontaines for 20 years, regular as clockwork. $200 a week. Peanuts, really. But it was about the principle. Nate strode into the store, the little bell above the door tinkling incongruously. The place smelled of stale incense and fish sauce. Old Man Nguyen, a wizened little man with eyes that had seen too much war and too much retail, was behind the counter stacking lottery tickets. He looked up, and a flicker of something, fear, resignation, passed across his face when he saw Nate. "Mr. Nate," Nguyen said, his voice a soft, reedy whisper. "Good morning. You want coffee? Fresh." "Not here for the goddamn coffee, Nguyen," Nate said, his voice booming in the small space. He leaned on the counter, all expensive suit and implied menace. "I'm here for the weekly contribution. Which, I understand from my associates, is a little overdue." He let the word hang in the air. Nguyen's eyes darted nervously towards the cash register. "Ah, yes. Business slow this week, Mr. Nate. Very slow. Tourists, they no come like before." He wrung his hands. Maybe next week I catch up." Nate chuckled, a low, unpleasant sound. "Next week? Nguyen, you think this is a goddamn layaway plan? You think Joe Fontaine built this empire by letting every two-bit grocer decide when he feels like paying his dues?" He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a growl. "My father is indisposed. Which means I'm handling things now. And I got a different way of doing business." He reached out, casually swept a display of cheap plastic lighters off the counter. They scattered across the floor. "Oops," Nate said, not sounding oops at all. Nguyen flinched. "Mr. Nate, please." "Please what, Nguyen?" Nate straightened up, looked around the cluttered little store. His eyes landed on a shelf filled with cheap porcelain figurines, smiling Buddhas, lucky cats, dragons. "You know, Nguyen, this stuff is crap. Pure crap. He picked up a grinning Buddha, examined it. No offense. But it's what people expect, right? Little slice of the Orient, right here in New Orleans. He tossed the Buddha in the air, caught it. Thing is, crap breaks easy. He let the Buddha drop. It shattered on the linoleum floor. Nguyen gasped, his face paling. No, Mr. Nate. That my wife's favorite. Was her favorite, Nate corrected him. He kicked a shard of porcelain across the floor. Now, about that 200. Plus, let's say another 100 for my trouble. And for the redecorating. He smiled, a shark smile. All teeth, no warmth. Nguyen was trembling now. I don't have, Mr. Nate. Not 300. Maybe 150. He fumbled with the cash register, his hands shaking so badly he could barely work the keys. Nate sighed, a theatrical sound of disappointment. Nguyen. You're not getting it, are you? He walked behind the counter, towering over the smaller man. Nguyen shrank back, his eyes wide with terror. Nate opened the cooler where the milk and sodas were kept. He took out a carton of milk, unscrewed the cap. You see, it's not just about the money, Nguyen. It's about respect. It's about sending a message. He upended the carton of milk, pouring it slowly over a display of neatly stacked candy bars. The milk ran down, pooling on the floor, soaking into the cardboard. My inventory. Nguyen wailed, his voice cracking. Your inventory is now my goddamn visual aid, Nguyen, Nate said. He tossed the empty milk carton aside. Now, are we going to find that 300? Or do I have to start on the cigarettes? Those things go up like a damn torch, you know. He pulled out a gold-plated Zippo, flicked it open. The flame leapt up, bright and hungry. Nguyen stared at the flame, then at Nate's cold, implacable face. He broke. Okay. I find. He scrambled towards a back room, babbling in Vietnamese. He returned a moment later, his hands full of crumpled bills. He counted them out onto the counter, his movements jerky. $287. Nate looked at the money, then at Nguyen. Close, he said. But not quite there, are we, Nguyen? He scooped up the money, stuffed it into his pocket. We'll call it a down payment. I'll be back next week. For the rest. Plus interest. And Nguyen. He leaned in close, his voice a venomous whisper. If you're short again, I won't be breaking your crappy statues. I'll be breaking your son's legs. The one who goes to Tulane. Nice boy. Shame if he couldn't walk to his classes. He saw the terror in Nguyen's eyes, the utter soul-crushing defeat. Good. Message sent. Message received. Nate strode out of the store, feeling the adrenaline hum, the satisfying thrum of power. This was how you did business. No finesse, no fancy talk. Just pure, unadulterated fear. That's what people understood. That's what got results. His next stop was a bar down by the docks. A dive called the Rusty Pelican, run by a fat slob named Sal who was perpetually behind on his payments and always full of excuses. Nate decided Sal needed a more visceral reminder of his obligations. He didn't even bother going inside. He had Mickey Two Thumbs and Frankie the Face, who'd been following him in a separate car, renegotiate Sal's payment schedule in the alley behind the bar. The sounds of muffled grunts and breaking glass were a satisfying soundtrack to Nate's drive to his next appointment. Word spread quickly. By lunchtime, every small-time hustler, every bar owner, every bookie on the Fontaine payroll, and even some who weren't, had heard about Nate Fontaine's new collection policy. About Old Man Nguyen's trashed store. About Sal, from the Rusty Pelican, currently sporting 2 black eyes and a broken nose. The message was clear, the velvet glove was off. This wasn't Joe Fontaine's tired, almost avuncular style of extortion anymore. This was Nate Fontaine's reign of terror. And it had an unintended consequence. In a dimly lit back booth at a po' boy shop in the Irish Channel, 3 nervous-looking businessmen, a laundromat owner, a bail bondsman, and a guy who ran a string of seedy hourly-rate motels, were having a hushed conversation. "He's crazy," the laundromat owner, a man named Artie, whispered, picking at his shrimp po' boy. "Nate Fontaine. He's gonna drive us all out of business. Or into the goddamn hospital." Joe was tough, but he was fair, the bail bondsman Vinny agreed. "You paid your dues, he left you alone. This Nate, he's enjoying it. The fear. The pain. So, what do we do?" The motel guy, a shifty character named Lou, asked, his eyes darting around the room. "We can't just roll over. He'll bleed us dry." There was a long silence. Then Artie leaned in, his voice barely audible. I heard there are other people. People who might be interested in offering protection. For a price, of course." "Other people?" Vinny raised an eyebrow. "You talking about Suarez? The Mexicans? Or those crazy Bosnians from New Orleans?" Artie shrugged nervously. "I don't know. I just heard whispers that Ferraday might be open for new management." Lou licked his lips. "That's dangerous talk, Artie. Real dangerous. If Nate Fontaine hears about this." "If Nate Fontaine keeps this up," Artie shot back, "we'll all be out of business anyway. Or worse." He looked at the other two. "Look, I'm just saying, maybe it's time to explore our options. Before we don't have any options left." The thought hung in the air, heavy and unspoken. Reaching out to rival organizations. It was unthinkable, a betrayal of everything Joe Fontaine had built. But Nate Fontaine, in his arrogance and brutality, was making the unthinkable seem like the only viable alternative. The protector had become the predator, and the prey were starting to look for a new hunter. One who might, just might, be less ravenous. Or at least, offer a quicker death. Chapter 13. While Nate was busy playing gangster dress-up and alienating half of Ferraday Parish, Jewel Fontaine was orchestrating a different kind of power play. Her arena wasn't a dingy back alley or a smoke-filled strip club. It was the gleaming, artfully lit expanse of the Southern Light Gallery on Main Street. Tonight was the opening of a new exhibition, Delta Dreams, a collection of moody landscapes by a critically acclaimed, if commercially underappreciated, Mississippi artist named Alistair Finch. More importantly, tonight was Jewel's first major public appearance since her father's realignment of family responsibilities. She moved through the crowded gallery with the effortless grace of a born hostess, a flute of champagne, real champagne, not the cheap Prosecco Nate served at the Honey Trap, in her hand. She wore a simple but exquisitely cut black dress that probably cost more than Nate's loudest suit. Her only jewelry, a pair of vintage diamond earrings that caught the light just so. She was the picture of Southern elegance and refined taste. No one looking at her would suspect that less than an hour ago, in the gallery's discreet back office, she'd overseen the final count of a cash shipment that had arrived in the false bottom of a crated sculpture, a sum that would make most of the legitimate businessmen in this room faint dead away. The gallery was buzzing. The air smelled of expensive perfume, canapes, and ambition. Jewel had curated the guest list as carefully as she'd curated the art on the walls. There were the local elites, of course, bank presidents, society matrons, the mayor, who owed his last election to a timely and generous campaign contribution from a Fontaine-controlled PAC. But there were also out-of-town investors, art collectors from New Orleans and Atlanta, even a few quiet, well-dressed men who looked like they might be more comfortable in a boardroom discussing leveraged buyouts than in an art gallery discussing brushstrokes. These were the people Jewel was cultivating. The future. "Jewel, my dear, another triumph," boomed a portly man with a florid face and a voice accustomed to addressing juries. This was Judge Alvin Al Beauregard, a man whose rulings had on more than one occasion inexplicably favored Fontaine interests. Alistair Finch. Inspired choice. His use of chiaroscuro is simply divine. He probably thought chiaroscuro was an Italian dessert, but Jules smiled warmly. "Alvin, so glad you could make it." She touched his arm lightly. "Alistair is thrilled you appreciate his work. He's just over by the window, if you'd care for an introduction." She smoothly steered the judge towards the artist, a gaunt, sherry-sipping man who looked perpetually surprised by his own talent. Her real target for the evening, however, was State Senator Robert Landry. Landry was young, charismatic, a rising star in Louisiana politics, chairman of the powerful Senate Finance Committee. He was also, Jules knew, a man with expensive tastes, a pretty young wife with a penchant for designer handbags, and a mortgage on a house in Baton Rouge's exclusive garden district that was considerably more than his official salary could comfortably support. In short, he was a man with potential. She spotted him near a particularly striking Finch canvas, a brooding depiction of a cypress swamp at twilight. He was talking to Carlton Mercer, her gallery's impeccably discreet 60-something appraiser and art handler, the man who knew which paintings were legitimate, which were enhanced, and which had taken a very interesting detour on their way to the gallery wall. "Senator Landry," Jules said, approaching them, her smile perfectly calibrated, warm, intelligent, a hint of intrigue. "I'm so pleased you could find time in your busy schedule to join us." Landry turned, and his politician's smile, usually reserved for campaign rallies and baby kissing, softened into something more genuine when he saw Jules. "Miss Fontaine, the pleasure is all mine. This is quite an event. And this artist, Finch, he's remarkable." He gestured towards the painting. "There's a raw power to his work, almost primal. Alistair has a unique ability to capture the soul of the Delta, don't you think?" Jules said. "Carlton was just explaining the provenance of this piece, I believe." She gave Carlton a subtle look. Carlton, who had personally overseen the acquisition of several Finch pieces from an indebted collector in Biloxi using methods that were more persuasive than pecuniary, merely smiled. "Indeed," Carlton said smoothly. "This particular canvas has a fascinating history, Senator. Part of a private collection unseen by the public for decades." He didn't mention that the private collection had been in a U-store at Locker until last Tuesday. Jules expertly guided the conversation away from art and towards topics more mutually beneficial. The proposed riverfront development project in Ferraday, for instance. A project that required certain state-level permits and tax incentives, things that fell squarely within Senator Landry's purview. "The economic impact on the parish would be substantial, Senator," Jules said, her voice low and persuasive. "Jobs. Increased tax revenue. Not to mention the aesthetic improvement to a currently underutilized area." She didn't mention the Fontaine family's significant, if currently anonymous, investment in the land earmarked for development. Landry nodded thoughtfully. "I've seen the preliminary proposals, Miss Fontaine. It's an ambitious project. And an expensive one." He looked at her, a shrewd glint in his eye. "Requires a certain vision. And significant capital." "Vision we have in abundance, Senator," Jules said. "And as for capital, well, let's just say we have a knack for attracting investors who appreciate a promising opportunity." She smiled. "Perhaps we could discuss it further. Over dinner, maybe. I know a charming little place in New Orleans that's very discreet." The invitation hung in the air. Landry's smile widened. "I think I'd like that very much, Miss Fontaine." The rest of the evening was a carefully orchestrated ballet of networking and subtle influence. Jules introduced a potential investor from Houston to the president of Ferraday First National Bank, a bank that was very understanding about large, irregular cash deposits. She had a quiet word with the wife of a parish councilman, admiring her new emerald necklace and subtly suggesting that a certain zoning variance for a Fontaine-owned property would be beneficial for all concerned. She sold 3 major Finch paintings, 2 to legitimate collectors who paid with certified checks, 1 to a Mr. Smith from Miami, who paid with a briefcase full of neatly bundled $100 bills, which Tara, her unflappable assistant, whisked away to the back office with a discreet nod. Business as usual, but with higher stakes now. As the crowd began to thin, Alistair Finch, flushed with sherry and unaccustomed adulation, cornered Jewel by the champagne fountain. "Miss Fontaine," he slurred happily. You've given me back my muse. My mojo. My thingamajig." Jewel smiled graciously. "Your talent speaks for itself, Alistair. We're just privileged to provide the frame." She gently disengaged herself and signaled to Tara. "Time to wrap things up." Later, after the last guest had departed, after the caterers had cleared away the debris of success, after Tara had confirmed that Mr. Smith's briefcase contained precisely the agreed-upon sum, and that it was now safely on its way to becoming part of a syndicated art acquisition fund, Jewel sat alone in her office. The black dress felt constricting now. The adrenaline was fading, leaving behind a familiar weariness. She looked at the ledger on her desk, the one where she kept track of the real numbers, the ones that didn't appear on any official tax return. Tonight had been a success on multiple fronts. She'd laundered nearly $250,000, schmoozed a state senator, and solidified her image as Faraday's chic, cultured power broker. Her father's test. She was passing it. With honors. But it wasn't enough. Nate was out there, a blunt instrument making noise, creating enemies. Samuel was a walking time bomb, capable of anything. Her father was dying. And the empire, for all its carefully constructed facades, was built on sand. One determined prosecutor, one federal task force, and it could all come crashing down. She picked up her phone, dialed a familiar number. Her father's private line at the big house. Camo answered on the second ring. "It's Jewel," she said. "Is he up?" A pause. "He's awake," Camo's voice, flat, noncommittal. "I'm coming over." She drove through the dark Louisiana night, the silver Lexus a silent ghost on the empty roads. The big plantation house was mostly dark, only a few lights burning downstairs. Camo met her at the door, led her to the study. Joe Fontaine was in his big leather chair, a glass of bourbon in his hand, looking smaller, more fragile than Jewel had ever seen him. The map he'd been working on, the one carving up his kingdom, was still on the desk, unsealed. "Evening, Jewel," he said, his voice raspy. "Heard your little art party was a hit." "It was successful, Father," Jewel said, standing before his desk. She didn't sit. "We sold several key pieces. And I had a productive conversation with Senator Landry about the riverfront project." Joe nodded slowly. "Landry. Ambitious boy. Greedy too." He took a sip of bourbon. "You think you can handle him?" "I believe I can cultivate a mutually beneficial relationship, yes," Jewel said. She paused. "Father Nate's methods, they're creating problems. He's antagonizing people. Driving business away. Or worse, driving them into the arms of our competitors." Joe's eyes narrowed. "Camo tells me things." "Then you know I'm right," Jewel pressed. "This family needs a different kind of leadership. One that looks to the future, not the past. One that understands the value of subtlety, of building alliances, not just breaking kneecaps." She gestured towards the unsealed envelope on his desk. "You want a successor who can secure your legacy, Father. Not one who will run it into the ground or get us all sent to prison." She didn't raise her voice. She didn't plead. She stated her case calmly, rationally. Like a CEO presenting a strategic plan. Joe looked at her, his expression unreadable. He knew she was smart. He knew she was ambitious. He also knew she had a core of steel that was every bit as hard as his own. Maybe harder. But could she lead this family? Could she command the respect and the fear that was necessary to hold it all together? Or would her desire for legitimacy blind her to the ugly realities of their world? "You make a good case, Jewel," he finally said, his voice tired. "A real good case." He picked up the envelope, tapped it against his palm. "But the game ain't over yet. Not by a long shot." He looked up at her, a flicker of the old fire in his eyes. "Go home, daughter. Get some rest. You're gonna need it." Jewel held his gaze for a moment longer, then nodded. "Good night, father." She walked out of the study, leaving him alone with his bourbon, his map, and his impossible decision. The audition was far from over, and Jewel Fontaine knew she still had a long way to go to convince the dying king that she, and she alone, was worthy of the crown. But she was patient, and she was very, very determined. Chapter 14. Nobody expected much from Samuel Fontaine when Joe handed him the keys to the family's drug operations. Not his siblings, who figured he'd either overdose on his own supply or get himself killed in a turf war within a week. Not Joe's old guard lieutenants, who'd been quietly running things for years and viewed Samuel as little more than a psychotic mascot. And certainly not Joe himself, who'd given Samuel the assignment more as a desperate Hail Mary, or perhaps a way to ensure his youngest, most volatile son self-destructed in a contained and hopefully distant explosion. They were all wrong. Or at least, not entirely right. For the first 2 weeks, Samuel was a ghost. He didn't show up at the usual drop points. He didn't answer calls from the mid-level dealers. The flow of product, cocaine from Suarez's Mexican connections, pills diverted from legitimate pharmacies, high-grade marijuana from clandestine Louisiana grow-ops, slowed to a trickle. Panic started to set in. Nate, hearing the whispers, was gleeful, already seeing himself stepping in to fix the mess and prove his indispensability. Jewel, though outwardly focused on her own legitimate fronts, made a few discreet inquiries, concerned that a collapse in this sector could have unforeseen and unpleasant financial repercussions across the board. Then, things started happening. Strange things. First, the network of street-level dealers, a motley collection of twitchy addicts, small-time hoods, and desperate opportunists, began to change. Some of the old faces disappeared. Quietly. No fuss, no bodies turning up in ditches, not yet anyway. They were just gone. Replaced by a new breed. Younger, hungrier, and most unnervingly utterly devoted to Samuel. He'd found them in the darkest corners of Ferraday and the surrounding parishes, kids from broken homes, disenfranchised, invisible. He didn't offer them money, not at first. He offered them something else, a purpose, a tribe, a leader who looked them in the eye and saw not dregs but potential. Twisted potential, maybe, but potential nonetheless. Next, the distribution system, which had for years relied on a predictable, if inefficient, series of handoffs and dead drops, was completely overhauled. Samuel, it turned out, had a mind that saw patterns everyone else missed. He spent days, or so Camo Jenkins later pieced together from informants, holed up in his chaotic apartment above the pawn shop, not snorting coke or torturing small animals as everyone assumed, but mapping out logistics. He devised a new system using burner phones, encrypted messaging apps, and a constantly shifting series of delivery routes that were as unpredictable as his own moods. He cut out 3 layers of middlemen, reducing risk and, not incidentally, increasing the profit margin significantly. Product moved faster, cleaner, with less exposure. Camo, reporting back to Joe, sounded almost impressed. "Kid's got a knack for this, Joe. Unexpected. He's like a damn spider, spinning a new web. And the flies are lining up to get caught." Joe just grunted, the news doing little to ease the gnawing in his gut. Effective was one thing. But this was Samuel. And with Samuel, there was always another shoe waiting to drop. Usually a very heavy, steel-toed boot. The boot dropped in the 3rd week. One of the new dealers, a skinny, ferret-faced kid named Skeeter, who Samuel had personally recruited from a halfway house, got greedy. Or stupid. Or both. Skeeter handled a particularly lucrative route servicing the truck stops along I-10, a steady flow of amphetamines for the long-haul crowd, and a discreet supply of high-grade cocaine for certain, discerning travelers. He started skimming. Not much at first, just a few grams here, a couple of $100 there. But Samuel, for all his apparent detachment, noticed everything. He had an almost supernatural ability to sense when things were out of balance, when the numbers didn't quite add up. He didn't confront Skeeter directly. He didn't send one of his new acolytes to deliver a beating. Samuel's response was more theatrical, more Samuel. Skeeter lived in a rundown clapboard house on the edge of the Atchafalaya Basin, a place so remote even the mosquitoes needed a map to find it. His one pride and joy, besides the 50-inch flat-screen TV he'd bought with his illicit earnings, was a lovingly restored 1970 Dodge Challenger, metallic purple, with a Hemi engine that could wake the dead. He polished it every day, kept it covered with a tarp at night, dreamed of racing it at the local drag strip. One moonless Louisiana night, Skeeter was awakened not by the roar of his Challenger's engine, but by an entirely different sound, the crackle of flames. He stumbled out of bed, pulled aside the grimy curtains, and saw his front yard lit up like a goddamn Christmas tree. His house was on fire. And parked neatly in the middle of what used to be his patchy lawn, also engulfed in a roaring inferno, was his beloved Challenger. Skeeter didn't even try to save it. He just stood there, silhouetted against the flames, his jaw slack, watching his dreams turn to ash. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, despite the heat woesing the flames, who was responsible. He hadn't seen anyone. There'd been no warning. Just this. The message was clear. Brutal. Unmistakable. Cross Samuel Fontaine, and you wouldn't just lose your job or your teeth. You'd lose everything you loved. Everything that made your miserable little life bearable. He wouldn't just take your money. He'd burn your world down around you and watch you sift through the ashes. Word of Skeeter's misfortune, and the very specific, very public nature of his punishment, spread through the Fontaine drug network like wildfire. Faster, even, than the flames that had consumed his house and his car. Suddenly, skimming didn't seem like such a good idea. Suddenly, loyalty to Samuel Fontaine seemed like the only sane option. Profits, already up due to Samuel's restructured distribution system, climbed even higher. Product shrinkage dropped to almost zero. Camo delivered the news to Joe Fontaine, his voice carefully neutral. Skeeter Benoit's place out by the swamp. Burned to the ground last night. Him and his muscle car. Skeeter's fine. Physically, anyway. Word on the street is, he was light on his count. Joe sat in his study, the ever-present glass of bourbon in his hand. He looked out the window at the manicured lawns of his estate, a place so far removed from the scorched earth of Skeeter Benoit's life that it might as well have been on another planet. He didn't say anything for a long time. Effective, he finally said, his voice a low rasp. Very, Camo agreed. The dealers are scared shitless. And motivated. Haven't seen a tighter ship in this end of the business, ever. Joe took a slow sip of his bourbon. This was what he'd wanted, wasn't it? Results. His children proving they could handle the pressure, make the tough calls, protect the family's interests. Nate was a thug, blundering his way through, making more enemies than profits. Jewel was smart, too smart maybe, her eyes fixed on a legitimate horizon that seemed impossibly distant. And Samuel. Samuel was a goddamn artist of fear. He had an intuitive understanding of the dark corners of human nature, of what truly motivated people at their most base level. He wasn't just managing the drug trade. He was reshaping it in his own twisted image, building a cult of personality around himself, inspiring a terrifying kind of devotion. It was a level of ruthless efficiency that even Joe in his prime might have envied. And it troubled him. Deeply. He'd always known Samuel was different, damaged, But he'd thought it was a flaw, a weakness. He'd never considered that it might be a strength. A weapon. A tool, perfectly suited for the savage world they inhabited. The effectiveness of Samuel's approach was undeniable. But the implications, they were chilling. What kind of leader would Samuel be? What kind of king? One who ruled not through respect, or even grudging loyalty, but through sheer unadulterated terror. A king who would burn down the kingdom, just to watch the pretty flames. Joe looked at the unsealed envelope on his desk, the one containing the map of his divided empire. He'd wanted a clear successor. He'd wanted to see which of his children had the steel, the vision, the ruthlessness to take the reins. He was starting to get his answer. And he wasn't sure he liked it. Not one goddamn bit. The audition was proving to be more revelatory and more terrifying than he could have ever imagined. Chapter 15. The news of Joe Fontaine's failing health and the subsequent audition he'd forced upon his squabbling heirs didn't stay within the parish lines of Ferraday for long. Bad news, like good whiskey, travels fast in certain circles. And in the interconnected underworld of the Gulf Coast, where whispers in a Laredo dive bar could become strategy sessions in a Sierra Madre hacienda, the Fontaine family's internal drama was ringing like a dinner bell for every predator with an appetite for expansion. Miguel Suarez, who had already been pricking at the borders of Fontaine territory, didn't waste time. 2 days after Earl the trucker's informative phone call, a pair of Suarez's men arrived in Ferraday. They didn't roll in like a conquering army. Suarez's style was more insidious, like a termite infestation. You didn't know you had a problem until your house started to fall down around your ears. The point men were Javier Peña, and his younger, quieter cousin, Mateo. Javi was all slicked back hair, expensive but understated clothes, and a smile that could charm a snake oil salesman out of his last bottle. He looked like a mid-level music producer, or maybe a talent scout for a very specific kind of modeling agency. Mateo was the shadow, built like a brick shithouse with eyes that never seemed to blink, and a capacity for silence that made most people deeply uncomfortable. Their cover was scouting locations for a Latin-themed nightclub and restaurant franchise, looking to expand into new markets. It was thin, but plausible enough for a town like Ferraday, which was always hungry for outside investment, even if it came with a faint whiff of brimstone. They checked into the Roadside Inn Motel, a Fontaine-owned establishment naturally, and spent their days driving around Ferraday and the surrounding parishes in a rented Lincoln Navigator with tinted windows. They didn't ask too many obvious questions. They just watched. Javi would sit in the corner of a diner near the courthouse, nursing a coffee for 2 hours, observing the comings and goings of local officials, noting who lunched with whom. Mateo would park across the street from the Honey Trap, Nate Fontaine's gaudy flagship strip club, seemingly engrossed in a dog-eared paperback, but actually cataloging the license plates of the high rollers, the delivery schedules, the shift changes of the bouncers. They noted the surprisingly efficient flow of Samuel Fontaine's newly organized drug runners, their movements less predictable, more discreet than the old guard. They even paid a visit to Jules Fontaine's Southern Light Gallery, Javi feigning an interest in a piece of abstract sculpture while his eyes took in the security systems, the clientele, the subtle air of money being moved in ways that had nothing to do with art. The old man, Fontaine, he built a tight ship, Javi reported to Suarez via encrypted satellite phone one night, from the relative privacy of their motel room, the hum of the ice machine outside a counterpoint to his low voice. Loyalty runs deep in the older generation. The cops, the local politicians, they're all in his pocket. But the kids? He chuckled. The oldest son, Nate, he's a clown. All muscle, no brains. Squeezing too hard. People are unhappy. And the psycho, Samuel? Suarez's voice, cool and distant. Ah, Samuel. He is interessant. Javi chose the word carefully. He has a talent for chaos. and for inspiring a certain, fervent devotion in the bottom feeders. He's rebuilding the drug trade with surprising speed, and a brutality that makes even Nate look like a choir boy. He didn't mention the burnt-out shell of Skeeter Benoit's house. Some things were best left unsaid until fully verified, but the whispers had reached him. The daughter, Jewel. Sharp. Very polished. She's trying to build something legitimate, or at least something that looks legitimate. She has connections, but she's swimming upstream against her brothers and her father's legacy. So, the kingdom is divided? Suarez asked. Not yet. But the cracks are showing. The old lion is dying, and the cubs are sharpening their claws on each other. When he's gone, there will be opportunities. Good, Suarez said. Continue your observations. Identify the pressure points, the weaknesses. We will be ready when the time is right. Javi and Mateo weren't the only new faces in Ferraday with an interest in the Fontaine family's future. A few days after their arrival, a different kind of crew rolled into town. These weren't slick Latin businessmen. These were Eastern Europeans, Bosnians from New Orleans, men with hard faces, cheap suits, and eyes that had witnessed atrocities Javi and Mateo could only imagine. Their leader was a man named Alexander Novak, a name that was starting to carry weight in the New Orleans underworld. Novak had carved out a niche for himself in extortion, human trafficking, and the kind of violent enforcement work that even the established mafia families sometimes outsourced when they wanted a particularly messy job done with no blowback. Novak didn't bother with a cover story. His men, 3 carloads of them, fanned out through Ferraday like a wolf pack scenting a wounded deer. They didn't try to blend in. They frequented the roughest bars, flashed wads of cash, asked blunt questions about who ran what, who paid tribute to whom. Their approach was less termite, more battering ram. They wanted the Fontaines to know they were there. They wanted everyone to know. One of Novak's lieutenants, a hulking brute named Drago with a shaved head and a network of prison tattoos crawling up his neck, paid a visit to Sal, the unfortunate owner of the Rusty Pelican, who was still nursing his broken nose from Nate Fontaine's collection efforts. Drago didn't ask for money. He bought Sal a drink, then another. Then he put a friendly, ham-sized arm around Sal's shoulders. This Nate Fontaine, Drago said, his English thick but understandable, his breath smelling of cheap vodka and stale cigarettes. He is, how you say, an asshole, yes? Sal, terrified, just nodded. My boss, Mr. Novak, Drago continued, squeezing Sal's shoulder a little too tightly. He believes in fair business practices. He believes a man should be able to run his establishment without being treated like dog shit. He smiled, a chillingly empty gesture. Maybe Mr. Novak can offer a better arrangement. Better protection. For a more reasonable fee, of course. The offer was clear. A declaration of intent. Novak was making a play, directly challenging Fontaine dominance on their home turf. It didn't take long for the 2 outside groups to become aware of each other. Javi, sipping his coffee at the diner, saw 2 of Novak's guerrillas try to intimidate the waitress, their boorish behavior a stark contrast to his own cultivated charm. Mateo, from his surveillance spot across from the honey trap, watched a carload of Bosnians cruise past, their faces hard, their eyes lingering on the club's entrance with predatory interest. The first almost polite contact happened at the truck stop. Javi and Mateo were having a late dinner, discussing their observations in low Spanish, when Drago and another of Novak's men swaggered in. Drago, spotting the 2 well-dressed Latinos, ambled over to their table. You are not from around here, my friends, Drago said, his voice a low rumble. He wasn't asking. Javi looked up, his charming smile firmly in place. Just visiting. Business. And you. Also business, Drago said, his eyes flicking from Javi to Mateo then back again. He recognized the look of professionals, not local yokels. This town, it is becoming very popular for business, it seems. Competition is good for everyone, no? Javi said smoothly. Keeps us all honest. Drago's lips curled into something that might have been a sneer. Honest? Yes. He stared at Javi for a long moment, then grunted. Enjoy your meal, my friends. He turned and walked away. The air in the truck stop diner suddenly felt a few degrees colder. The lines were being drawn. Ferraday wasn't big enough for 3 rival organizations. Especially when one of them, the home team, was already eating itself alive. Joe Fontaine, despite his failing health, was not oblivious to these new currents. His network of informants, built over decades of favors given and received, of secrets bought and sold, was still active. Camo Jenkins, his ever-present shadow, filtered the information, bringing him the salient details. Suarez has 2 men in town, boss, Camo reported, standing in the dim light of Joe's study. Quiet types. Professionals. Watching everything. Calling themselves property developers. Joe nodded, his eyes closed, listening. And the other ones? The loud ones? Bosnians. Novak's crew out of New Orleans. They're making noise. Trying to recruit some of the lower-level guys Nate's been squeezing too hard. Offering alternative protection. Joe opened his eyes. They were tired, filmed with pain, but there was still a flicker of the old cunning in them. So the vultures are circling, he said, his voice a dry whisper. They smell death. He looked at Camo. They think we're weak. Divided. They might not be wrong, Joe, Camo said, his voice devoid of judgment. Joe was silent for a moment. Then a ghost of a smile touched his lips. Maybe, he said. But a wounded lion is still a goddamn lion. He took a slow, deliberate breath. Get me the files, Camo. Everything we have on Suarez. Everything on Novak. Their operations. Their weaknesses. Their enemies. He paused. And reach out to a few old friends. People who owe me. People who understand the value of stability. Even now, even with death knocking at his door, Joe Fontaine was not going to let his empire be carved up by out-of-town hyenas without a fight. His children might be at each other's throats, but they were his children. His empire. And he'd be damned if he'd let anyone else destroy it, before he had a chance to see which of his own blood was capable of either saving it or burning it to the ground themselves. The outsiders had just made the game a whole lot more interesting. And a whole lot more dangerous. Chapter 16. Just when Joe Fontaine figured the circus couldn't possibly accommodate another clown, his long-lost brother, Raymond, decided to make a dramatic entrance, stage left. Raymond Fontaine. The name itself was a half-forgotten ghost story in Ferraday, a whisper from a past Joe had done his damnedest to bury deeper than a bootlegger's still. 40 years. 40 years since Raymond had vanished from Louisiana, one step ahead of a pissed-off husband, a lynch mob, or, depending on which version of the legend you believed, Joe himself. He didn't announce his return with trumpets or a parade. Raymond's style was always more insidious, like a slow-acting poison. He simply appeared one sweltering afternoon on the veranda of Joe's plantation house, looking like a slightly more dapper, considerably more dissipated version of Joe himself. He was thinner, his face a roadmap of hard living and bad decisions, but he still had the Fontaine eyes, sharp, calculating, and currently alight with a predatory sort of amusement. He was leaning on an expensive-looking cane, though he didn't seem to need it, and wearing a linen suit that had probably cost a fortune but looked like he'd slept in it. Camo Jenkins found him there, rocking gently in one of Joe's wicker chairs like he owned the place, a half-empty bottle of Joe's best bourbon resting on the table beside him. Camo, who rarely showed surprise, actually paused for a beat, his mind flipping through the mental files, trying to place the familiar yet unsettlingly altered face. Well now, the man said, his voice a gravelly echo of Joe's but with a smoother, more practiced charm. If it isn't Camo Jenkins. Still playing watchdog for my dear brother, I see. You haven't aged a day. Must be all that clean living. He smirked. Raymond. Camo finally said, the name tasting like rust in his mouth. He hadn't seen Raymond Fontaine since he was a young buck, just starting out with Joe. Raymond had been the golden boy then, the heir apparent to Augustin Fontaine's burgeoning empire. Before things went sideways. In the flesh, Raymond said, gesturing vaguely with the hand not holding the bourbon bottle. Or what's left of it. He coughed then, a dry hacking sound that seemed to rack his thin frame. It sounded suspiciously like Joe's own recent affliction. Don't worry, Camo. I'm not here to cause trouble. Not much, anyway. Just came home to die, same as my big brother. Camo's eyes narrowed. How'd you know about Joe? Raymond smiled, a wolfish knowing grin. Oh, you know. Word gets around. Bad news travels fast, especially when it involves the king of Ferraday. And I still have a few friends in low places. He took a long pull from the bourbon bottle. So, you gonna let an old dying man see his beloved sibling? Or do I have to storm the battlements? Joe Fontaine was in his study, trying to make sense of the reports Camo had been feeding him. Suarez's scouts getting bolder, Novak's thugs trying to muscle in on local businesses, Nate acting like Al Capone with a lobotomy, Jewel making power plays with state senators, and Samuel was being Samuel, which was a category of trouble all its own. When Camo announced Raymond's arrival, Joe's first reaction was a string of curses that would have made a hardened stevedore blush. His second was a cold, sinking feeling in his gut that had nothing to do with the cancer. Raymond. Joe rasped, his face paling. Here. After all these years. He looked at Camo, a flicker of something akin to fear in his tired eyes. What in the goddamn hell does he want? Says he's dying, Joe, Camo said, his expression unreadable. Says he wants to make peace. Joe snorted, a harsh derisive sound. Raymond Fontaine ain't made peace with anyone in his life, lest there was something in it for him. He's a snake, Camo. Always has been. He smells weakness. He smells opportunity. He slammed his fist on the desk. Get him in here. And Camo? Stay close. Real close. The reunion, when it happened, was less prodigal son, more Clash of the Titans, albeit two aging, battered titans well past their prime. Raymond sauntered into the study, leaning on his cane, that smirk still playing on his lips. Joe pushed himself up from his chair, his face a mask of grim suspicion. For a long moment, they just stared at each other, the weight of 40 years of bad blood, betrayal, and unspoken resentments hanging heavy in the air. Brother Joseph, Raymond said, his voice dripping with mock affection. You look like warmed over death. It's good to see you, too. Cut the crap, Raymond, Joe growled. What do you want? And make it quick. I ain't got the time or the patience for your games. Games? Raymond feigned surprise. Joseph, you wound me. I'm a dying man. Just like you, or so I hear. Came all the way back to Ferraday, to breathe my last in the bosom of my loving family. He coughed again, more theatrically this time. Wanted to see my nieces and nephews. Heard young Nathaniel is quite the chip off the old block. And Jewel, a regular businesswoman, they say. And Samuel, well, Samuel sounds like he takes after my side of the family. He winked. Joe wasn't buying it. Not for a second. He remembered Raymond all too well. Augustin Fontaine's favorite son. Charming, ruthless, smarter than Joe by half and twice as crooked. Everyone had assumed Raymond would inherit the empire. Until the incident. The details were murky now, lost in the fog of time and deliberately obscured by Joe. A rival's wife. A gambling debt that went sour. Accusations of skimming from Augustine's own coffers. Whatever the truth, it had ended with Raymond fleeing Ferraday with a price on his head, and Joe, the overlooked, underestimated younger brother, stepping into the vacuum. Stepping up. Taking what he believed should have been his all along. You always did have a flair for the dramatic, Raymond, Joe said, his voice cold. "But you ain't fooling me. You heard I was on my way out, and you came sniffing around like a damn buzzard looking for scraps." Raymond's smirk didn't falter, but his eyes hardened. "Scraps, Joseph? I seem to recall this entire enterprise was supposed to be mine, before certain misunderstandings forced me to take an extended vacation." He waved a hand around the opulent study. "You've done well for yourself, brother. Built quite the little kingdom on the foundations I helped lay." "Foundations you tried to burn down, you mean?" Joe shot back. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife. Camo stood by the door, silent, watchful, his hand never far from the butt of the pistol holstered beneath his jacket. "Water under the bridge, Joseph," Raymond said, his tone suddenly conciliatory. "We're old men now. Dying men. What's the point in dredging up the past?" He leaned on his cane. "All I want is a chance to make amends. To see the family. To spend my last few months in the town where I was born." He looked at Joe, a flicker of something almost genuine in his eyes. "Is that too much to ask?" Joe didn't trust him. Not an inch. But Raymond was still a Fontaine. And there was a certain symmetry to it. Both brothers facing death, back in the same town where it all began. He also knew that turning Raymond away could be more dangerous than letting him stay. A cornered snake was a dangerous snake. "All right, Raymond," Joe said slowly. "You can stay. For now. But you step 1 foot out of line. You try any of your old tricks, and I'll have Camo here drag you to the parish line and dump you in the swamp. Dying or not. We clear?" Raymond's smile returned, wider this time. "Crystal, brother. Crystal." Raymond Fontaine didn't waste any time making his presence felt in Ferraday. He didn't hole up in a sickbed, waiting for the end. Instead, he took a suite at the roadside inn motel, much to the consternation of Javi and Mateo, Suarez's scouts, who suddenly found their quiet surveillance operation complicated by the arrival of another, more flamboyant predator. Raymond started holding court in the motel's coffee shop, buying drinks for old acquaintances, charming the waitresses, listening more than he talked. And people started talking to him. Especially the local business owners, the ones who were feeling the heat from Nate's aggressive collection tactics, the ones who were starting to whisper about looking for alternatives. Raymond, with his smooth talk, his air of worldly experience, and his own Fontaine blood, suddenly seemed like a very interesting alternative indeed. He didn't make promises. He didn't threaten. He just listened, sympathized, bought another round of coffee, and hinted that perhaps there were better ways of doing business. Ways that didn't involve broken kneecaps or trashed stores. He met with Artie, the laundromat owner, who'd been so spooked by Nate. He had a quiet lunch with Vinny, the bail bondsman. He even managed to charm Lou, the shifty motel operator, into a game of poker where Lou, surprisingly, won a few hands. Raymond was building bridges, making connections, positioning himself not as a rival to Joe, but as a statesman. An elder. Someone who understood the concerns of the common man. Joe heard about it, of course. Camo kept him informed. Raymond's holding court at the roadside Joe. The local merchants, the ones Nate's been roughing up, they're flocking to him like he's the damn second coming. Joe just grunted. Let him play his games. Let him think he's fooling someone. But a new worry started to gnaw at him. Raymond wasn't just a ghost from the past anymore. He was a present danger. A fourth player in an already overcrowded game of succession. And unlike Nate, Jewel, or Samuel, Raymond knew the old rules. He'd played the game with their father, Augustine. And he'd almost won. The prodigal had returned. And Ferraday, already teetering on the brink of chaos, suddenly found itself with one more charismatic, dangerous Fontaine to contend with. Joe's carefully constructed audition was rapidly spiraling out of his control. And the vultures weren't just circling anymore. They were starting to land. Chapter 17. Captain Marcus Reed, of the Louisiana State Police, was not a patient man, but he was a persistent one. He'd been chipping away at the edges of the Fontaine empire for years, a woodpecker against a petrified oak, making little headway against the deeply entrenched network of corruption and fear Joe Fontaine had cultivated. But now, with Joe reportedly dying and his lunatic children engaged in a public power struggle, Reed sensed an opportunity. The oak was rotten at the core, and maybe, just maybe, if he found the right spot to peck, the whole damn thing would come crashing down. His new task force, focused specifically on organized crime in Ferraday Parish, had been working overtime, shaking trees, rattling cages. They'd been leaning hard on low-level players, offering deals, threatening long prison sentences. Most of them were too scared of the Fontaines to talk. Most, but not all. Petty Broussard was not what anyone would call a hardened criminal. He was a skinny, perpetually nervous kid from the wrong side of the tracks with a talent for two things: fixing outboard motors and getting into trouble. He'd started running small packages for Samuel Fontaine's newly reorganized drug network a few weeks back, mostly to support a burgeoning OxyContin habit and a girlfriend with expensive tastes in cheap jewelry. Petty wasn't built for the life. He sweated too much, talked too much, and jumped every time a car backfired. He was, in short, the perfect target for Captain Reed. They picked him up on a trumped-up parole violation, outstanding parking tickets of all things. Two of Reed's men, a couple of stone-faced detectives named Rourke and Thibodeau who looked like they ate nails for breakfast, sat him down in a windowless interrogation room at the state police barracks in Baton Rouge. No good cop, bad cop. Just two tired, cynical cops who'd seen 1,000 petty browsers come and go. "Look, Petty," Rourke said, his voice flat, sliding a series of glossy 8x10 photos across the table. They were surveillance shots. Petty, looking like a scared rabbit, handing a small package to a known associate of Samuel Fontaine in the parking lot of a bait shop. Petty, his face illuminated by the glow of a cell phone, presumably taking orders. "We know what you've been doing. We know who you've been doing it for." Petty started sweating, the cheap linoleum floor suddenly looking very interesting. I don't know what you're talking about. I was just borrowing some tools from a buddy." Thibodeau chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. "Tools? Is that what they're calling it these days, Petty? Look, son, we ain't interested in you. You're a guppy. A minnow. We're fishing for sharks. Specifically, a shark named Samuel Fontaine." "I don't know no Samuel Fontaine," Petty mumbled, but his voice lacked conviction. The walls of the little room seemed to be closing in. 10 years, Petty," Rourke said, leaning forward. "That's what you're looking at. Minimum. Trafficking narcotics within 1,000 feet of a school. Yeah, we know about that little playground near your drop point. Plus, parole violation. You'll be an old man before you see daylight again." He paused. Unless you decide to help yourself. Help us." Petty looked up, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and a dawning, desperate hope. "Help you how?" "Tell us about Samuel," Thibodeau said. "His operation. Who his suppliers are. Where he keeps his stash. How he moves his product. Names. Dates. Places. Everything you know." He slid another piece of paper across the table. "A proffer agreement. You cooperate fully and truthfully, maybe we can talk to the DA. Maybe those 10 years become significantly less. Maybe even no years at all. A fresh start. Relocation, even. New name. New life. Away from Ferraday. Away from the Fontaines. A new life. Away from the constant fear, the looking over his shoulder. Away from Samuel Fontaine's dead, empty eyes. It sounded like a dream. But he knew Samuel. He'd seen what happened to Skeeter Benoit. The thought of betraying Samuel, it was almost as terrifying as the thought of 10 years in Angola State Penitentiary. Almost. He wrestled with it for an hour, while Rourke and Thibodeau patiently drank lukewarm coffee and stared at him. Finally, broken and seeing no other way out, Petit Broussard picked up the pen and signed his name. He started talking. And he didn't stop for 3 hours. Samuel Fontaine found out about Petey's defection less than 24 hours later. He had his own informants, naturally. Not cops on the payroll like his father. Samuel's network was different. The whispers of the street. The desperate, drug-addled chatter of the parish's underbelly. The kind of information that official channels never picked up. Someone had seen Petty being taken into the state police barracks. Someone else had seen him leaving, looking like a man who'd just sold his soul and gotten a bad price for it. Samuel didn't fly into a rage. He didn't smash things. He just got very, very quiet. His blue eyes, usually so alive with a manic, unpredictable energy, went flat and cold, like chips of ice. He went to his apartment above the pawn shop, the one with the disturbing artwork and the collection of meticulously preserved dead animals. He sat in the dim light, surrounded by his silent, glassy-eyed companions, and he thought. Petit Broussard had to be made an example of. Not just for his betrayal, but as a message to Captain Marcus Reed. A message that the Fontaines, even under new and unconventional management, did not tolerate rats. And that some lines, once crossed, could never be uncrossed. The method of Petey's demise was swift, brutal, and chillingly personal. Samuel didn't outsource it. He handled it himself. He found Petty cowering in the cheap motel room where the state police had stashed him, waiting for relocation. There were no screams, no struggle, just a single, silenced gunshot. Later, when the cleaning crew found him, they also found Petey's prized possession, a small, intricately carved wooden bird his grandfather had given him, crushed to splinters on the floor beside his lifeless hand. A typical Samuel Fontaine touch. Leave no doubt who was responsible. Destroy what they love, then destroy them. The damage, however, was already done. Petit Broussard, before his untimely and not entirely unexpected end, had sung like a goddamn canary. Captain Reed now had actionable intelligence. Names. Locations. Times. Enough to start securing warrants. Enough to start squeezing harder on other more significant players in the Fontaine organization. The state police had evidence. Hard evidence. And they were coming. Camo Jenkins laid it all out for Joe Fontaine in the dim study of the plantation house. The Petit Broussard situation. Samuel's response. And the very real, very immediate threat from Captain Reed's task force. Samuel plugged the leak, Joe, Camo said, his voice devoid of inflection. But not before the boat took on a hell of a lot of water. He paused. Reed's got enough to start making serious trouble. Raids. Arrests. Maybe even enough to go after the legitimate businesses, looking for conspiracy charges, money laundering. Joe listened, his face grim, the glass of bourbon trembling slightly in his hand. He looked old, tired, the weight of his empire, his family, his own mortality pressing down on him. So, what do you suggest, Camo? He finally asked, his voice barely a whisper. You need to pull Samuel back, Joe, Camo said, his voice firm, a tone he rarely used with his boss. His methods, they're effective in a scorched earth kind of way. But he's drawing too much heat. He's too visible, too reckless. This thing with Petit Broussard, it's a direct challenge to Reed. Reed won't back down from that. He can't. Camo leaned forward. Rein him in. Limit his authority. Let him handle the street-level distribution, maybe. But keep him away from the strategic decisions. Keep him away from anything that could bring the whole house down. Joe looked at Camo, his old friend, his most trusted confidant. For 30 years, Camo had been his right hand, his fixer, the one man who understood the ugly necessities of their world without flinching. But now, Joe saw something in Camo's eyes he hadn't seen before. Not disapproval, exactly. Camo was too professional for that. But a deep, weary concern. And maybe, just maybe, a hint of doubt. "He's my son, Camo," Joe said, his voice defensive. "He's proving himself. The drug trade, it's never been more profitable. More orderly. In its own way." Orderly. Camo's voice was still level, but there was an edge to it now. "Joe, he's ruling by terror. He's creating a cult around himself. These new kids he's recruited, they'd kill for him. Die for him. That ain't order, Joe. That's a goddamn powder keg with a short fuse. And Samuel's holding the match. He needs to be tested," Joe insisted, his voice rising. "All of them do. How else am I gonna know who's fit to lead? Who's got the guts, the brains, the steel to hold this family together? There might not be a family left to hold together if Samuel keeps this up," Camo said quietly. "Or if Reed gets lucky." He stood up. "You asked for my advice, Joe. I gave it. Pull Samuel back. Before it's too late." Joe stared at Camo, a muscle working in his jaw. This was more than just a disagreement about strategy. This was a crack in the foundation of their long-standing relationship. Camo was questioning his judgment, questioning his handling of his own son. For a moment, Joe felt a flash of anger, the old autocratic rage that had cowed so many men for so many years. But it faded quickly, replaced by a weary understanding. Camo was right. Or at least, he was right to be concerned. But Joe couldn't back down now. The audition was in play. He had to see it through. He had to know. Even if the knowing destroyed him. Or destroyed everything he'd built. "I'll take it under advisement, Camo," Joe said, his voice once again flat, dismissive. Camo just nodded, his face unreadable. He knew that look. Joe Fontaine had made up his mind. Or rather, his fear and his pride had made it up for him. Camo turned and walked out of the study, leaving Joe alone with his bourbon, his doubts, and the approaching storm. The tension between them, unspoken but palpable, lingered in the air like the smell of cordite. The cracks were showing, not just in the Fontaine empire, but in the loyalty that had bound its two most powerful men together for 3 decades. And Captain Marcus Reed, a man Joe Fontaine had dismissed as a Boy Scout, was sharpening his axe, ready to exploit every single one of them. Chapter 18. Jewel Fontaine liked numbers. She liked their precision, their honesty. Unlike people, numbers didn't lie, not if you knew how to read them. And Jewel knew how to read them. She'd been handling the Fontaine family's more creative accounting since she was old enough to understand what a shell corporation was. While Nate was busy learning how to break kneecaps, and Samuel was perfecting the art of being a public menace, Jewel was mastering the intricacies of offshore accounts, transfer pricing, and the delicate dance of making vast sums of illicit cash disappear into the legitimate economy like a magician's rabbit. Since her father had handed her the reins, or perhaps more accurately, the tangled venomous snakes, of the family's legitimate fronts and investments, which was Joe's euphemism for the complex machinery that washed their dirty money clean, Jewel had been doing a deep dive. Not just into the current cash flows, which were substantial, especially with Samuel's surprisingly efficient, if terrifying, reorganization of the drug trade, but into the historical records. Years of them. Ledgers, kept in her father's sprawling, disorganized office, some handwritten in faded ink, others in poorly formatted spreadsheets on ancient, dust-covered computers. It was a forensic accountant's nightmare. Or for Jewel, a fascinating if disturbing puzzle. She was in her own office at the Southern Light Gallery, late one night, long after the last pretentious art critic or money-laundering collector had departed. The gallery was silent, the expensive track lighting casting long shadows on the canvases that served as both art and financial instruments. On her antique mahogany desk, instead of art catalogs, were stacks of printouts, bank statements from Cayman Island accounts, invoices from dummy corporations, shipping manifests for agricultural equipment that had never seen a farm. and her own private ledger, the one bound in worn blue leather, where she translated the family's coded language of euphemism and obfuscation into cold, hard numbers. It was there, in the painstaking reconciliation of a dozen different revenue streams over a 5-year period, that she found it. The discrepancy. Not a huge amount, not at first. A few thousand here, 10,000 there. Little leaks. Annoying, like a dripping faucet, but not catastrophic. But as she dug deeper, cross-referencing dates, NPIs, and the coded entries that denoted payoffs to various officials or kickbacks from preferred vendors, a pattern began to emerge. A significant, systematic drain. Someone for years had been skimming. Not from the drug money. That was too volatile, too closely watched, first by Joe's enforcers and now by Samuel's terrifying new efficiency. Not from Jewel's own, carefully managed art gallery and real estate ventures. She ran too tight a ship for that. No, the skimming was coming from Nate's traditional turf. The protection rackets, the unreported cash from the strip clubs, the miscellaneous fees collected from various enterprises that operated under the Fontaine umbrella. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. Maybe millions over time. Siphoned off, untraceable, disappearing into the ether. Jewel leaned back in her chair, her expression grim. Her first thought was an outside player, a rival organization, one of Joe's old lieutenants grown greedy. But the pattern was too specific, too targeted. It pointed inward. It pointed, with uncomfortable precision, towards her older brother. Nate. Nate, with his expensive suits, his flashy cars, his constant need for more. Nate, who always complained he wasn't getting his fair share, who always felt overlooked, underestimated. Nate, who was, for all his bluster, not particularly bright when it came to complex financial maneuvering, but who was certainly capable of simple, straightforward theft, especially if he thought no one was looking. Or if he thought the person looking wouldn't understand what they were seeing. He'd underestimated her. Again. She spent another 2 nights confirming it, her assistant Tara, pale and wide-eyed, bringing her endless cups of black coffee and asking no questions. Jewel cross-referenced cash deposits from the honey trap against reported earnings. She looked at the expense reports from Nate's security consultants, mostly thugs on the payroll who couldn't spell consultant, and found glaring inconsistencies. She even, through a discreet and very expensive private investigator she kept on retainer in New Orleans, managed to get a glimpse into a few of Nate's personal undeclared bank accounts. Accounts that showed a lifestyle considerably more lavish than even his generous official cut from the family business could support. He wasn't just skimming. He was maintaining a whole secret set of books, a shadow operation designed to bleed the family dry from within. The confrontation, when it came, was not at one of Joe's tense family dinners. Jewel chose her own ground, Nate's ostentatious, mirrored office at the back of the honey trap, a place that smelled of stale champagne, desperation, and cheap air freshener. She arrived unannounced just before the lunch rush, when Nate was usually nursing a hangover and counting the previous night's take. He was there, lounging in his oversized leather chair, feet up on his glass desk, barking orders into his phone at some unfortunate underling. He looked up, surprised, when Jewel walked in, all cool composure and understated power in a charcoal business suit. Well, look what the cat dragged in," Nate said, hanging up the phone, his tone a mixture of annoyance and bravado. "Lost your way, sis? This ain't no goddamn art gallery. We got actual, naked women here. Might offend your delicate sensibilities." He grinned, pleased with his own wit. Jewel didn't smile. She placed a thin file folder on his desk. Not her leather-bound ledger. That never left her sight. This was just a summary. Enough to make her point. "We need to talk, Nate." Nate eyed the folder suspiciously. "Talk about what?" "If it's about my expense account, I can explain the trip to Vegas." It was research. "It's about this, Nate," Jewel said, tapping the folder. "It's about the $500,000 you've skimmed from the family business in the last 18 months alone." And that's just what I've been able to definitively trace so far. Nate's grin vanished. He swung his feet off the desk, his face flushing. What the hell are you talking about? Skimming? Are you crazy? I make more money for this family than you and that psycho brother of ours put together. You also take more, apparently, Jewel said, her voice calm, almost conversational, which seemed to infuriate Nate even more. I've reviewed the books, Nate. All of them. The ones Dad kept. The ones you thought no one else knew about. She let that sink in. The discrepancies are significant. And they all lead back to you. Nate stood up, his fist clenched. For a moment, Jewel thought he might actually try to hit her. He was bigger than her, stronger. But Jewel didn't flinch. She just met his gaze, her eyes like chips of ice. You're lying, Nate sputtered. This is bullshit. You're trying to set me up. Trying to make me look bad in front of Dad. The numbers don't lie, Nate, Jewel said. You've been running your own private slush fund for years. Bleeding the family. Endangering all of us. If the feds ever got a whiff of this, of these undeclared earnings, these illicit accounts. She didn't need to finish the sentence. Nate deflated a little, the bluster giving way to a sullen, cornered animal look. He knew she had him. He wasn't smart enough to cover his tracks properly, not from someone like Jewel. He'd always assumed she was too busy with her legitimate businesses, too above it all, to notice the grimy details of his operations. He'd been wrong. It's a misunderstanding, he mumbled, avoiding her eyes. Accounting errors. My guys, they ain't exactly Harvard MBAs. Your guys are barely literate, Nate, Jewel said. And these aren't errors. This is systematic theft. She paused. What I can't figure out is why. You get a generous cut. More than generous. Why risk everything for a little extra on the side? Nate didn't answer. He just glared at her, his face a mixture of anger and a new, grudging respect for his sister's intelligence. And maybe, just maybe, a flicker of fear. He'd always dismissed Jewel as an ice queen, too smart for her own good, too focused on things that didn't matter in their world. But he was starting to realize she was more dangerous than he'd ever imagined. She was like their father. Cold. Calculating. And utterly ruthless when crossed. So, what are you gonna do? Nate finally asked, his voice sulky. Run to Daddy. Tell him his favorite son is a thief. Our father has enough on his mind right now, don't you think? Jewel said. No. I'm not going to tell him. Not yet. She picked up the file. Consider this a warning, Nate. I know what you've been doing. And it stops. Now. Every dollar, from this point forward, gets accounted for. To me. You try to hide anything. You try to skim so much as a dime, and I will go to Father. And I'll bring him this. She tapped the file again. And then we'll see who his favorite son is. She turned and walked out of the office, leaving Nate standing there, fuming, humiliated, and for the first time in a long while, genuinely worried. His sister wasn't just a rival for their father's throne anymore. She was a threat. A serious one. The confrontation, as Jewel had intended, sent ripples through the Fontaine organization. Word got out, as word always did. Jewel had faced down Nate. Jewel had access to the real books. Jewel knew where the money was. Suddenly, some of Joe's old lieutenants, the ones who had been hedging their bets, waiting to see which way the wind would blow, started making quiet overtures to Jewel. They admired her intelligence, her cool head. They saw in her a potential for stability, for a more rational, less chaotic future than Nate or Samuel offered. They started feeding her information, offering their support, their loyalty. Nate, sensing his vulnerability, reacted in the only way he knew how, with bluster and intimidation. He gathered his own cronies, the thugs and yes-men who depended on his patronage, and started making threats against anyone perceived to be aligning with Jewel. He tried to discredit her, spreading rumors that she was planning to sell out the family to the feds, that she was trying to seize control for herself. The battle lines were being drawn. No longer just a quiet jockeying for position, but an open if still undeclared war for the soul of the Fontaine Empire. The rivalry between Nate and Jewel, always present, had intensified, fueled by ambition, betrayal, and now the damning evidence contained in Jewel's private ledger. And Joe Fontaine, weakened and dying, could only watch as his children began to tear his kingdom apart, piece by painstaking piece. Chapter 19. State Senator Robert Landry's official visit to Ferraday Parish was ostensibly a fact-finding mission, a chance for the rising political star to connect with his rural constituents, tour a new catfish processing plant, and make a speech at the Rotary Club luncheon about the bright future of Louisiana's agribusiness. That was the story for public consumption, anyway. The real reason for Landry's trip, the one not mentioned in any press release or official itinerary, was Jewel Fontaine. He arrived at the Southern Light Gallery late on a Thursday afternoon, after the Rotary Club chicken had been digested and the obligatory photos with local dignitaries had been taken. He ditched his legislative aides, his driver, and the general air of a man constantly on the make for votes. Dressed in a casual but expensive linen shirt and chinos, he looked less like a Baton Rouge power broker and more like a man looking for a pleasant and perhaps profitable diversion. Jewel greeted him not as a supplicant seeking political favors, but as an equal, a fellow connoisseur of power in its various forms. She'd had the gallery closed to the public for the afternoon, the heavy velvet curtains drawn across the front windows, giving the space an intimate, almost conspiratorial feel. They weren't looking at art today. They were looking at maps. Specifically, the architectural renderings and projected revenue streams for the ambitious Ferraday Riverside Development Project, spread across Jewel's antique mahogany desk. The initial environmental impact studies have been encouraging, Robert, Jewel said, her voice a low murmur, as she pointed to a section of the blueprint showing a proposed marina and boutique hotel complex. She used his first name. They were past the senator and Ms. Fontaine stage now, at least in private. And Commissioner Wilson assures me the local permits are all but guaranteed. Landry leaned over the desk, his arm brushing hers, a contact that lingered a moment longer than strictly necessary. He smelled of expensive cologne and something else, something uniquely Landry, a faint whiff of ambition perhaps, or maybe just the residual scent of the Baton Rouge political swamp. Local permits are one thing, Jewel. State-level approvals, especially with the current budget climate and the sensitivities around environmental concerns, that's a different ballgame. He straightened up, looked at her, his gaze direct, appraising. This project needs a champion in Baton Rouge. Someone who can navigate the committees, grease the right wheels, ensure it doesn't get bogged down in bureaucratic hell. And that champion, I presume, would expect to be appropriately compensated for his efforts. Jewel asked, her expression carefully neutral, though a small smile played on her lips. This was the dance. The delicate, unspoken negotiation that underpins so much of Louisiana politics. Landry chuckled, a smooth practice sound. Let's just say that champions, like artists, appreciate it when their work is valued, Jewel. Tangibly. He walked over to a window, peered through a crack in the velvet curtains at the sleepy main street of Ferraday. This town, it's dying on the vine. Your father, for all his influence, he's still playing by the old rules. Protection rackets, backroom deals. That's a dinosaur's game, Jewel. The future is in projects like this. Legitimacy. Public-private partnerships. That's where the real, sustainable power lies. He turned back to her, his eyes alight with a preacher's fervor, or maybe just a con man's conviction. You see that, don't you? You're not like your brothers. You've got the vision. Vision requires capital, Robert, Jewel said. And a certain political will. Capital, I suspect, is not your family's primary concern, Landry said, a knowing glint in his eye. Political will, that can be cultivated. With the right incentives. He walked back to the desk, leaned closer to her again. This Riverside project, it could be a legacy jewel. For you. For Ferraday. And for the politician, who helps make it happen. His voice dropped, became more intimate. We could do great things together, you and I. Their relationship, Jewel knew, was a dangerous game. It had started professionally, a series of carefully orchestrated meetings to discuss economic development opportunities. But it had gradually, almost imperceptibly, shifted into something more personal, more ambiguous. Dinners in private rooms at exclusive New Orleans restaurants. Late-night phone calls that strayed from political strategy to more intimate topics. Landry was charming, intelligent, undeniably attractive. And he was a U.S. Senator in the making, everyone said so. An alliance with him, a genuine alliance, could be Jewel's ticket to the kind of legitimate power her father could only dream of. But it was also a tightrope walk over a pit of vipers. Landry was married, albeit to a woman who seemed more interested in his credit cards than his company. He was ambitious, which made him useful, but also potentially ruthless if she ever became a liability. And then there was her father. Joe Fontaine, despite his failing health, missed very little. Camo Jenkins was his eyes and ears, and Camo had, of course, reported Senator Landry's increasingly frequent and increasingly private meetings with Jewel. Joe hadn't said anything directly, but Jewel had felt his disapproval, his suspicion, like a cold draft in an otherwise warm room. That evening, after Landry had departed for Baton Rouge, his briefcase a little heavier with research materials for the Riverside project, and a discreet, untraceable campaign contribution from one of Jewel's art patrons, Jewel found herself summoned to the plantation. Not for a family dinner this time. Just her. Her father was in his study, as usual, the bourbon bottle close at hand. He looked tired, the fight seeming to drain out of him a little more each day. But his eyes, when they fixed on Jewel, were still sharp. Senator Landry was in town today, Joe said, his voice a low rasp. It wasn't a question. Yes, father, Jewel said. We were discussing the Riverside development. He's very supportive. Thinks it has great potential for the parish. He thinks it has great potential for him, Joe corrected, his voice laced with cynicism. Politicians, Jewel. They're like whores. They'll smile at you, tell you you're special, but at the end of the day, they're only interested in one thing: what's in it for them. He took a slow sip of his bourbon. This Landry, he's smoother than most. More dangerous. He's a valuable ally, father, Jewel said, keeping her voice even. In Baton Rouge and potentially beyond. If we want to move this family towards legitimacy, towards real, lasting power, we need men like Robert Landry on our side. On our side? Joe snorted. Or in your bed? Jewel stiffened. Father, our relationship is strictly professional. Bullshit, Joe said, his voice suddenly hard. I might be dying, girl, but I ain't blind. And I ain't stupid. I've seen the way he looks at you. I've heard the whispers. You're playing with fire, Jewel. Mixing business with pleasure, it's a rookie mistake. And it always ends badly. I know what I'm doing, father, Jewel said, her voice cold. Do you? Joe leaned forward, his eyes burning into hers. Do you really think this pretty boy senator gives a damn about you? Or about Ferraday? He's using you, Jewel. Using the Fontaine name, the Fontaine money, to climb his greasy little political pole. And the minute you stop being useful, or the minute you become a liability, he'll drop you like a hot rock. Or worse, he'll sell you out to save his own ambitious hide. He coughed, a deep rattling sound, and clutched his chest for a moment. Jewel felt a pang of something, pity, concern, but she pushed it away. She couldn't afford to be sentimental. Not now. "The world is changing, Father," she said. "The old ways, they're not sustainable. Intimidation and violence, that only gets you so far. Real power, lasting power, comes from influence. From legitimacy. And men like Senator Landry are the gatekeepers to that world." "And what's the price of admission, Jewel?" Joe asked, his voice softer now, but still laced with a weary skepticism. "Your soul. Your family. Everything your grandfather and I broke our backs, and broke the law, to build." Jewel didn't answer. She knew, on some level, that her father was right. Robert Landry was a risk. A huge risk. But he was also, she believed, a necessary one. The Fontaine family couldn't survive in the shadows forever. Not with Nate's recklessness, Samuel's psychopathy, and the increasing scrutiny from every law enforcement agency from Ferraday to Washington, D.C. They needed to evolve. And she, Jewel Fontaine, was the only one with the vision, the intelligence, and the nerve to lead them into that dangerous, uncertain future. "I understand your concerns, Father," she said finally. "And I appreciate your advice." She turned to leave. "But this is my responsibility now. My audition, as you called it. And I intend to see it through." Joe watched her go, his heart heavy. He saw so much of himself in her, the ambition, the intelligence, the ruthlessness. But he also saw a naivety, a belief that she could tame the savage beasts of politics and high finance, that she could dance with devils and not get burned. He hoped, for her sake, for all their sakes, that she was right. But in his gut, the same gut that was currently being eaten alive by cancer, he had a terrible sinking feeling that she was wrong. Senator Robert Landry. He was a handsome, charming, silver-tongued snake. And Joe Fontaine knew, better than anyone, what happened when you invited a snake into your garden. Especially when that garden was already full of them. Chapter 20. The first sign of trouble wasn't a weather report or a cone of uncertainty on the evening news. It was the sky itself, a bruised, angry purple that morning, even though the sun was shining with a deceptive, almost feverish intensity. The air in Ferraday Parish hung thick and wet, like a hot towel pressed to your face, heavy with the metallic tang of ozone and the distant mournful cry of gulls heading inland. Old man Thibodeau, who'd lived on the bayou his whole life and claimed he could smell a hurricane a week out, was seen boarding up the windows of his bait shop, and that, more than any official warning, was enough to put Ferraday on edge. By afternoon, the official word was out. Hurricane Celeste, a Category 3 and strengthening, was churning in the Gulf, taking dead aim at the Louisiana coast. Mandatory evacuation orders were issued for the low-lying parishes. Ferraday, though not directly on the coast, was right in the storm's projected path, expected to take a savage beating from wind, rain, and the inevitable flooding that followed when the bayous and rivers swelled beyond their banks. The approaching hurricane became more than just a natural disaster. It was a mirror, reflecting the storm already raging within the Fontaine family. And for Joe Fontaine, watching from the increasingly confining sickbed in his study at the plantation house, it became another unexpected and perhaps ultimate test for his warring children. Their audition had suddenly escalated from managing their assigned territories to managing a full-blown crisis. How they handled it, he knew, would reveal more about their true characters, their leadership capabilities, than any profit margin or backroom deal. Nate, predictably, saw the hurricane primarily as a threat to Fontaine property. His first move was to organize security for the family's tangible assets. He pulled his goons off their usual duties of shaking down bar owners and intimidating rivals, and set them to boarding up the windows of the honey trap, hauling sandbags around the perimeter of the truck stop, and moving the expensive liquor and easily pawnable electronics from his various establishments to higher ground, specifically to a couple of reinforced, climate-controlled storage units Joe had built years ago for just such an eventuality, or for stashing things the feds shouldn't find. "This ain't no goddamn charity, boys," Nate barked at Mickey Two Thumbs and Frankie the Face as they struggled with a sheet of plywood in the rising wind outside a Fontaine-owned package store. Every bottle we lose, every TV that gets wet, that's money out of my pocket. And trust me, you don't want to be the one explaining to me how my inventory ended up floating down Main Street. He was all bluster and shouted orders, a little Napoleon directing his troops against the elements, more concerned with protecting his cut than with the welfare of the people who actually worked for him. He did, however, make sure his prized Escalade was safely tucked away in the most secure bay of the plantation's oversized garage. Priorities. Jewel, on the other hand, saw the crisis through a different lens, as an opportunity to demonstrate her organizational skills, her connections, and her commitment to the community, or at least the parts of the community that could be useful to her. She was on the phone within minutes of the first official warnings, not to her gallery staff, but to her carefully cultivated network of local officials. "Commissioner Wilson," she said, her voice calm and authoritative, even as the wind began to howl outside her office window at the Southern Light Gallery, "we need to coordinate. My family has resources, trucks, manpower, storage facilities. How can we best assist the parish's emergency response plan?" She wasn't just offering help. She was subtly positioning herself, and by extension the Fontaine organization, as a responsible civic partner. It was a PR masterstroke, a way to generate goodwill and political capital even in the midst of a disaster. She arranged for Fontaine-owned trucks, normally used for less public-spirited deliveries, to help evacuate residents from low-lying areas. She opened up one of their larger, currently empty warehouses as a temporary shelter, coordinating with the Red Cross for cots and supplies, and making sure the local news crews got plenty of footage of the Fontaine Family Community Shelter sign she'd had hastily printed. She even managed to have a quiet word with Senator Robert Landry in Baton Rouge, ostensibly to discuss state-level emergency aid, but also to subtly remind him of her family's contributions to the parish's well-being, contributions that might be even more significant in the rebuilding phase. Jewel wasn't just weathering the storm, she was leveraging it. And Samuel? Samuel had his own unique set of priorities. While Nate was obsessing over inventory, and Jewel was playing Florence Nightingale with a power agenda, Samuel was focused on one thing: protecting his product. The drug trade, unlike strip clubs or art galleries, didn't shut down for hurricanes. In fact, demand often went up, as people sought to numb their fear, their boredom, their misery. And Samuel, in his surprisingly methodical way, had built a very profitable, very efficient operation. He wasn't about to let a little wind and rain wash it all away. He didn't rely on brute force like Nate, or on public displays like Jewel. Samuel worked in the shadows, his movements as unpredictable as the storm itself. He gathered his new crew, the young, loyal, and slightly feral dealers he'd recruited, not in some fortified bunker, but in a series of nondescript pre-scouted locations. An abandoned fishing camp deep in the bayou, the back room of a closed-down slaughterhouse, even the crypt of an old, forgotten cemetery that was rumored to be haunted, which, Samuel figured, made it less likely to attract unwelcome visitors, living or dead. His instructions were precise, delivered in his usual soft, almost hypnotic voice that nonetheless carried an unmistakable undercurrent of menace. Secure the existing stashes. Move product to higher ground, away from flood-prone areas. Consolidate communication through encrypted channels, in case the regular cell towers went down. And most importantly, stay alert. A storm, Samuel knew, was a time of chaos. And chaos, for those who knew how to exploit it, was a time of opportunity. Rivals might get careless. Law enforcement would be stretched thin, their attention focused elsewhere. There would be openings. And Samuel Fontaine was always looking for openings. He personally oversaw the relocation of a significant shipment of cocaine that had just arrived from Suarez's Mexican contacts, diverting it from its usual warehouse storage, now probably under 6 feet of water, to a series of waterproof, camouflaged containers hidden in the dense cypress swamp, accessible only by pirogue. He even, with a chilling foresight that impressed even his most hardened followers, arranged for a couple of generators and a week's supply of fuel to be stashed at a remote hunting lodge, ensuring that his core communication and coordination hub would remain operational even if the rest of Ferraday Parish went dark. Samuel wasn't just protecting his supplies, he was ensuring his business could continue to function, even thrive, in the heart of the maelstrom. Back at the plantation house, Joe Fontaine lay in his bed, the wind rattling the storm shutters, the rain lashing against the windows like angry fists. Camo Jenkins sat in a chair by the bedside, a silent sentinel, occasionally updating Joe on the storm's progress and, more importantly, on the activities of his children. Joe listened, his expression grim, a maelstrom of conflicting emotions churning inside him. He saw Nate's predictable, self-serving pragmatism. He saw Jewel's calculated, almost chillingly effective opportunism. And he saw Samuel's terrifying, almost preternatural ability to adapt, to thrive, in the midst of chaos. Each of them, in their own way, was demonstrating a facet of leadership. Each of them, in their own way, was proving themselves capable. And terrifying. "Nate's got the clubs boarded up tighter than a drum," Camo reported, his voice barely audible above the roar of the wind. "Lost a few shingles off the warehouse roof, but the product's secure." Joe nodded. "Protect the assets." Classic Nate. "Jewel's on the news again," Camo continued. "Standing in front of that shelter she set up. Talking about community spirit. Looks like a goddamn saint. Senator Landry even called to commend her efforts. Publicly." Joe almost snorted. Always playing the angles, that one. Just like her old man. "And Samuel?" Joe asked, his voice a little weaker now. The storm seemed to be draining what little strength he had left. Camo paused for a moment. "Samuel is Samuel. His people are quiet. Products secure. He even managed to get a generator out to that old fishing camp on Bayou Serpent. Says he's maintaining operational continuity." Joe closed his eyes. Operational continuity. In the middle of a Category 4 hurricane. His psycho son was running a disaster preparedness drill for a drug cartel. There was a certain dark genius to it. A terrifying, Fontaine-esque genius. As Hurricane Celeste made landfall, unleashing its full fury on the Louisiana coast, Joe Fontaine lay in his bed, listening to the storm rage outside and the equally violent storm rage within his own family. This was it. The ultimate test. Not just of their ability to manage their assigned territories, but of their ability to lead, to survive, to protect what was theirs in the face of overwhelming force. He didn't know who would emerge strongest. He didn't know if any of them truly had what it took to hold his fractured empire together. But as the wind howled like a banshee, and the old plantation house groaned under the assault, Joe Fontaine knew one thing with a chilling certainty: the audition was reaching its climax. And the results, like the storm itself, would be devastating, one way or another. Chapter 21. Hurricane Celeste had hit Ferraday Parish like a vengeful god, all sound and fury, leaving behind a landscape of ruin and despair. Trees, ancient oaks and stubborn cypresses alike, were uprooted, tossed about like matchsticks. Power lines lay tangled in the debris-strewn streets like discarded black spaghetti. Half the buildings in the low-lying areas were flooded, their contents, lifetimes of possessions, hopes and dreams, now waterlogged, mud-caked and ruined. The air hung thick with the smell of mildew, rotting vegetation, and the faint, unsettling scent of desperation. For most folks in Ferraday, it was a disaster. For the Fontaine family, it was an opportunity. A big one. Joe Fontaine, propped up on pillows in his study-turned-sick room, the ever-present glass of bourbon now often supplemented by a morphine drip to dull the gnawing pain in his gut, watched it all unfold with a grim, detached fascination. The audition he'd set for his children had taken on a new, far more public and immediate dimension. The hurricane hadn't just tested their ability to manage their assigned criminal enterprises, it had tested their ability to seize opportunity, to impose order, or their version of it, on chaos, to profit from misery. It was, in its own way, the ultimate Fontaine family value. Nate, true to form, saw the aftermath primarily in terms of brute force and quick cash. His first move, even before the floodwaters had fully receded from Main Street, was to secure contracts for debris removal and emergency repairs. Secure, in Nate's vocabulary, meant sending his goons, Mickey Two Thumbs, Frankie the Face, and a few other assorted Neanderthals, to visit the overwhelmed and underfunded parish officials responsible for awarding such contracts. There were no lengthy negotiations, no competitive bids. Just a quiet word, a heavy-handed suggestion that it would be in everyone's best interest if Fontaine Construction, a hastily formed shell corporation with no actual construction equipment but a very impressive letterhead, was given first refusal. Miraculously, it usually was. His crews, mostly day laborers, scraped from the ranks of the newly homeless and desperate, were set to work with Fontaine-appropriated bulldozers and dump trucks. Amazing how quickly such equipment became available when the rightful owners found their fences cut and their ignition wires crossed. They cleared roads, hauled away wreckage, and slapped temporary patches on damaged roofs, all at exorbitant, non-negotiable prices, billed directly to the parish's emergency fund. Nate also discovered a lucrative sideline in insurance facilitation. For a hefty percentage, his men would help unfortunate homeowners and businesses navigate the complexities of their insurance claims, sometimes by finding additional damage the adjusters had somehow missed, sometimes by persuading reluctant insurance companies to expedite payments. It was crude, blatant, and wildly profitable. Nate was feeling more like a king than ever, strutting around in his expensive mud-stained boots, barking orders, and pocketing fistfuls of cash. Jewel, meanwhile, was playing a longer, more sophisticated game. While Nate was strong-arming parish councilmen, Jewel was cultivating her connections in Baton Rouge and beyond. Her Fontaine family community shelter had been a PR coup, earning her accolades from the governor's office and glowing coverage on the regional news. She leveraged that goodwill mercilessly. She was on a first-name basis with the FEMA officials, coordinating federal aid, ensuring that a disproportionate share of emergency supplies, grants, and low-interest loans flowed towards Ferraday Parish, and specifically towards businesses and initiatives that were friendly to Fontaine interests. Her Riverside Development Project, which had seemed like a long-term dream before the hurricane, suddenly gained new urgency. With half of Ferraday's downtown business district underwater, the need for new, modern, flood-resistant commercial space was acute. Senator Robert Landry, ever attuned to the shifting political winds and to the potential for personal enrichment, became an even more ardent champion of the project, fast-tracking permits, securing state funding, and ensuring that any pesky environmental regulations were streamlined. Jewel wasn't just cleaning up after the storm. She was reshaping the future of Ferraday in her own image, building a legitimate empire on the foundations of her family's less-than-legitimate past, all while skimming a tidy, untraceable percentage off the top of every government contract and relief fund she touched. Her methods were more subtle than Nate's, her profits less immediate, but her ambition was every bit as vast and perhaps ultimately more dangerous. And Samuel, as always, danced to the beat of his own discordant drummer. He saw the post-hurricane chaos not as an opportunity for organized plunder or sophisticated influence peddling, but as a perfect environment for his particular brand of opportunistic mayhem. With law enforcement stretched thin, their attention focused on search and rescue, preventing looting, and managing the overwhelmed shelters, Samuel's drug operations flourished in the shadows. His new, fiercely loyal crew, already adept at navigating the fringes of society, proved even more effective in the anarchic post-storm landscape. They used airboats and pirogues to move product through flooded streets and impassable bayous, reaching customers Nate's trucks couldn't get near and officials Jules' influence couldn't touch. They liberated scarce commodities, gasoline, generators, prescription drugs, even baby formula, from damaged stores or abandoned warehouses, sometimes for their own use, sometimes to trade for favors or information, sometimes, it seemed, just for the sheer hell of it. Samuel himself seemed to be everywhere and nowhere at once, a phantom flitting through the wreckage. He was seen personally delivering a generator to an old woman trapped in her flooded home. Then, an hour later, reportedly overseeing the brutal persuasion of a rival dealer who tried to take advantage of the chaos to encroach on Fontaine turf. He wasn't building an empire or curating a public image. He was thriving in the breakdown of order, a lord of misrule, his actions unpredictable, his motives inscrutable, his profits, like his methods, largely off the books and untraceable, except by the trail of fear and grudging respect he left in his wake. He even, in a move that was either insane or brilliant, managed to acquire a fully stocked mobile pharmacy van that had been abandoned by a panicked driver, instantly cornering the market on everything from antibiotics to high-grade opiates for a 50-mile radius. Joe Fontaine watched it all from his sickbed, Camo Jenkins providing the grim daily updates. Joe's health was deteriorating rapidly now. The morphine drip was a constant companion, dulling the relentless pain but also clouding his mind, making it harder to focus, to think, to plan. He was weaker, thinner, his voice often fading to a hoarse whisper. The doctors came and went, their faces carefully neutral, offering platitudes and adjusting dosages, but Joe knew. He could feel himself slipping away, his grip on his empire, on his family, on life itself, loosening with each passing day. But he still watched. He still listened. He still evaluated. He saw Nate's greed, his crudeness, his utter lack of finesse. A blunt instrument, Joe thought, his mind fuzzy with morphine. Good for breaking things. Not so good for building them. He saw Jules' intelligence, her ambition, her almost chillingly effective manipulation of people and systems. Too smart for her own good, maybe, he mused. Playing with fire, that one. Thinks she can control it. Nobody controls fire. And he saw Samuel. His wild card. His psycho son. Thriving in the chaos, ruling by fear and a strange, almost messianic charisma. Like looking in a goddamn funhouse mirror, Joe thought, a shiver running through him despite the humid Louisiana heat. All the worst parts of me, of Augustin, amplified. Magnified. Terrifying. The audition was ongoing, even as the floodwaters receded and the slow, painful process of rebuilding began. His children were showing him who they were, what they were capable of. And Joe Fontaine, dying patriarch of a crumbling dynasty, was faced with an impossible choice. Which of these flawed, dangerous creatures was fit to inherit his tarnished crown? Which of them would save his legacy? And which of them would simply pick the bones clean after he was finally, blessedly gone? He didn't have an answer, and he was running out of time to find one. The storm outside had passed, but the storm within Joe Fontaine and within his family was just reaching its full, terrifying intensity. Chapter 22. The call didn't come through official channels. No polite request for a meeting from one lawyer to another. Miguel Suarez wasn't known for his adherence to protocol. Instead, the message arrived via a greasy, sweating bail bondsman named Vinny, one of the local businessmen who'd recently been finding Raymond Fontaine's sympathetic ear so appealing, who showed up at the plantation gates looking like he'd seen a particularly unpleasant ghost. Vinny, it turned out, owed Suarez's people a considerable sum from a gambling junket to Cancun that had gone south, and they were now calling in the marker. His task, deliver an invitation to Joe Fontaine. An invitation for a sit-down. Camo Jenkins received Vinny, listened to his stammered, terrified message, and then sent him packing with a flea in his ear about choosing his creditors more wisely. But he delivered the invitation to Joe. Joe, Propped against a mountain of pillows in his study-turned-sick room, the morphine drip, a steady, insidious presence, actually managed a weak smile. "Suarez," he rasped, his voice barely above a whisper. "Took him long enough. Figured he'd be sniffing around sooner, with all the excitement we've been having." He looked at Camo. "So, he wants to talk. What's his angle, you think?" "His boys, Javi and Mateo, they've been real quiet since the hurricane," Camo said. "Watching. Listening. My guess. They figure we're weak, disorganized. Figure now's the time to make a move. A polite one, at first. Then, maybe not so polite." "Polite?" Joe echoed, a ghost of his old cynical humor in his eyes. "Like a rattlesnake rattling before it strikes." He coughed, a dry, painful sound. "All right. Set it up. Neutral ground. My terms. And Camo, you be my ears. And my gun, if it comes to that. I don't trust these Mexican bastards further than I can spit, and right now, I can't spit much further than my own chin." The meeting took place 2 days later, not in some smoky back room, but in the surprisingly sterile conference room of a nondescript accounting firm in a suburban Baton Rouge office park, a firm that, unbeknownst to most, had been quietly handling certain, sensitive Fontaine financial transactions for years. Joe, against his doctor's orders and looking like death warmed over in a freshly pressed suit that hung on his emaciated frame, was there, Camo a silent, watchful presence by his side. Representing Miguel Suarez was not Javi or Mateo, the advance scouts. Suarez sent his own consigliere, a man named Guillermo Memo Ochoa. Memo was in his late 50s, impeccably dressed, with silver hair, horn-rimmed glasses, and the benign, almost scholarly air of a university professor. He looked like he'd be more comfortable discussing 16th-century Spanish poetry than negotiating territorial rights for a multinational drug cartel. But Joe knew the type. The quiet ones, the educated ones, they were always the most dangerous. "Mr. Fontaine," Memo said, his English precise, almost unaccented, as he offered a soft, manicured hand. "It is an honor. Don Miguel sends his deepest respects and his sincere wishes for your improved health." The words were smooth as silk, but Joe heard the unspoken subtext, "We know you're dying. Let's not waste each other's time." "Cut the bullshit, Memo," Joe rasped, his voice weak but still carrying a spark of its old authority. He didn't take the offered hand. "What does Suarez want?" Memo's smile didn't falter. He sat down, placed a slim leather briefcase on the polished conference table. "Don Miguel is a businessman, Mr. Fontaine. He believes in synergy, in maximizing opportunities. He sees the current climate in Louisiana as one ripe with potential for both our organizations." He opened the briefcase, took out a single elegantly printed folder. "He has a proposal. A very generous one." The proposal, as Memo laid it out in calm, measured tones, was essentially a buyout. Suarez was offering a substantial sum, 8 figures cash, no questions asked, for the exclusive rights to certain Fontaine territories. Specifically, the lucrative I-10 corridor, the deep-water port access they controlled near New Orleans, and most significantly, the entirety of their narcotics distribution network. The one Samuel was currently running with such terrifying, if unconventional, efficiency. "Don Miguel recognizes the expertise your family has cultivated in these areas over the years," Memo continued, his gaze unwavering. "He is prepared to compensate you handsomely for that expertise. And of course for your cooperation in ensuring a smooth transition." He slid the folder across the table. "The offer is more than fair, Mr. Fontaine. It would allow you to retire with dignity, to provide for your family's future, without the burdens of your current enterprises." Joe listened, his expression unreadable. He knew this wasn't a negotiation. It was an ultimatum, dressed up in polite corporate language. Suarez wasn't asking, he was telling. He saw Joe's illness, the infighting amongst his children, the chaos of the hurricane's aftermath, as a fatal weakness. He was moving in for the kill. "Generous," Joe finally said, his voice a dry rustle. He didn't touch the folder. "Or maybe Suarez just figures he can take it all for free once I'm in the ground. And this is just him trying to save himself some bullets." Memo's smile remained fixed. "Don Miguel prefers peace to war, Mr. Fontaine. War is messy, unpredictable, bad for business." He paused. "But he is also a realist. And he is prepared for any eventuality." Joe looked at Memo, then at Camo. He was old, he was sick, he was tired. But he wasn't stupid. He knew a threat when he heard one. And he knew that Suarez wasn't just after a piece of his empire. He was after all of it. This was just the opening salvo. "Tell Suarez," Joe said, his voice gaining a surprising amount of strength, "that I appreciate his concern for my health. And for my family's future." He pushed the folder back across the table. "Tell him I'll consider his offer. I'll discuss it with my children. And I'll get back to him." It was a stall, and they both knew it. But it was the only card Joe had left to play. For now. After Memo Ochoa departed, his polite smile never wavering, his briefcase still containing the unaccepted offer, Joe sagged in his chair, the effort of the meeting clearly taking its toll. Camo helped him back to the car, the silence thick with unspoken concerns. That night, Joe called another family conference. Not in the dusty back office of the truck stop, not in the formal study of the plantation. This time, they met in the cavernous, rarely used dining room of the big house, around a massive mahogany table that could have seated 30. The setting felt funereal, appropriate for the gravity of the news Joe was about to deliver. He laid it out for them, his voice weak but his words clear. Suarez's offer. The thinly veiled threat. The implication that the Fontaine family was on the verge of being swallowed whole. The reactions were as varied and as predictable as his children themselves. Nate, predictably, flew into a rage. "Those goddamn Mexicans," he bellowed, slamming his fist on the table, making the crystal water glasses jump. "Who the hell do they think they are? Coming in here, trying to buy us out. We should send them a message, Dad. A real Fontaine message. Put a few of their heads on pikes, see how they like that." He was all bluster and bravado, ready to charge into a war he had no hope of winning, fueled by wounded pride and a lifetime of unearned arrogance. Jewel, ever the pragmatist, listened calmly, her expression thoughtful. "Direct confrontation would be suicide, Nate," she said, her voice cool, cutting through his histrionics. "Suarez's organization is 10 times our size. They have resources, manpower, connections we can't even imagine." She looked at Joe. "Father, this is a serious threat. But it might also be an opportunity. If Suarez is willing to negotiate, perhaps we can leverage this. Cede some of the higher-risk territories, the ones that are drawing too much federal attention, in exchange for a significant infusion of capital. Capital we can then invest in legitimate enterprises, accelerate our transition. We negotiate from a position of strength, or at least perceived strength. We make a deal we can live with, one that ensures our survival." And Samuel had been quiet throughout Joe's explanation, leaning back in his chair, a strange, almost contemplative look on his face, his eyes for once not glinting with their usual manic energy. When Jewel finished, he chuckled, a low, soft sound that was somehow more unnerving than Nate's bellows. "Negotiate," Samuel said, his voice deceptively mild. "Jewel, darling, you can't negotiate with a boa constrictor when it's already got its coils around your chest. It just wants to squeeze you until you pop." He looked around the table, his gaze lingering on each of his siblings, then on his father. "Nate wants to go out in a blaze of glory. Stupid, but at least it's decisive. Jewel wants to what? Manage our decline. Become a wholly owned subsidiary of Suarez Inc." He leaned forward, his eyes suddenly alive with that familiar, unsettling light. "I got a different idea," he said. "Let him in." "What?" Nate and Jewel said in unison, staring at him like he'd just sprouted a second head. "Yeah," Samuel continued, a slow, predatory smile spreading across his face. "Let him in. Just a little. Let Suarez think he's winning. Let his top guys, his lieutenants, his enforcers, get comfortable on our turf. Let us see their faces, learn their habits, identify their weaknesses." He paused, his smile widening. "And then, when they least expect it, when they think they got us right where they want us, we cut the head off the snake." He made a sharp, slicing gesture with his hand. "All of them. In one night. Chaos. Confusion. Suarez will be crippled. He'll pull back. He'll think twice about ever messing with the Fontaines again." Joe listened to his children, his heart sinking. Nate's suicidal bravado. Jewel's pragmatic, if ultimately defeatist, realism. And Samuel's psychopathic, high-stakes gamble. Each response in its own way was a reflection of their core nature, their fitness or unfitness to lead. He'd wanted them to show him what they were made of. They were. And it was terrifying. The family was fractured, divided, incapable of unified action even in the face of an existential threat. Suarez's offer hadn't just been a business proposal. It had been a perfectly aimed torpedo, striking them right at their weakest point, their own internal disarray. Joe didn't know how to respond to Suarez. But looking at the faces of his children, he knew one thing for sure. The audition was rapidly becoming a Greek tragedy. And the final act was likely to be bloody. Chapter 23. Captain Marcus Reed wasn't a man easily deterred. The news of Petty Broussard's execution-style murder, a clear and contemptuous message from Samuel Fontaine, hadn't made him back down. It had done the opposite. It had pissed him off. It had solidified his resolve to bring the entire rotten Fontaine dynasty crashing down, even if he had to do it one corrupt official, one terrified informant, one blood-soaked crime scene at a time. Petty Broussard's ghost was now riding on his shoulder, a constant grim reminder of what was at stake. His first move was to tighten the screws on Sheriff Dale Weber. Reed didn't bother with polite requests for cooperation anymore. He hauled Weber into the state police barracks in Baton Rouge, not for a chat, but for a formal, on-the-record interrogation under the hot lights, with a stenographer taking down every stammered denial and evasive answer. Reed laid out the evidence they had: financial irregularities in the parish budget, unsolved homicides that had been conveniently forgotten, witness statements implicating Weber in obstruction of justice. He didn't have enough to indict Weber, not yet. But he had enough to make the sheriff's life a living hell. Enough to make him understand that his cozy arrangement with Joe Fontaine was about to come to a very abrupt, very unpleasant end. "You're going down, Dale," Reed said, his voice cold, implacable, as he stared across the steel interrogation table at the sweating, terrified sheriff. "The only question is whether you go down alone, taking the fall for Joe Fontaine and his psycho kids, or whether you decide to do the smart thing, the right thing, for once in your miserable, compromised life." He slid a pre-written resignation letter across the table. "Sign it. Cooperate fully with our investigation. And maybe, just maybe, we can talk to the U.S. Attorney about a deal that doesn't involve you spending your golden years making license plates in Angola." Weber looked like he was about to have a stroke. He blustered, he pleaded. He invoked Joe Fontaine's name like it was a magic talisman. Reed just stared him down. By the end of the day, Dale Weber, broken and seeing no other way out, had signed the resignation letter and agreed to become a cooperating witness. Captain Reed now had a man on the inside. Or rather, a man who had been on the inside, with a treasure trove of information about the Fontaine family's decades of corruption. But Reed knew that wasn't enough. He needed fresh eyes, ears on the ground inside the current Fontaine operations, particularly Nate's increasingly reckless and Samuel's terrifyingly efficient ones. That's where Officer Ray Driscoll came in. Driscoll was young, ambitious, and most importantly, a fresh face, unknown in Ferraday Parish. He'd spent the last 2 years working undercover in the narcotics division in New Orleans, a city that made Ferraday look like a goddamn Sunday school picnic. He was good at blending in, at playing a role, at gaining the trust of men who would slit your throat for a C-note. His assignment: infiltrate Nate Fontaine's operation, specifically the Honey Trap strip club, which Reed suspected was not only a major money laundering hub, but also a clearinghouse for prostitution, drug sales, and various other forms of garden variety sleaze. Driscoll arrived in Ferraday not as a cop, but as Ray Delaney, a recently laid-off oil rig worker from Lafayette with a taste for cheap whiskey, fast women, and easy money. He got a room at a rundown motel on the outskirts of town, not the Fontaine-owned roadside inn, that would be too obvious, bought a beat-up pickup truck, and started frequenting the kind of bars where men like Nate Fontaine's lower-level enforcers hung out. He spent a week just listening, observing, buying rounds, letting it be known he was looking for opportunities. He was a good listener, Ray Delaney was. Had a knack for making people feel comfortable, for getting them to talk. He dropped a few hints about his own, flexible approach to employment. Let it be known he wasn't afraid of hard work or of getting his hands dirty. It didn't take long for him to get noticed. One of Nate's crew, a beefy, slow-witted bouncer from the Honey Trap named Tiny, who was anything but, took a liking to Ray's easygoing charm and his apparent willingness to throw a punch if necessary. After a late-night poker game where Ray deliberately lost a couple $100 to Tiny, the bouncer clapped him on the back. "You're all right, Delaney," Tiny slurred, his breath smelling of stale beer and desperation. "You looking for work, for real?" "'Cause Mr. Nate, he's always looking for good men. Men who ain't afraid to persuade people." Ray Delaney allowed as how he might be interested in that kind of work. A few days later, Ray Driscoll, now Ray Delaney, was on the payroll at the Honey Trap. Not as a bouncer, not yet. That would come. For now, he was a barback, a glorified busboy, hauling cases of overpriced liquor, mopping up spilled drinks, and keeping his eyes and ears open. And what he saw and heard, he meticulously documented, late at night, in coded notes on a burner phone, messages that went directly to Captain Marcus Reed. He saw the cash, mountains of it, flowing through the club, disappearing into Nate's mirrored office, reappearing in heavy satchels carried out by men who didn't look like they were heading to the bank. He heard the hushed conversations about shipments arriving, about collections being made, about problems being dealt with in alleys behind the club. He saw the fear in the eyes of the dancers, the way they flinched when Nate or his lieutenants walked by. He noted the license plates of the high rollers, the names of the local politicians and businessmen who frequented the VIP rooms, the ones who always seemed to get their drinks comped and their other needs catered to with discreet efficiency. He was building a picture, piece by painstaking piece, of Nate Fontaine's grubby little corner of the family empire. But while Ray Driscoll was busy being Ray Delaney, someone else was busy watching him. Camo Jenkins. Camo had a sixth sense for trouble, a cop's intuition honed by years in the jungle and decades navigating the treacherous currents of the Louisiana underworld. He didn't like loose ends, and he didn't like new faces showing up unannounced, especially ones who seemed a little too eager, a little too good at fitting in. This Ray Delaney character, something about him didn't sit right with Camo. He didn't say anything to Joe, not at first. Joe had enough on his plate. And he didn't say anything to Nate. Nate was too impulsive, too likely to do something stupid that would blow Driscoll's cover if he was a cop, or get an innocent man killed if he wasn't. No, Camo handled this himself. Quietly. Methodically. He started his own surveillance. He had one of his own trusted, low-profile informants, a waitress at the diner where Delaney ate breakfast, keep an eye on him. He ran the plates on Delaney's beat-up pickup truck, came back clean, registered to a shell company in Delaware, which was interesting, but not conclusive. He even, one night, managed to get a discreet look inside Delaney's motel room while Delaney was out researching local bars. Found nothing obvious, no cop gear, no recording devices. But he did find a certain neatness, a certain professional discipline in the way Delaney lived that didn't quite square with the image of a laid-off, hard-drinking oil rigger. And he found a second, very cheap, very disposable burner phone tucked away in the lining of a worn duffel bag. The kind of phone a man uses when he doesn't want anyone to know who he's calling. Camo didn't have proof. Not yet. But he had a strong, gut-level suspicion. Ray Delaney was a plant. And if he was a plant, he was almost certainly working for Captain Marcus Reed. The law enforcement threat, which had always been a background hum in the Fontaine family's life, like the distant drone of cicadas on a hot summer night, was suddenly becoming much more focused, much more personal. Reed wasn't just going after their organization anymore. He was going after them. He had Sheriff Weber in his pocket. He had an undercover officer, or so Camo suspected, inside Nate's flagship operation. The net was tightening. Camo knew he had to tell Joe. This wasn't something he could handle on his own, not if it was as serious as he suspected. But he dreaded the conversation. Joe was already weak, his mind clouded by pain and morphine. This news, it could break him. Or it could push him into making a rash, desperate decision. The investigator was inside the gates. And Camo Jenkins, for the first time in a long, long while, felt a cold knot of something that might have been fear, or maybe just a profound weariness, tighten in his own gut. The storm wasn't just raging outside the Fontaine family anymore. It was inside. And it was about to get a whole lot worse. Chapter 24. Jewel was a student of history, not just the glossy coffee table book kind that filled the shelves of her art gallery, but the real blood-and-guts history of power, how it was won, how it was kept, and most importantly, how it was lost. And history, as well as her own father's precarious situation, had taught her one crucial lesson. When your enemies are at the gates and your own house is divided, sometimes the most dangerous ally is the only one worth having. Miguel Suarez and his Mexican cartel were a clear and present danger. Their offer to buy out Joe Fontaine had been an insult wrapped in a threat, a clear signal that they saw the Fontaines as wounded prey, ripe for the taking. Nate's blustering about an all-out war was idiotic. Samuel's suggestion of a bloody, high-risk decapitation strike was, well, it was Samuel, intriguing in its psychopathic audacity but tactically insane. Jewel knew they couldn't fight Suarez head-on. Not alone. Not now. That left Alexander Novak, the Bosnian. Novak and his crew were crude, violent, and unpredictable. They were making noise in Ferraday, trying to peel off disgruntled Fontaine associates, openly challenging the family's dominance. They were, in short, a problem. But they were also, Jewel reasoned, a smaller problem than Suarez. And crucially, they were Suarez's rivals. The enemy of my enemy, Jewel thought, might just be the temporary, highly untrustworthy, but tactically essential partner I need. She didn't consult her father. Joe was too sick, his judgment clouded by pain, morphine, and a lifetime of doing things the old way. He'd never approve. He'd see it as a betrayal, a sign of weakness. And she certainly didn't consult her brothers. Nate would throw a tantrum, and Samuel would probably try to kill Novak himself just for the sport of it. No, this had to be her move. Her risk. Her gambit. Arranging the meeting with Alexander Novak wasn't easy. He wasn't the type to have a publicly listed phone number or a conveniently located office. Jewel had to go through channels, intermediaries in the murky New Orleans underworld, people who owed her favors or people who feared her family enough to cooperate. The message she sent was simple. Jewel Fontaine wishes to discuss a matter of mutual interest and significant potential profit. Novak, intrigued by the audacity of the Fontaine daughter reaching out, and always sniffing for an angle, agreed. The meeting was set for a neutral location, a private dining room in an old, faded Creole restaurant in the French Quarter, a place known for its discretion, its overpriced gumbo, and its willingness to look the other way for the right price. Jewel arrived alone, dressed not in her usual power suits or chic gallery owner attire, but in something simpler, darker, less obtrusive. She carried no purse, no briefcase. Just her wits, her nerve, and a very clear understanding of the dangerous game she was playing. Alexander Novak was already there, flanked by two of his stone-faced gorillas, including the hulking Drago, who eyed Jewel with the predatory curiosity of a wolf assessing a particularly interesting sheep. Novak himself was a surprise. Younger than Jewel had expected, maybe early 40s, with cold, pale eyes, a neatly trimmed dark beard, and an air of coiled, almost feral intensity. He wasn't wearing cheap suits today. He was dressed in expensive, understated European casual wear. He looked less like a thuggish Eastern European warlord, and more like a ruthless Silicon Valley CEO who'd made his fortune in cybercrime. "Miss Fontaine," Novak said, his English lightly accented but precise, his voice surprisingly soft, almost cultured. He gestured to the chair opposite him. His men remained standing, watchful, their hands never far from the bulges under their jackets. An unexpected pleasure. I confess I was intrigued by your invitation. "Mr. Novak," Jewel said, her voice calm, meeting his gaze directly. "Thank you for agreeing to meet. I'll be direct. We have a mutual problem. His name is Miguel Suarez." Novak's pale eyes didn't flicker. He picked up a breadstick, examined it as if it were a Fabergé egg. "Suarez," he mused. "Yes, he is ambitious. And he has a very large appetite." He broke the breadstick in half with a sharp snap. "Why should his appetite concern me, Miss Fontaine? Or rather, why should it concern us together?" "Because Suarez doesn't just want a piece of the pie, Mr. Novak," Jewel said. "He wants the whole damn bakery. Your operations in New Orleans, my family's interests in Ferraday, were all just appetizers to him. Once he's finished with one of us, he'll move on to the next." She leaned forward. "He's made my father an offer we can't accept. And won't." Novak listened, his expression unreadable. Drago shifted his weight, a low growl rumbling in his chest. "So," Novak said finally, "you come to me, his rival. What is it you propose, Miss Fontaine? A grand alliance? We join forces, ride into battle against the Mexican hordes like something out of a bad Western movie." He smiled, a thin, humorless gesture. "My organization, Miss Fontaine, is not accustomed to partnerships, especially with families who have, shall we say, a certain reputation for internal volatility." He was referring, Jewel knew, to her brothers. "I'm not proposing a marriage, Mr. Novak," Jewel said, her voice still even. "I'm proposing a temporary, mutually beneficial arrangement. A limited alliance. Focused on a single objective, convincing Miguel Suarez that expanding further into Louisiana would be prohibitively expensive for him. Bad for his business." "And how do we accomplish this, convincing?" Novak asked, a flicker of interest in his cold eyes. "Suarez has strengths," Jewel said. "Manpower. Resources. But he also has weaknesses. His supply lines are stretched. His people on the ground here are new, unfamiliar with the territory. And he's arrogant. He underestimates us. All of us." She paused. "You have assets in New Orleans. Men who know how to disrupt things, create complications. My family, despite our current challenges, still has considerable influence in Ferraday. We know the terrain. We know the players." She laid out her plan. Not a direct confrontation, but a campaign of targeted harassment. Disruption of Suarez's nascent operations in Louisiana. Intercepted shipments, Vanished couriers. Suddenly incooperative local officials who'd previously been on Suarez's payroll. A series of small, deniable, but deeply painful cuts. Enough to make Suarez bleed. Enough to make him reconsider the cost-benefit analysis of a Louisiana expansion. "We don't have to destroy him, Mr. Novak," Jules concluded. "We just have to make him decide that Louisiana is more trouble than it's worth. That there are easier pickings elsewhere." Novak was silent for a long time, tapping the broken breadstick on the white linen tablecloth. Jules waited, her heart pounding despite her outward composure. This was the moment. If he said no, she was exposed, vulnerable. If he said yes, she was in bed with a man who would slit her throat without a second thought if it suited his purposes. "It is an interesting proposal, Miss Fontaine," Novak finally said. "Bold. Strategic." He looked at her, a new respect, or perhaps just a new calculation in his eyes. "And what precisely is in it for me? Besides the satisfaction of inconveniencing Mr. Suarez?" "A freer hand in New Orleans once Suarez is discouraged," Jules said. "And perhaps a more stable neighbor in Ferraday once my family's internal affairs are resolved." The implication was clear. Help me deal with Suarez, and when I'm in charge, we can discuss a more permanent and mutually profitable understanding. Novak smiled again, that thin, cold smile. "You are your father's daughter, Miss Fontaine. But perhaps more ambitious. And less sentimental." He extended his hand across the table. "Very well. A limited alliance. For now. Let us see if we can, as you say, make Louisiana prohibitively expensive for our mutual friend, Mr. Suarez." Jules shook his hand. It was as cold as his eyes. The deal was done. She didn't tell her father about the meeting. Not immediately. She knew he'd find out. Camo Jenkins had ways of knowing everything. But she wanted to present it as a fait accompli, a strategic necessity, not a desperate plea for permission. Joe's reaction, when Camo finally did inform him, was exactly what Jules had anticipated. And dreaded. He was furious. Not just at her insubordination, her audacity in going behind his back to deal with a man like Novak, but at the implications. His daughter, his carefully groomed Ivy League-educated daughter, was making deals with Bosnian warlords, playing the same deadly, duplicitous games he'd played his entire life. She did what? Joe roared, the effort making him cough, a deep racking spasm that left him breathless and pale. He glared at Camo, then at the empty space where Jules usually stood when she reported to him. "With Novak? That goddamn animal? Is she insane?" "She believes it's a necessary strategic move, Joe," Camo said, his voice calm, though he too was clearly uneasy about Jules' gambit. "To counter Suarez." She presented a logical argument. "Logical?" Joe spat the word out like it was poison. "There's nothing logical about inviting a viper into your bed, Camo. Novak will turn on her, on all of us the minute it suits him." He sank back against his pillows, exhausted, defeated. But then, through the anger, through the fear, a different emotion flickered in his tired eyes. A grudging, almost reluctant admiration. His daughter. She had guts. She had brains. She had a ruthlessness that mirrored his own, but with a modern, sophisticated sheen. She wasn't waiting for him to hand her the kingdom. She was seizing it, piece by piece, making her own alliances, her own enemies. She was adapting. She was surviving. In a way that Nate, with his brute force, and Samuel, with his chaotic violence, were not. The tension between traditional loyalty to him, to the old ways, and the pragmatic adaptation Jules represented, was tearing his family, his empire apart. But maybe, just maybe, Jules' dangerous gamble was the only thing that could save it. Or maybe it was the move that would finally destroy them all. Joe Fontaine, dying king of a crumbling dynasty, didn't know. He only knew that his daughter had just dealt herself into the high-stakes poker game for his throne, with a hand that was both terrifying and, in its own twisted way, undeniably impressive. Chapter 25. Raymond Fontaine, the prodigal brother returned, wasn't a man to let moss grow under his feet, especially when those feet were, by his own dramatic account, shuffling inexorably towards the grave. His public performance as a dying man seeking reconciliation was convincing enough to fool the gullible, and his newfound role as sympathetic listener to Faraday's disgruntled business class was earning him a certain folksy credibility. But behind the charming smiles, the shared bourbons, and the carefully rehearsed coughs, Raymond was a COINTELPRO operation of one, gathering intelligence, assessing weaknesses, and looking for the perfect leverage point to pry his way back into the Fontaine family power structure. He found it, or thought he found it, in his oldest nephew, Nathaniel. Nate was, in Raymond's considered and deeply cynical opinion, a perfect mark. Ambitious as hell, but dumber than a sack of hammers when it came to anything that required more than two brain cells rubbing together. He was also, Raymond sensed, deeply insecure, living in the shadow of a father he could never please and siblings he secretly feared. Nate craved respect, craved power, and Raymond Fontaine was a master at selling counterfeit versions of both. He cornered Nate not at the honey trap, which was too public, too much Nate's turf, but at a neutral, out-of-the-way fishing camp on a stagnant stretch of bayou teche that Nate sometimes used for discreet meetings. Raymond had found out about it, of course. Raymond had a knack for finding out about such things. He arrived unannounced, looking artfully frail as he leaned on his cane, interrupting Nate's solitary consumption of a lukewarm beer and a plate of greasy fried catfish. "Nathaniel, my boy," Raymond said, his voice a low, confidential purr, like a cat sidling up to a particularly plump canary. "Forgive an old, dying uncle for intruding on your solitude. But there are matters of some urgency we should discuss. Family matters." Nate, startled and annoyed, nearly choked on a catfish bone. "Uncle Raymond, what the hell are you doing out here? This is private." He looked around nervously, as if expecting Camo Jenkins to materialize from the Spanish moss, Sanguita from the cypress trees. "Indeed it is, Nathaniel," Raymond said, settling himself carefully onto a rickety wooden bench opposite Nate. He produced a silver flask from his linen jacket. "And privacy is precisely what we need for this conversation." He offered the flask. "Care for a drop? Considerably better than that bilge water you're drinking, I assure you." Nate hesitated, then grunted and took a swig. It was better. Smoother. More expensive. Just like everything else about his uncle. "So what's so urgent?" Nate asked, trying to sound dismissive, but his curiosity and his greed were already pricked. Raymond leaned in, his voice dropping even lower, his eyes gleaming with a conspiratorial light. "It's about your father, Nathaniel. About Joe." He sighed, a masterpiece of feigned sorrow. "He's fading, boy. We both know it. That audition he set up, it's a desperate man's ploy. He's not thinking clearly. And while he dithers, while he plays these little games with you and your siblings, the wolves are gathering. Suarez. Novak. That damn state police captain. They're going to tear this family, this empire apart before Joe even has a chance to name a successor." Nate frowned. He didn't like hearing it, but he knew his uncle was right. He'd seen the vultures circling himself. He just hadn't known what to do about it, other than shout louder and break more kneecaps. "So what's your point, uncle?" Nate asked, suspicious. Raymond never did anything without an angle. "My point, Nathaniel," Raymond said, his voice like silk, "is that this family needs strong leadership. Now. Not in 6 months, or whenever Joe finally decides to kick the bucket or pick a name out of a hat. It needs a leader who can stand up to these outside threats, who can unite the factions, who can secure the future." He paused, letting his words hang in the humid air. "It needs you, Nathaniel." Nate blinked. "Him. He'd always believed he was the rightful heir, of course. But to hear it from his worldly, experienced uncle, the man who'd once been Augustin Fontaine's chosen son, it was intoxicating. Me? Of course you, Raymond said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. You're the oldest. You've got the experience on the street. You command respect. Raymond conveniently ignored the fact that Nate commanded fear, not respect, and mostly from people too weak to fight back. Jewel, she's smart, I'll grant you. But she's a woman, and she's got her head in the clouds with all this legitimacy nonsense. And Samuel. Raymond shuddered delicately. Well, Samuel is Samuel. A wild dog. Useful for sicking on your enemies, perhaps, but you don't hand him the keys to the kingdom. He leaned closer. Joe's not going to pick you, Nathaniel. Not on his own. He's too stubborn, too set in his ways. He still sees you as that snot-nosed kid trying to fill his shoes. He needs a nudge. A push in the right direction. A push? Nate was intrigued now, his ambition flaring, his caution momentarily forgotten. What kind of push? An alliance, my boy, Raymond said, his eyes glinting. You and me. Together. We persuade Joe, gently of course, given his delicate condition, that it's time for him to step aside. Retire. Enjoy his last few months fishing at the lake house. And you, with my guidance, my experience, you step up. Take control. Consolidate your power. Before it's too late. He smiled. Think of it, Nathaniel. You, as the head of the Fontaine family. With me, your loyal uncle, as your senior advisor. We could restore this family to its former glory. Make it stronger, richer, more powerful than ever before. Nate was tempted. God, he was tempted. It was everything he'd ever wanted, handed to him on a silver platter by the one man who might actually have the cunning, the connections, to make it happen. His father was dying. His siblings were a threat. Raymond, for all his past sins, was offering him a lifeline. A shortcut to the throne. But even Nate, in his ambition-fueled haze, felt a flicker of suspicion. Why him? Why now? What was in it for Raymond? And what do you get out of this, uncle? He asked, trying to sound shrewd. Raymond waved a dismissive hand. A comfortable retirement, my boy. A chance to see the family name restored to its rightful place. Perhaps a small consultancy fee for my troubles. He coughed again, that dry, rattling cough. I'm a dying man, Nathaniel. I have no ambition beyond seeing my family secure. And seeing you get what you deserve. It sounded plausible. Almost. Nate wrestled with it. The thought of seizing power now, of finally stepping out of his father's shadow, of putting Jewel and Samuel in their place, it was almost too good to resist. But something held him back. A lifetime of being warned about his uncle's duplicity. A deep-seated, if often ignored, loyalty to his father, however flawed their relationship. I need to think about it, uncle, Nate said finally, his voice betraying his internal conflict. Raymond smiled, a patient, understanding smile. Of course, my boy. Take your time. But not too much time. The wolves are circling. And opportunities like this, they don't knock twice. He stood up, leaning on his cane. You know where to find me. He gave Nate a conspiratorial wink, then turned and ambled back towards the dusty road, disappearing into the shimmering heat haze like a bayou mirage. Nate sat there for a long time, the half-eaten catfish growing cold, the lukewarm beer forgotten. An alliance with Raymond. Sideline his father. Take control. It was a dangerous, treacherous path. But the prize was everything. What Nate didn't know, what Raymond hadn't counted on, was that the fishing camp on Bayou Teche, for all its apparent seclusion, was not entirely private. One of Camo Jenkins's many eyes and ears in the parish was an old Cajun trapper named Remy, who sometimes used the camp to clean his muskrat traps, and who had an uncanny ability to be invisible when he wanted to be. Remy had been napping in his pirogue, tucked away in the reeds on the far side of the bayou, when Raymond arrived. He hadn't heard every word of the hushed conversation, but he'd heard enough. Enough about an alliance. Enough about Joe stepping aside. Enough to know that something rotten was brewing. Later that evening, Camo Jenkins stood in Joe Fontaine's sick room, the air thick with the smell of antiseptic and despair. He relayed what Remy had told him, his voice flat, devoid of emotion, just the facts. Joe listened, his eyes closed, his face a pale, impassive mask. When Camo finished, Joe didn't erupt in anger as Camo had expected. He didn't curse his brother's treachery or his son's stupidity. He just lay there, silent for a long, unnerving moment. Then he opened his eyes, and there was a flicker in them. Not of rage, not of despair, but of something else. Something cold, calculating, and deeply terrifyingly familiar. The look of Joe Fontaine, the chess master, seeing not a betrayal, but a new, unexpected move on the board. "Raymond," Joe whispered, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips. "Always the opportunist. And Nate, my ambitious, foolish boy." He looked at Camo. "So, my brother wants to use my son to usurp me. And my son is considering it." He almost chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. "The goddamn irony." "What do you want me to do, Joe?" Camo asked. "I can talk to Raymond. Make him understand this is a bad idea. I can have a word with Nate. Straighten him out." Camo's version of talking and straightening out usually involved more permanent solutions. But Joe shook his head. "No, Camo," he said, his voice surprisingly firm. "Not yet." He looked past Camo, out the window, at the darkening Louisiana sky. "Let it play out." Camo stared at him. "Joe, this is dangerous. Raymond is a snake. And Nate's liable to do something stupid if he thinks he can get his hands on the crown." "I know," Joe said. "But this is another test, Camo. Perhaps the most important one yet." His eyes narrowed. "I want to see what Nate does. I want to see if he has any loyalty left in him. Any shred of honor. Or if he's just as rotten and ambitious as his uncle." He paused. "And I want to see what Raymond's real game is. Because it ain't just about helping Nate, I can guarantee you that. He was using them. Using his own brother's treachery, his own son's potential betrayal, as another move in his twisted, desperate audition. He was sacrificing a pawn, or maybe even a knight, to see the lay of the board more clearly. It was a cold, ruthless calculation. The kind of calculation that had made Joe Fontaine who he was. The kind of calculation that might just get them all killed. "Keep watching them, Camo," Joe said, his voice fading again, the effort tiring him. "Watch them both. Report everything to me. But don't interfere. Not unless I tell you to." Camo nodded, his face grim. He didn't like it. He didn't like it at all. But Joe was still the boss. For now. He turned and left the room, leaving Joe Fontaine alone with his pain, his cunning, and the poisonous game he was playing with the lives of his own family. The betrayal was in motion. And Joe, the dying king, was content to let it unfold, like a Greek tragedy he'd written himself, waiting to see who would be left standing when the final curtain fell. Chapter 26. Samuel didn't have favorite anything. Favorite was a weakness, an attachment, a vulnerability to be exploited. He preferred interests, curiosities, things that caught his attention for a fleeting moment before he moved on to the next shiny, dangerous object. One of those fleeting interests lately had been a dancer at Nate's club, the Honey Trap. Her stage name was Angel, which Samuel found perversely amusing, given the decidedly unangelic nature of her profession and the even less angelic things he suspected she did to maintain it. Angel wasn't the prettiest dancer at the Honey Trap, nor the youngest, nor the one with the most surgically enhanced assets. But there was something about her, a bruised, haunted quality in her two large eyes, a way she moved on stage that was less about seduction and more about a kind of desperate, almost defiant grace. She reminded Samuel of a broken-winged bird he'd once found as a child, one he'd tried to fix. Then, when he couldn't, had put out of its misery with a swift, dispassionate efficiency that had chilled even his own blood, young as he was. He'd sometimes watch her from a dark corner of the club, nursing a single glass of whiskey, his presence making both the customers and Nate's overstuffed bouncers deeply uneasy. He never approached her, never asked for a private dance, never sent over a drink. He just observed. Another specimen for his collection. Lately, though, he'd noticed a change in Angel. The bruised quality in her eyes had intensified, blooming into full-blown, dark-circled despair. The defiant grace in her movements had become more erratic, sometimes sharp and jittery, other times slow and dangerously clumsy. He saw the track marks hidden beneath cheap bracelets and too much stage makeup, but not hidden well enough from eyes like his, eyes that missed nothing. Angel was hooked. Badly. And Samuel knew, with a cold, detached certainty, that the product she was using, the poison that was slowly killing her, was almost certainly his. Filtered down through his newly efficient, terrifyingly loyal distribution network, a network that was proving so very, very profitable. He should have felt nothing. Or perhaps a flicker of grim satisfaction. Another piece of human wreckage created by the family business. Another testament to the Fontaine brand of entropy. But to his own surprise he felt something else. Something uncomfortable. A dull ache, almost like a conscience, or what he imagined a conscience might feel like if he actually possessed one. It was an unfamiliar, unwelcome sensation. He found her one rainy afternoon in the cramped, squalid dressing room at the back of the Honey Trap, a place that reeked of stale cigarette smoke, cheap perfume, and desperation. She was slumped on a ratty velvet couch, her stage costume, a collection of sequins and regret, pooled around her ankles. Her eyes were half closed, her breathing shallow, her skin a ghastly bluish-gray. A syringe lay on the floor beside her outstretched hand. Samuel didn't call for help. He didn't panic. He just stood there for a long moment, looking down at her, at this broken, discarded thing. And for the first time in a long time, maybe ever, he felt something akin to sorrow, mixed with a cold, rising fury. "Angel," he said, his voice surprisingly gentle. He knelt beside her, touched her cheek. It was cold. Too cold. He checked for a pulse. Faint. Thready. Getting weaker. He knew it was probably too late. But he found himself doing something he hadn't done since he was a child, trying to fix that broken-winged bird. He tried to help. He slapped her face, gently at first, then harder. "Angel. Wake up, damn it." He felt for her airway, tried to clear it. He even, in a move that would have astonished anyone who knew him, considered mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, though the thought of it, the intimacy, the sheer futility, made his skin crawl. It was no use. He watched with a strange, detached horror, as the last flicker of life drained out of her, as her eyes, those haunted, desperate eyes, went blank, empty, staring up at the stained acoustic tiles of the dressing room ceiling. Angel, the broken bird, was finally out of her misery. Samuel Fontaine didn't weep. He wasn't built for weeping. But something inside him, something he hadn't even known was there, seemed to shatter. He stood up slowly, his fists clenched, his knuckles white. The sorrow was still there, a cold, hard knot in his gut. But now, it was overlaid with a rage so pure, so absolute, it was almost beautiful in its intensity. He didn't rage at Angel for her weakness. He didn't rage at himself for supplying the poison that had killed her. He raged at the world, at the ugliness, the stupidity, the sheer grinding cruelty of it all. He raged at his brother Nate for running this sleazy, soul-destroying shithole of a club. He raged at his father Joe for building an empire on a foundation of broken lives and shattered dreams. He raged at God, or whatever passed for God in a world this fucked up. He didn't trash the dressing room. He didn't scream or shout. His rage was a cold, silent inferno. He picked up the syringe from the floor, examined it, his eyes like chips of Arctic ice. He knew the product. It was his. Good quality, too. Angel hadn't died from bad dope. She died from too much good dope. A classic addict's mistake. Or maybe, he thought, not a mistake at all. Maybe for Angel, it had been a release. An escape. The only way out. The thought didn't comfort him. He walked out of the dressing room, out of the honey trap, into the gray, drizzling Louisiana afternoon. He didn't say a word to anyone. Nate, seeing the look on his face, a look he'd never seen before, a look that was somehow more terrifying than Samuel's usual manic glee, wisely kept his distance. Samuel drove. Aimlessly. For hours. Through the rain-swept streets of Ferraday, out into the desolate swamplands, the tires of his beat-up muscle car kicking up mud and gravel. He didn't know where he was going. He just knew he had to get away. From the club. From his family. From himself. The rage eventually burned itself out, leaving behind a hollow, aching emptiness. And something else. Something new. A flicker of empathy? Understanding. He didn't have a name for it. But it was there. Angel, the dead stripper, had somehow, in her pathetic, tragic end, managed to touch something human in Samuel Fontaine, something he hadn't even known existed. Camo Jenkins, of course, heard about it. He heard about Angel's overdose. He heard about Samuel's strange, silent departure from the club. He pieced together the story, or enough of it, to understand that something significant had happened. And he reported it to Joe. Joe Fontaine, lying in his sickbed, his own life ebbing away, listened to Camo's report with a strange mixture of emotions. His psycho son, the one he'd always considered a lost cause, a monster of his own making, had shown concern. Grief? For a drug-addicted stripper? It was almost unbelievable. He'd always seen Samuel as a blunt instrument of chaos, a tool to be wielded, a problem to be managed. He'd never considered that there might be hidden depths to his youngest son, a capacity for something other than violence and mayhem. He'd been testing Samuel's fitness to lead, his ability to handle power, to be ruthless when necessary. He'd seen that ruthlessness in spades. But this was different. This was unexpected. Could it be that Samuel, the wild card, the psychopath, was more complex than anyone had ever imagined? Could there be a flicker of humanity, of actual feeling, buried beneath all that rage and madness? And if so, what did that mean? Did it make Samuel more dangerous? Or less? Did it make him a potential leader? Or just a more complicated kind of monster? Joe didn't know. The morphine made it hard to think clearly. The pain was a constant, dull roar in the background of his fading consciousness. But as he lay there, listening to the rain lash against the windows, he found himself thinking about his youngest son in a way he never had before. Not with fear or disgust, or even a kind of grudging admiration for his brutal efficiency, but with interest. A flicker of something that might almost have been hope? Or maybe, he thought, as the darkness threatened to overwhelm him, maybe it was just another sign that he was losing his goddamn mind. Samuel Fontaine, capable of empathy. The world truly was coming to an end. One way or another. Chapter 27. Jewel prided herself on her foresight, her ability to see 3 moves ahead in any game, whether it was the rarefied world of high art and legitimate investments or the murkier depths of her family's less savory enterprises. But even she hadn't seen this one coming. Senator Robert Landry, her carefully cultivated political ally, her potential ticket to a legitimate, untouchable future, the man with whom her relationship had been teetering on the knife edge of something more than just business. Senator Landry was a goddamn rat. The discovery wasn't dramatic. No anonymous tip-off, no whispered warning in a smoky back room. It was Jewel's own, meticulous, almost obsessive attention to detail that unmasked him. She'd been reviewing security protocols for her planned Ferraday Riverside Development Project, a project Landry had been championing with such self-serving enthusiasm in Baton Rouge. As part of that, she'd had her discreet security consultant, a former Mossad agent who owed her a very significant, very unrecorded favor, do a sweep of the temporary project office they'd set up in a vacant storefront on Main Street, the office where she and Landry had held several strategy sessions. The report came back clean, mostly. No bugs in the phones, no hidden cameras in the light fixtures. But then there was the addendum. A faint, almost undetectable electromagnetic anomaly detected during one of Landry's visits. An anomaly consistent, the Mossad man had noted with clinical precision, with a very sophisticated, very small, body-worn recording device. The kind favored by federal law enforcement. Jewel had felt a coldness spread through her, a chill that had nothing to do with the gallery's air conditioning. Landry. Wearing a wire. During their conversations. Conversations about the development project, yes, but also conversations that had skirted dangerously close to the edges of the Fontaine family's operational realities. Conversations where Jewel, lulled by Landry's charm and her own ambition, might have said too much. Implied too much. Her first instinct was fury. A white-hot, consuming rage at his betrayal, at her own naivety. She'd thought she was playing him. Turns out, he and his federal handlers were playing her. Her, Jewel Fontaine, who prided herself on never being played. But the fury passed, quickly replaced by a chillingly calm, ruthlessly pragmatic resolve. Exposing Landry immediately, creating a public scandal, that was Nate's style. Or Samuel's. All noise and bluster, satisfying in the short term, but ultimately self-destructive. No, Jewel's approach would be quieter. More precise. And infinitely more damaging to Senator Robert Landry. She didn't confront him. She didn't change her demeanor during their subsequent phone calls, their carefully orchestrated chance encounters at political fundraisers. She just observed. And she planned. Landry, damn his handsome, treacherous hide, was good. He never overtly tried to steer their conversations into incriminating territory. He was a master of the subtle probe, the innocent-sounding question that could, if answered carelessly, open up a Pandora's box of legal trouble. Jewel, now acutely aware of the game, played along, feeding him carefully curated information, half-truths and misleading breadcrumbs, all while her own counter-operation was quietly, efficiently put into motion. If Robert Landry liked recordings, Jewel decided, then she would give him recordings. But not the ones he or his federal friends were expecting. Their relationship, for all its professional veneer, had, as Joe had suspected, developed an undercurrent of intimacy. Late-night dinners that ended with lingering goodbyes. Stolen moments in quiet hotel bars during out-of-town conferences. Touches that lasted a fraction too long. Landry, the ambitious politician, was also a man with a man's appetites, and Jewel, for all her cool composure, was not immune to his particular brand of charismatic charm, especially when she believed it was a tool she could use. Now that carefully cultivated, almost but not quite, intimacy became her weapon. She arranged another discreet dinner with Landry, at a private suite in a boutique New Orleans hotel, a place she knew was not under his or anyone else's surveillance. Her Mossad contact had made sure of that. And he'd also made sure the suite was equipped with its own set of very discreet, very high-resolution recording devices, audio and video. The evening unfolded like a scene from a particularly sordid political thriller. Jewel played her part to perfection, the intelligent, ambitious businesswoman, flattered by the attentions of a powerful, attractive man, perhaps a little lonely, perhaps a little too willing to blur the lines between the personal and the professional. Landry, confident, charming, utterly oblivious to the trap being set, responded as she'd known he would. He drank too much expensive wine. He talked too much. About his own ambitions, yes, but also about his frustrations with his party, his contempt for some of his colleagues, his own creative interpretations of campaign finance laws. He bragged about other deals he'd made, other corners he'd cut, other influential people whose careers he held in the palm of his hand. Deals and corruptions that had nothing to do with the Fontaines, but everything to do with Senator Robert Landry's own dirty laundry. And as the night wore on, as the wine flowed and the pretense of business faded, Landry, emboldened by Jewel's apparent receptiveness, by her cool beauty, by the thrill of the illicit, crossed the line from suggestive to explicit. He revealed not just his political corruption, but his personal indiscretions, his appetites, his vulnerabilities. All meticulously, damningly recorded. Jewel extracted herself before things went too far, pleading an early morning meeting, leaving Landry flushed, frustrated, and utterly unaware that he had just handed her the keys to his destruction. The next morning, a discreetly packaged thumb drive containing selected highlights of Senator Landry's candid, career-ending confessions was delivered to his private office in Baton Rouge. No note. No demands. Just the recordings. His reaction, Jewel imagined with a grim satisfaction, must have been memorable. Their relationship, from that point on, shifted into a new, far more dangerous phase. The pretense of professional collaboration, the subtle dance of flirtation and influence, was gone. Replaced by a cold, inspoken understanding. Mutual blackmail. Landry knew Jewel knew he was wearing a wire for the feds. Jewel knew Landry knew she had enough dirt on him to bury him so deep he'd never see daylight again. They were trapped, two scorpions in a bottle, each capable of destroying the other, each waiting to see who would blink first. The Riverside Development Project, ironically, continued to move forward. Landry now its even more enthusiastic, if somewhat terrified champion. He couldn't afford for it to fail. He couldn't afford for Jewel Fontaine to be anything less than completely satisfied. Jewel didn't tell her father the full extent of her countermaneuver. She simply informed him, through Camo, that the Landry situation had been neutralized. That the senator was now fully cooperative. Joe, listening from his sickbed, the morphine haze doing little to dull his still sharp instincts, knew there was more to it than that. He'd seen that look in Jewel's eyes before. It was the same look he'd seen in his own reflection countless times over the years. The look of a predator who had just successfully, ruthlessly, neutralized a threat. Neutralized, Joe rasped to Camo after Jewel had left. That girl, she's got ice water in her veins. Just like her old man. There was a grudging admiration in his voice, but also a profound, weary sadness. He'd wanted his children to be strong, to be survivors. But he hadn't wanted them to become him. Or worse. Jewel was playing a high-stakes game, a game that could give them the legitimacy he'd always secretly craved, or it could bring the entire federal government crashing down on their heads. She was operating on a level he'd never quite reached, a level of sophisticated, white-collar corruption that made his own strong-arm tactics look crude and antiquated. She was isolating herself, trusting no one, making alliances with vipers and then turning them against each other. It was brilliant. It was terrifying. He worried about her. Not about her safety, not in the physical sense. Jewel could take care of herself. He worried about her soul. About what this game, this constant dance with betrayal and blackmail, was doing to her. He saw her becoming harder, colder, more isolated. Building walls around herself that even he, her father, couldn't penetrate. The leverage she now held over Senator Landry was a powerful weapon. But weapons, Joe knew, had a way of cutting both ways. Especially when wielded by someone who was still, for all her intelligence and ruthlessness, learning the deadliest rules of the game. The game he himself had played for far too long. Chapter 28. The fragile truce, or perhaps more accurately, the armed standoff, between the Fontaine siblings was never going to last. Too much ambition, too much resentment, too much bad blood simmered just beneath the surface. Joe Fontaine's audition hadn't just given them a chance to prove their worth, it had given them license to sharpen their knives and aim them at each other's backs. The only surprise was that it took this long for the whole damn thing to explode. The catalyst, when it came, was predictably crude and entirely Nate's doing. Flush with his newfound and, in his mind, well-deserved authority over the family's traditional rackets, and still smarting from Jewel's recent exposure of his long-term skimming operation, Nate decided to flex his muscles. He was tired of Samuel, his psycho younger brother, getting all the dark glory for his brutally efficient drug running. He was tired of Jewel, his ice queen sister, looking down her patrician nose at him while she played footsie with state senators. Nate wanted respect. He wanted to show everyone, especially his dying father, that he was the one really in charge, the one who could bring order to the entire Fontaine empire, not just his little corner of it. So he did something stupid. Monumentally, catastrophically stupid. He decided to assert control over one of Samuel's more lucrative drug routes, a supply line that ran through a string of run-down truck stops and seedy bars in an unincorporated stretch of St. Landry Parish, technically outside Nate's assigned territory but close enough in Nate's inflated estimation for him to claim jurisdiction. He didn't consult Samuel. He didn't even bother to inform him. He just sent a couple of his beefier and dimmer enforcers, Mickey Two Thumbs and Frankie the Face, still smarting from their last encounter with a rival biker gang and eager to prove their worth, to persuade Samuel's dealers that from now on a significant portion of their profits would be rerouted through Nate Fontaine Enterprises. As a service fee, of course. For enhanced security. It went about as well as could be expected. Samuel's dealers, the new breed of young, fiercely loyal, and borderline feral operatives he'd cultivated, weren't impressed by Nate's aging, steroid-addled thugs. Words were exchanged. Then shoves. Then fists. Then, unfortunately for Mickey and Frankie, one of Samuel's boys, a wiry kid named Gator with cold, dead eyes and a fondness for sharpened oyster knives, decided to escalate the negotiations. The fallout was messy. Mickey Two Thumbs lost another thumb, his left one this time, leaving him ironically, if not entirely accurately, named. Frankie the Face acquired a new, very noticeable scar that ran from his earlobe to his chin, courtesy of Gator's oyster knife. More importantly, a significant shipment of Samuel's product, high-grade cocaine destined for the lucrative New Orleans market, was either confiscated by the local sheriff, who, unlike Dale Weber and Ferraday, was not on the Fontaine payroll and was, in fact, actively hostile to their interests, or simply disappeared during the melee. And two of Samuel's best runners ended up in the St. Landry Parish jail, facing serious trafficking charges. Samuel Fontaine did not take the news well. He didn't rage. He didn't scream. He didn't burn anything down, not immediately anyway. He just got that look in his eyes. That cold, flat, dead calm look that usually preceded something truly, spectacularly awful. He found Nate holding court in his mirrored office at the Honey Trap, bragging to a couple of his sycophantic lieutenants about how he was consolidating operations and streamlining efficiencies. Samuel didn't knock. He just kicked the door open, the cheap particle board splintering around the lock. He walked in, silent, moving with that unsettling fluid grace that always seemed to promise violence. In his hand he held not a knife, but a .45 automatic, big, black, and ugly. The kind of gun that didn't just make holes in people, it made craters. Nate looked up, startled, his face flushing from bravado to a sickly greenish-white when he saw Samuel, saw the gun, saw the look in his eyes. His lieutenants, who a moment before had been laughing obsequiously at Nate's boasts, suddenly remembered urgent appointments elsewhere and practically fell over each other scrambling out of the office. "Samuel?" Nate stammered, trying to regain some semblance of his usual bluster, but his voice was an octave higher than normal. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Put that goddamn thing away before you hurt someone. Oh, I intend to hurt someone, Nate, Samuel said, his voice soft, almost a caress, which was somehow more terrifying than if he'd been shouting. He walked slowly towards the desk, the .45 held loosely at his side, but pointed generally in Nate's direction. My product, Nate. My people. My territory. You had no right. Your territory. Nate scoffed, trying to sound indignant, but mostly sounding like a cornered rat. It's all Fontaine territory, you psycho. Dad put me in charge of security, of making sure things run smooth. Your operation was sloppy. It was drawing heat. Sloppy? Samuel was standing in front of the desk now, close enough for Nate to smell the faint, metallic scent of something that might have been gun oil, or maybe just Samuel's own peculiar brand of crazy. My operation, brother dear, was a finely tuned goddamn symphony of profit and efficiency, until your two baboons stuck their clumsy paws in it. He raised the .45, not quite pointing it at Nate's chest, but close enough to make Nate break out in a cold sweat. Now, I got 2 men in jail. I got a shipment worth $500,000 on the street gone. And I got a very unhappy supplier down in Mexico asking some very pointed questions. All because you, in your infinite fucking wisdom, decided to play gangster. I am a gangster, Samuel. Nate blushed for Bisserung, his voice cracking. I'm your older brother. I'm next in line. You show some goddamn respect. Samuel laughed, a cold, empty sound. Respect. He brought the muzzle of the .45 up, tapped it lightly against Nate's forehead. Nate froze, his eyes wide with terror, a trickle of sweat running down his temple. Respect is earned, Nate. And you, my brother, haven't earned anything but a bullet between your eyes. The office door opened again. This time, it was Jewel. She stood there, calm and composed as always, a stark contrast to the raw, ugly tension in the room. She didn't look surprised by the scene. In fact, she looked almost expectant. Samuel. Nate, she said, her voice cool, cutting through the charged atmosphere. Perhaps we could discuss this like civilized human beings. Before one of you does something remarkably stupid and gets blood all over Nate's new Italian marble desk. Stay out of this, Jewel. Nate shrieked, his eyes still fixed on the barrel of Samuel's gun. This is between me and him. Actually, Nate, Jewel said, stepping further into the room, her gaze shifting from Nate's terrified face to Samuel's cold, impassive one. It's not. Because, you see, I orchestrated this little misunderstanding. That got their attention. Samuel slowly lowered the .45, though he didn't take his eyes off Nate. Nate just stared at Jewel, his mouth agape. You what? Oh, don't look so surprised, Nate, Jewel said, a small, almost cruel smile playing on her lips. You really think your 2 Neanderthals are smart enough to disrupt one of Samuel's operations without a little guidance? A little nudge in the wrong direction? She paused. I merely facilitated an opportunity for you both to demonstrate your legendary leadership skills. Your restraint. Your judgment. She looked from Nate to Samuel, her smile fading. And frankly, you've both failed. Miserably. Nate was sputtering, incoherent with rage and confusion. Samuel just watched Jewel, his expression unreadable now, the cold fury in his eyes replaced by a dawning, almost reluctant understanding. He was being played. They both were. By their sister. You set us up. Nate finally managed, his voice incredulous. You cost us a fortune. You could have gotten us all killed. A calculated risk, Nate, Jewel said. To see what you would do. How you would react under pressure. Our father is dying. This family is facing threats from every direction. Suarez, Novak, the state police. We need strong, intelligent, stable leadership if we're going to survive. And what have you two shown him? What have you shown me? She looked at Nate. You, with your idiotic strong-arm tactics, your inability to see beyond your own ego, your willingness to start a war over a pissing contest. Then she looked at Samuel. And you, Samuel. For all your efficiency, you're still a wild dog. Your first instinct is always to pull a gun, to burn it all down. You can't lead like that. Not if you want anything left to lead. The silence in the room was thick, broken only by Nate's ragged breathing and the distant, tinny sound of music from the strip club floor. Jewel had them. She'd played them both like cheap fiddles. And she was right. They'd both acted exactly as she'd predicted. Predictably. Stupidly. Joe Fontaine, listening to Camo's grim, detailed account of the confrontation later that evening, felt a cold knot of despair tighten in his chest. He'd wanted to test his children. He'd wanted to see who had the strength, the cunning, the will to lead. And what had he discovered? That his oldest son was a reckless, arrogant fool. That his youngest son was a barely controlled psychopath. And that his daughter, his cool, intelligent, ambitious daughter, was perhaps the most ruthless, manipulative Fontaine of them all. She'd orchestrated a near-fatal confrontation between her own brothers, risked a bloody internal war, all to prove a point. All to position herself as the only sane, viable option. It was a move of breathtaking audacity. A move worthy of Joe Fontaine himself in his prime. But it was also a move that had fractured his family, perhaps irreparably. He saw them now, not as potential successors but as warring factions, each driven by their own selfish desires, their own flawed visions of power. The audition, he realized with a clarity that cut through the morphine haze, was over. And everyone, it seemed, had failed. He looked at Camo, his oldest, most loyal friend. "They're tearing each other apart, Camo," Joe whispered, his voice hoarse with pain and something that sounded a lot like grief. "They're tearing everything apart." He closed his eyes. "I need to make a decision. Now. Before there's nothing left to decide." The fracture was complete. The Fontaine family, for all its power, its wealth, its carefully constructed facades, was broken. And Joe Fontaine, the dying king, knew that whatever choice he made now, it would likely be his last, and perhaps his most devastating. Chapter 29. The summons came, as it always did from Joe Fontaine, without preamble or pleasantries. A curt phone call from Camo Jenkins to each of the siblings. "Your father wants to see you. At the house. Tonight. 8 o'clock. Don't be late." This time, though, there was an added, almost funereal weight to Camo's voice, a sense of finality that sent a chill down even Nate's thick-skinned spine. This was it. The old man was going to announce his successor. The audition, with all its backstabbing, power plays, and near-fatal confrontations, was finally over. They gathered in the oppressive grandeur of the plantation's formal dining room, the same room where Joe had informed them of Suarez's buyout offer, a room that seemed purpose-built for delivering bad news and family ultimatums. Nate was there, sweating through his expensive silk shirt, his face a mixture of arrogant expectation and ill-concealed anxiety. He'd convinced himself that his aggressive consolidation efforts, his willingness to get his hands dirty, even if it was mostly with his siblings' blood, would win him the crown. Jewel sat opposite him, cool and composed as ever, though a keen observer might have noticed the slight, almost imperceptible tightening around her eyes. Her alliance with Novak, her leverage over Senator Landry, her exposure of Nate's thievery, surely her father would recognize her superior intellect, her strategic vision. Samuel slouched at the far end of the massive mahogany table, idly flipping a silver dollar, his expression unreadable, a faint, unsettling smile playing on his lips. He expected nothing, and therefore was prepared for anything. Joe Fontaine was already seated at the head of the table, a place he hadn't occupied in weeks. He looked like a ghost, a wraith returned from the grave to deliver one final judgment. The morphine had been reduced for the occasion, his eyes clearer, sharper than they'd been in days, but the effort it took him to maintain that clarity was evident in the way his hands trembled, the way his breath hitched with a dry, rattling cough. Camo Jenkins stood behind him, a silent, granite-faced sentinel. The air in the room was thick with unspoken resentments, with the suffocating weight of impending pronouncements. "Thank you all for coming," Joe began, his voice a hoarse whisper, but every ear in the room strained to catch his words. He looked at each of his children, his gaze lingering for a moment, a flicker of something, pride, disappointment, regret in his tired eyes. "As you know, I ain't got much time left." He paused, letting the words sink in. "This family, this business, it needs a leader. Someone to hold things together after I'm gone. Someone to protect what's ours." Nate leaned forward, his knuckles white as he gripped the edge of the table. Jewel sat a little straighter, her hands clasped neatly in her lap. Samuel stopped flipping the silver dollar. "I've watched you all," Joe continued, his voice gaining a fraction more strength. "These past few months. I've seen your strengths. I've seen your weaknesses." He coughed again, a racking spasm that seemed to shake his frail body. "It ain't been an easy decision. None of you are perfect. Hell, none of you are even particularly likable most days." A ghost of a smile touched his lips. "But you're Fontaine's. And a Fontaine always." He never got to finish the sentence. The massive double doors to the dining room, which Camo had thought were securely closed, burst open with a theatrical flourish. And standing framed in the doorway, leaning on his elegant cane, a predatory smile playing on his lips, was Raymond Fontaine. "My dearest Joseph," Raymond said, his voice dripping with a silken, insincere sympathy that made Joe's blood run cold. "Forgive the intrusion, but I heard you were making pronouncements, and I felt it simply wouldn't be a true family gathering without all the family present." He sauntered into the room, his gaze sweeping over his shocked nieces and nephews, then settling with a kind of triumphant malice on his brother. "Raymond," Joe gasped, his face contorting with a mixture of rage and disbelief. "What in the goddamn hell are you doing here? Get out. Camo, get him out." Camo moved, fast and silent, but Raymond simply held up a hand, a sheaf of old, yellowed documents clutched in it. Now, Joseph. Let's not be hasty. I come bearing gifts. Or rather, truths. Uncomfortable truths, perhaps. But truths nonetheless." He looked at Nate, at Jewel, at Samuel. "Your father, my dear nieces and nephews, is about to tell you who will inherit his kingdom. But before he does, perhaps you should know a little more about how that kingdom was truly built." "What is this, Uncle Raymond?" Jewel asked, her voice cool, though her eyes betrayed a flicker of unease. Nate just stared, dumbfounded. Samuel, however, leaned forward, that unsettling smile returning, a new keen interest in his eyes. This was getting good. "This, my dear Jewel," Raymond said, waving the documents like a magician producing a rabbit from a hat, "is history. Our family history. The parts your father conveniently forgot to tell you." He walked slowly towards the head of the table, his gaze locked on Joe, who seemed to have shrunk even further into his chair, his face a mask of impotent fury. "You see, children," Raymond continued, his voice taking on a storyteller's cadence, smooth, persuasive, deadly. "Your grandfather, Augustin Fontaine, a man of vision, he always intended for me to take over the family business. I was the oldest, after all. The smartest. The one he groomed. Your father, Joseph here, he was always the second son. The overlooked one. The one with the chip on his shoulder." "Lies." Joe choked out, trying to rise from his chair, but his legs wouldn't support him. "He's a liar. A goddamn snake." "Am I Joseph?" Raymond said, his smile widening. He laid the documents on the table, spreading them out for all to see. Old bank statements. Faded letters. Notarized affidavits, yellowed with age. Or am I just the one who finally decided to tell the truth? The truth about how you, my dear brother, framed me? How you manufactured evidence, spread lies, turned our own father against me, all to seize control of what was rightfully mine." Nate, Jewel, and Samuel stared at the documents, then at their uncle, then at their father, their faces a mixture of confusion, disbelief, and a dawning horrified understanding. "He drove me out of town, children," Raymond said, his voice now laced with a carefully modulated pathos. "Forced me to flee for my life, with nothing but the clothes on my back. While he reaped the rewards. Built his empire on a foundation of betrayal. On the ruin of his own brother." He looked directly at Joe. "Tell them it's not true, Joseph. Tell them these documents are forgeries. Tell them you didn't steal my birthright." Joe couldn't speak. He just stared at Raymond, his face ashen, his eyes filled with a terrible, consuming rage and something else. Something that looked a lot like guilt. The silence in the room was deafening, broken only by Raymond's soft, triumphant chuckle and the ragged sound of Joe's breathing. Jewel was the first to break it. "Father," she said, her voice barely a whisper, her carefully constructed composure finally cracking. Is this true?" Joe didn't answer. He couldn't. He just looked away, defeated. Nate was staring at Raymond, then at the documents, then back at his father, his slow mind struggling to process the enormity of the accusation. His whole life, his whole understanding of his family, of his father's legacy, was built on the idea of Joe Fontaine as the strong, indomitable patriarch, the self-made man who had carved out an empire from nothing. This changed everything. Samuel, however, was a different story. He leaned back in his chair, a slow, almost admiring smile spreading across his face as he looked at his uncle. "Well now, Uncle Raymond," he said, his voice laced with a dark amusement. "You always were the interesting one in the family, weren't you?" He picked up one of the yellowed letters, glanced at it. "So, the old man's a thief and a backstabber, as well as a dying tyrant. Explains a lot, actually." He looked at Joe, a new, almost predatory light in his eyes. "Doesn't it, Pop?" The revelation, so long buried, so carefully concealed, had finally been unearthed. And it had thrown the entire Fontaine family, the entire succession drama, into utter, irretrievable chaos. The siblings, already at each other's throats, now looked at their father not as a dying king whose crown was up for grabs, but as a fraud, a usurper, a man whose entire legacy was built on a lie. Joe Fontaine had intended to announce his successor. He had intended to impose his will, even from the edge of the grave. But Raymond, the ghost from his past, the brother he had wronged, had returned at the 11th hour to deliver a killing blow. Not to Joe's body, which was already failing, but to his authority, his legitimacy, his carefully constructed narrative. The audition was over. But the real drama, the real war for the soul of the Fontaine family, fueled now by decades of resentment and the explosive revelation of a foundational betrayal, was just beginning. And no one, least of all Joe Fontaine, knew who, if anyone, would be left standing when the dust finally settled. The king was not just dying. His crown, it turned out, had been stolen from the start. Chapter 30. Miguel Suarez was not a man to make idle threats, nor was he one to let a perceived insult, like Joe Fontaine's dismissive rejection of his generous offer, go unanswered. While the Fontaines were busy tearing each other apart, distracted by Raymond's bombshell revelations and their own internecine squabbles, Suarez's men, under the cool, professional direction of Memo Ochoa and the on-the-ground intel gathered by Javi and Mateo, were quietly, methodically preparing to strike. The attack, when it came, wasn't a single clumsy blow. It was a coordinated symphony of violence and disruption, hitting multiple Fontaine operations simultaneously across Ferraday Parish, designed to cripple their infrastructure, sow chaos, and send a very clear, very bloody message: the Mexicans were here and they were not fucking around. It started just after 2 a.m. on a moonless Tuesday night. The first hit was Nate's flagship, the Honey Trap. Not a frontal assault. Suarez's people were too smart for that. Instead, a couple of Molotov cocktails, expertly thrown, crashed through the back windows of the storeroom, the one where Nate kept his overpriced liquor, and more importantly, his not-so-secret stash of high-grade cocaine for the VIPs. The resulting fire spread with terrifying speed, fueled by alcohol and ambition. By the time the Ferraday Volunteer Fire Department, their response time hampered by a series of suspiciously timed flat tires on two of their trucks, arrived on the scene. The back half of the honey trap was an inferno. Nate, roused from a drunken stupor in his penthouse apartment across town, arrived just in time to see his beloved cash cow going up in flames, the pink neon sign out front flickering erratically before sputtering into darkness. Simultaneously, two of Samuel's key drug distribution hubs, a nondescript warehouse near the rail yards, and that supposedly secure fishing camp out on Bayou Serpent where he'd stashed the hurricane supplies, were hit. These weren't firebombings. These were professional takedowns. Teams of heavily armed men moving with military precision neutralized Samuel's guards, some with silencers, some with a brutal efficiency that left no witnesses, seized a significant quantity of product and cash, and then simply vanished, leaving behind a scene of carnage and confusion. Even Jewel's operations, supposedly more legitimate and therefore less vulnerable, weren't spared. The temporary office for her Ferraday Riverside development project, the one where she'd so cleverly turned the tables on Senator Landry, was ransacked. Computers smashed, files stolen, architectural renderings defaced with crude, threatening graffiti in Spanish. It wasn't about theft, it was about intimidation. A message to Jewel that her political connections, her carefully constructed facades, wouldn't protect her. The initial response from the Fontaine siblings, predictably, was chaos and finger-pointing. Nate, watching the honey trap burn, immediately assumed Samuel or even Jewel was responsible, some twisted act of sabotage in their ongoing power struggle. Samuel, learning of the hits on his operations, his new fiercely loyal crew decimated, his product gone, felt a cold, murderous rage build within him, his first instinct being that Nate, in his blundering stupidity, had somehow brought this down on them, or that Novak's Bosnians were making a bolder move than anticipated. Jewel, assessing the damage to her project office, her mind racing, initially suspected Raymond, her treacherous uncle, of trying to destabilize things further, to create an opening for himself. Joe Fontaine, lying in his sickbed, listening to Camo Jenkins' grim, fragmented reports as they trickled in, felt a despair so profound it almost eclipsed the physical pain. His family, his empire, was under siege, not just from within, but from a powerful, ruthless external enemy. And his children, the heirs to his tarnished throne, were too busy fighting each other to see the real threat. But then something shifted. Maybe it was the sheer scale of the attacks, the undeniable coordination, the realization that this was something bigger, more organized, than their own petty squabbles. Or maybe it was just the primal instinct for survival kicking in. The Fontaine blood, however diluted by ambition and dysfunction, finally asserting itself. Slowly, reluctantly, almost accidentally, they began to react not as individuals, but as a family. A very violent, very dysfunctional, but suddenly very motivated family. Nate, once he got over his initial fury, and realized this wasn't Samuel's doing, Samuel, for all his psychosis, was too much of an artist of chaos for this kind of surgical strike, actually started acting like a leader. Or at least, his version of one. He rallied his remaining goons, those not currently occupied trying to salvage what was left of the honey trap. He put out the call to every lowlife, every thug, every bar owner and bookie who owed him fealty or money. His orders were simple. Find these Mexican motherfuckers. Find 'em and hurt 'em. This is our town. Nobody, and I mean nobody, messes with the Fontaines on our turf. He organized armed patrols around the remaining Fontaine properties, set up roadblocks on the access roads to Ferraday, turning the parish into an armed camp. It was crude, it was brutal, it was probably illegal as hell, but it was action. And for the first time in a long while, Nate wasn't just thinking about himself, he was thinking about protecting the family name. His name. Samuel, after his initial murderous rage subsided into a cold, calculating fury, also went into action. He didn't try to rally the troops. His troops were mostly dead or scattered. Instead, he became a ghost, a predator. He knew Suarez's men were professionals, but they didn't know Ferraday like he did. They didn't know the back alleys, the hidden pathways through the swamps, the secret places where a man could disappear or make someone else disappear. He started hunting. Alone. Using his almost supernatural ability to blend into the shadows, his intimate knowledge of the parish's underbelly, he began to track Suarez's teams. He wasn't interested in a pitched battle. He was interested in attrition, in terror. A dead Mexican operative found in a dumpster behind a diner, his throat slit with surgical precision. Another ambushed on a lonely stretch of highway, his car riddled with bullets, its cargo of stolen drugs recovered. Samuel's unpredictable, almost feral tactics started to create a palpable sense of unease amongst Suarez's men. They were fighting an enemy they couldn't see, an enemy who seemed to anticipate their every move, an enemy who fought by no rules they understood. He was sowing chaos, yes, but it was a targeted, effective chaos. The kind that unnerved, even hardened professionals. And Jewel understood that this wasn't a war that could be won with guns and goons alone. Suarez's organization was too big, too powerful. This was a war that had to be fought on multiple fronts. While Nate was playing warlord and Samuel was playing phantom, Jewel was working the angles. She used her political connections, her carefully cultivated network of informants and allies. She fed information, some true, some carefully fabricated, to Captain Marcus Reed and his state police task force, anonymously of course, pointing them towards Suarez's operations, hinting at a bloody turf war between rival outside gangs, subtly diverting their attention away from the Fontaines and towards the new, more visible threat. She called Senator Landry, not asking for help, but telling him, in no uncertain terms, that it was in his best interest, his career's best interest, to use his influence in Baton Rouge and Washington to ensure that any federal law enforcement response to the ongoing situation in Ferraday Parish was properly managed. Focused on the external agitators. She was fighting a different kind of war. A war of information, of manipulation, of political leverage. And she was proving to be damn good at it. Joe Fontaine, listening to Camo's updates, felt a flicker of something he hadn't felt in a long time. Not hope, exactly. It was too late for hope. But a grudging respect. His children, for all their flaws, for all their bitter rivalries, were fighting. They were fighting for their lives, for their family, for their goddamn birthright. Nate with his brute force. Samuel with his terrifying effective chaos. Jewel with her cold, calculating intellect. They were still competing for control, still eyeing each other with suspicion and resentment. But for now, for this desperate, bloody moment, their individual efforts were, almost miraculously, starting to align. They were, in their own twisted, dysfunctional way, acting like a family. A family under siege. The Mexican cartel had made its move. They had underestimated the Fontaines. They had mistaken internal division for terminal weakness. They were about to find out the hard way that even a fractured, dying dynasty could still bite back. And bite hard. The siege of Ferraday had begun. And the Fontaines, led by three flawed, ambitious, and suddenly very motivated heirs, were not going down without a goddamn fight. Chapter 31. The war for Ferraday, or what was left of it after Suarez's coordinated hit, and the Fontaines' equally chaotic, if surprisingly effective response, raged on in fits and starts. But inside the stuffy, shuttered sickroom of the Fontaine plantation house, Joe Fontaine was fighting a different kind of battle, one he was undeniably, irrevocably losing. The cancer, that insidious traitor within, was advancing with a ruthless efficiency that would have impressed even Miguel Suarez. Days blurred into a morphine-laced fog. Joe was mostly bedridden now, a pale imitation of the man who had once held 3 parishes in his iron grip. The pain, a constant gnawing beast, was his only steady companion, kept at bay barely by the steady drip of the pump Camo Jenkins managed with a practiced, almost tender hand. His once sharp mind, the one that had outmaneuvered rivals, cops, and even his own treacherous family for decades, now flickered like a faulty neon sign, sometimes illuminating the present with flashes of its old incisive brilliance, other times lost in the murky ghost-filled landscape of the past. Camo was always there. A silent, unwavering presence in the dim, oppressive room. He'd moved a worn armchair beside Joe's bed, and there he sat, day after night, a sentinel watching over his dying king. He changed the morphine bags, spooned broth between Joe's cracked lips when he could tolerate it, listened to Joe's rambling, pain-fueled monologues, and answered the brief, lucid questions about the ongoing war outside the plantation gates. The Mexicans. Joe would rasp, his voice thin as old paper, his eyes struggling to focus on Camo's stoic face. They still pushing? They're pushing, Joe, Camo would reply, his voice low, steady. But Nate's boys are pushing back. Making a mess of it mostly, but they're slowing him down. And Samuel's being a ghost. Their casualties are mounting. They can't find him. It's making them nervous. Joe would nod, a faint flicker of something, pride in his eyes. And Jewel. My little girl. Jewel's working the phones. Talking to her people in Baton Rouge. Seems Captain Reed's state police are suddenly very interested in a certain, out-of-state, criminal element causing trouble in Ferraday. Less interested in local family business, for now. A dry chuckle would escape Joe's lips, turning into a painful cough. She always was the smart one. Too smart for her own good, maybe. He'd drift then, his gaze unfocusing, his mind wandering back through the decades. Sometimes he was a young man again, riding with his father, Augustin, learning the ropes of the bootlegging trade, the smell of illegal whiskey and Louisiana mud thick in his nostrils. Other times, he was a ruthless enforcer, taking out rivals, consolidating power, the metallic taste of fear and adrenaline still sharp on his tongue. He'd talk about Marie, his dead wife, her quiet strength, her willful blindness to the true nature of his business, the way she'd smelled of gardenias and starched linen. He'd even, in moments of profound morphine-induced candor, speak of Raymond, his estranged brother, the betrayal that had been the foundation of his empire, a wound that even now festered deep within him. Camo would listen, mostly in silence, his face unreadable. He was the keeper of Joe Fontaine's secrets, the repository of his sins, the one man who had seen him at his most powerful and his most vulnerable. Their conversations, rambling, disjointed, punctuated by Joe's pained gasps, and Camo's quiet interjections, were a strange, almost confessional litany, a final accounting of a life lived on the edge, a life built on violence, ambition, and a twisted kind of loyalty. "You remember that business, with old man Broussard?" Joe whispered one night, his eyes wide, staring at some unseen horror on the ceiling. The gator farm." Camo nodded slowly. He remembered. A particularly messy piece of work from their early days. Broussard had been a rival, trying to muscle in on Augustine's territory. He disappeared. The gators, Camo recalled, had been well fed that week. It was a long time ago, Joe. He had kids, Joe rasped, a tear or maybe just a morphine-induced bead of sweat trickling down his hollow temple. They ever wonder what happened to their daddy? Some things are best left buried, Joe, Camo said, his voice gentle. He adjusted the morphine drip. Yeah, Joe breathed. Buried. He was silent for a long time after that, his breathing shallow, his eyes closed. Camo thought he'd finally drifted off. But then Joe's eyes snapped open, suddenly sharp, focused, the old Joe Fontaine looking out from behind the mask of pain and drugs. Camo, he said, his voice surprisingly strong, urgent. This thing with the kids. It's a goddamn mess. Camo just nodded. It was a mess, all right. Nate, for all his bluster, was out of his depth. His victories against Suarez's men mostly lucky accidents or the result of Samuel's unseen interventions. Jewel was playing a dangerous game with Novak and the feds, a game that could blow up in all their faces. And Samuel was a terrifying enigma, his brutal efficiency in the drug war, matched only by the chilling unpredictability of his motives. I gotta choose, Camo, Joe said, his hand skeletal and trembling, reaching out, gripping Camo's arm with surprising strength. Before it's too late. Before they tear each other and everything I built to shreds. You rest, Joe, Camo said. Plenty of time for that later. No. Joe's grip tightened. No time. I feel it, Camo. Slipping away. His eyes bored into Camo's. You gotta promise me, Camo. Promise me. Promise you what, Joe? Whoever I choose, whoever I name, you back him. You support him. Even if you don't agree. Even if it's one of the crazy ones. His gaze flickered, a hint of fear or maybe just resignation in their depths. This family, it needs to hold together. Needs a leader. Needs you, to make sure they don't screw it all up. To be the steady hand. Like you always been for me. Camo looked at his dying friend, the man he had served, protected, and in his own quiet, complicated way, loved for more than 3 decades. He saw the fear, the desperation, the crushing weight of a lifetime of hard choices and harder consequences. He knew what Joe was asking. He was asking Camo to transfer his unwavering loyalty, his silent strength, to one of Joe's flawed, dangerous children. He was asking Camo to be the glue that held together a family that was already shattered into 1,000 pieces. It was an impossible request. A burden no man should have to bear. But Camo Jenkins was not just any man. He was Joe Fontaine's man. To the bitter, bloody end. He placed his own calloused hand over Joe's trembling one. I promise, Joe, he said, his voice low, steady, a rock in the storm of Joe's pain and fear. Whoever you choose, I'll back him. I'll do what needs to be done. He didn't say it would be easy. He didn't say he agreed with it. He just made the promise. Because that's what you did for a dying friend. For a dying king. Joe seemed to relax then, a sigh escaping his lips, a flicker of peace or maybe just exhaustion in his eyes. He squeezed Camo's hand, a faint pressure, then his grip loosened, his eyes fluttering closed. He drifted off into the morphine haze again, leaving Camo alone in the dim, silent room, with the weight of his promise, the weight of the Fontaine legacy settling heavily on his weary shoulders. The decline was accelerating. The end was near. And Camo Jenkins knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that the real storm, the one that would follow Joe Fontaine's death, was still to come. And he, Camo, would be right in the goddamn middle of it. Just like he'd always been. Chapter 32. The morning started like any other muggy Tuesday in Ferraday Parish, or so Dale Weber had desperately tried to convince himself. He'd even put on his sheriff's uniform, the star pinned a little crooked over his sweat-damp khaki shirt, like it was just another day of shaking hands at the diner and pretending to uphold a law he'd sold off in pieces years ago. But the sour taste of Captain Marcus Reed's threats, and the heavier weight of the resignation letter Reed had forced him to sign, sat in his gut like a lump of cold lead. He was a dead man walking, and he knew it. He just hadn't expected the executioner to arrive before his second cup of coffee. 2 state police cruisers, blue lights flashing but no sirens, pulled up in front of the Ferraday Parish Sheriff's office just as Dale was trying to choke down a stale donut. Captain Reed himself, looking grim and determined, in a crisp state trooper uniform that made Dale feel even more like a rumpled sack of lard, stepped out of the lead car. He wasn't alone. 2 beefy state troopers, the kind who looked like they bench-pressed squad cars for fun, flanked him. Dale, Reed said, his voice flat, devoid of any pretense of courtesy, as he walked into Dale's office without knocking. The deputies outside, the ones still loyal to Dale, or at least still on the Fontaine payroll, suddenly found themselves very interested in their paperwork. Got a warrant here for your arrest. Obstruction of justice, bribery, conspiracy to defraud the state of Louisiana. You want to read it, or can we just get on with this? Dale stared at the warrant Reed slapped down on his desk, the black ink a stark accusation against the official parish letterhead. He opened his mouth, maybe to protest, maybe to plead, maybe to invoke Joe Fontaine's name one last time like a magic word. But no sound came out. He just sagged in his chair, the fight, what little there had been left in him, draining away like swamp water through a leaky dike. One of the troopers stepped forward, pulled Dale's hands behind his back with a practiced impersonal efficiency, and snapped on the handcuffs. The click of the steel sounded unnaturally loud in the sudden, shocked silence of the sheriff's office. Dale Weber, for 20 years the top lawman in Ferraday Parish, Joe Fontaine's man, was being arrested. In his own damn office. The reckoning had begun. It didn't stop there. Within the hour, state police units, some in marked cars, others in anonymous black sedans, hit multiple locations across Ferraday. They weren't subtle. They didn't care about spooking the horses. This was about sending a message. They raided the back office of Fontaine's truck stop, the one Joe had used for his audition announcement, hauling out boxes of files, computers, and a very surprised, very indignant Mickey, the day manager, who found himself explaining to Captain Reed why the truck stop's meticulously kept fuel logs didn't quite match up with the state tax records. They hit 3 of Nate's less reputable bars, the ones known for after-hours gambling and the kind of entertainment that wasn't advertised on the menu. Customers and employees alike were rousted, questioned, their names taken, their fear palpable. They didn't find much in the way of hard evidence. Nate, for all his bluster, wasn't entirely stupid about keeping his sleazier operations clean, at least on the surface. But the disruption, the public humiliation, the clear signal that these places were now under state police scrutiny was damage enough. Even one of Jewel's legitimate businesses, a high-end antique store on Main Street that she used as a discreet clearinghouse for certain, unprovenanced art objects, received a visit. No arrests were made, but the troopers, polite but firm, spent 3 hours meticulously examining her inventory, her sales records, her import-export licenses, asking pointed questions about the origins of certain 18th-century French tapestries and pre-Columbian artifacts. Jewel, summoned from her gallery, handled them with her usual cool composure, all professional courtesy and veiled indignation. But she knew this wasn't a random audit. This was Reed, methodically, relentlessly tightening the net. The news of Weber's arrest and the coordinated raids spread through Ferraday like a fever. The carefully constructed illusion of Fontaine invincibility, already shaken by Joe's illness, the internal family warfare, and the recent incursions by Suarez's Mexicans and Novak's Bosnians, was crumbling. People who had once trembled at the mere mention of the Fontaine name were now whispering, wondering if the dynasty was finally, truly on its way out. Jewel, of course, didn't just sit back and watch her family's empire get dismantled. She went into crisis mode. She called Senator Robert Landry, her voice a silken threat wrapped in an urgent plea. "Robert, darling," she said, the endearment a carefully chosen barb, "it seems Captain Reed is running amok in my parish. Perhaps you could have a word with your friends in the Attorney General's office. Remind them of the importance of prosecutorial discretion and of the potential political fallout from a Ronyo investigation that appears to be targeting legitimate local businesses during a time of economic hardship." Landry, his voice strained, his terror palpable even over the phone, promised to make some calls. He knew Jewel had him by the short hairs. He couldn't afford for her or her family to go down in flames, not when he was so deeply, damnably entangled with them. His intervention managed to slow things down a little. A couple of the more aggressive state police search warrants were suddenly clarified. A planned raid on one of Jewel's larger real estate development companies was mysteriously postponed due to insufficient manpower. Jewel's political connections, her carefully cultivated leverage, were providing some protection. But it was like trying to hold back a tidal wave with a teaspoon. The damage was already done. The organization was bleeding. The Fontaine siblings gathered that night, not at Joe's bedside. He was too weak, too heavily sedated, his grip on reality increasingly tenuous, but in the cold, sterile conference room of Jewel's art gallery, a place that suddenly felt less like a temple of high culture and more like a besieged wartime bunker. The mood was grim. Fear, for the first time, had truly entered the equation, overriding even their ingrained animosity towards each other. "Weber's flipped," Nate said, his usual bluster deflated, his face pale and pasty. He'd actually been at one of his bars when the state police hit, had narrowly avoided being caught in the dragnet himself. The experience had clearly shaken him. They got him singing like a goddamn canary. He knows everything, Dad's whole setup going back 30 years. And Reed's not just after Dad anymore, Jewel added, her voice tight with a controlled anger. He's coming after all of us. The raids today, they weren't random. They were targeted. They're building a RICO case. Conspiracy. They'll try to link every parking ticket, every bar fight, every undeclared dollar into one giant criminal enterprise. Samuel, who had been unusually quiet, his usual manic energy subdued into a coiled, watchful stillness, finally spoke. "So what's the play?" he asked, his voice soft, almost indifferent, but his eyes were like chips of obsidian, missing nothing. "We fight. We run. Or do we roll over and beg for scraps like Dale Weber?" That was the question, wasn't it? The final test. Not of their ability to manage a territory or to outmaneuver a rival, but of their will to survive, their capacity to lead in the face of overwhelming existential threat. Nate, predictably, was all for a fight he couldn't win. "We don't run from anyone," he declared, some of his old bravado returning, fueled by fear and desperation. "We fight these bastards. We got lawyers, right? Good ones. We tie 'em up in court for years. We find dirt on this Captain Reed, we leak it to the press, we destroy his career." It was a fantasy, and they all knew it. The Fontaines didn't have lawyers who could fight a federal RICO case. They had lawyers who knew how to bribe judges and make parking tickets disappear. And Captain Reed, from all accounts, was squeaky clean, a Boy Scout with a badge and a vendetta. Jewel, ever the pragmatist, saw the futility of Nate's approach. "Fighting a federal RICO indictment head-on is financial suicide, Nate," she said, her voice weary. "They'll freeze our assets, cripple our businesses, legitimate or otherwise. We'll be bankrupt before we even see the inside of a courtroom." She looked at her brothers, her expression grim. "Our best option might be to cut a deal. A global settlement. Forfeiture of certain assets, perhaps. Cooperation on unrelated cases if we have anything to offer. Try to minimize the damage. Save what we can." It was a bitter pill to swallow, the thought of surrendering, of admitting defeat. But Jewel was a realist. And the reality, she knew, was bleak. Samuel listened to his siblings, his lips curled into a faint, almost imperceptible sneer. Nate, the fool, wanting to fight a war he'd already lost. Jewel, the pragmatist, ready to sell off pieces of the kingdom to save her own skin. He had a different idea. An idea that was forming in the darkest, most dangerous corners of his mind. An idea that was pure Samuel. "A deal?" he said, his voice soft, dangerous. "You want to make a deal with the people who are trying to destroy us, Jewel? You think they'll be fair? You think they'll honor it?" He shook his head. "There's only one way to deal with a rabid dog, sis. You don't try to reason with it. You don't try to bribe it. You put it down." He didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. The implication hung heavy in the air, chilling even Nate, shocking even Jewel. Captain Marcus Reed. A federal witness like Dale Weber. Perhaps even others. Samuel wasn't talking about lawyers or plea bargains. He was talking about something far more final. Far more Fontaine. Their different approaches to this crisis, this reckoning, laid bare their true natures. Nate, the blustering coward, lashing out in fear. Jewel, the cold-eyed realist, willing to sacrifice pieces to save the whole, or at least her version of it. And Samuel, the psychopath, his solution as brutal and direct as a bullet to the brain. This was their final test. And Joe Fontaine, drifting in and out of consciousness in his lonely sick room, wouldn't even be around to grade the papers. The reckoning was here. And the Fontaine family, fractured, besieged, and running out of options, was about to find out if any of them truly had what it took to survive. Or if they would all go down together, consumed by the flames of their own making. Chapter 33. You're telling me that snake oil peddling, two-faced son of a bitch what? Nate Fontaine's voice, already raspy from too much cheap whiskey and too many shouted threats, cracked like a badly tuned banjo. He stared at Camo Jenkins, who just delivered the news with his usual deadpan stoicism, as if he were discussing the goddamn weather. Camo didn't flinch. Raymond Fontaine walked into the state police barracks in Baton Rouge an hour ago. Asked to see Captain Reed. According to my source inside, he confessed. To everything. Everything? Jewel, who'd been silently nursing a glass of mineral water in the corner of the tense, impromptu war council being held in the back office of her gallery, one of the few Fontaine establishments not currently crawling with state troopers or smoldering in ruins, finally spoke, her voice a mixture of disbelief and dawning, wary interest. What everything are we talking about, Camo? The old unsolved homicides Reed was sniffing around, Camo said, his gaze steady. A few warehouse arsons from back in the 90s. Extortion charges, going back to when Augustine was still alive. Even took credit for that business with the Gator Farm, the one Joe was rambling about. He paused. Basically, every major felony committed in Ferraday Parish for the last 40 years that didn't have a clear suspect, Raymond pinned on himself. Said he was the hidden hand behind it all. The secret architect of the Fontaine criminal enterprise. Samuel, who'd been quietly cleaning his fingernails with the tip of a particularly nasty-looking Bowie knife, actually stopped, a flicker of something unreadable in his cold eyes. Well now, he drawled. Uncle Ray, the selfless martyr. Didn't see that one coming. You think he found Jesus, Camo? Or just realized the feds were about to nail his hide to the barn door anyway, and decided to go out in a blaze of fabricated glory? Camo shrugged, a gesture that could have meant anything. He told Reed he was dying. Said he wanted to clear his conscience. Make things right for the family. Said Joe was just a figurehead, manipulated by him. Said you kids were victims of his influence. Nate scoffed. Victims? Bullshit. He's trying to play us. He's setting us up for something. That bastard wouldn't piss on us if we were on fire, unless he could sell the goddamn water rights. Nate had been particularly incensed by Raymond's earlier attempt to manipulate him into an alliance, an attempt he now saw as even more treacherous in light of this new development. Perhaps, Jewel mused, her mind already sifting through the strategic implications, the potential angles. Or perhaps, he's actually telling the truth. About the dying part, at least. He certainly looked ill enough when he first showed up. And if he is dying, what does he have to lose? She looked at Camo. What does this mean for us, practically? Does Reed buy it? Reed's skeptical, Camo admitted. He's not stupid. He knows Raymond's been out of the picture for decades. But a confession like this, especially one that ties up so many cold cases, it's hard to ignore. It gives Reed a win. A big one. Makes him look like a hero, cleaning up a generation of corruption. He paused. It also, conveniently, takes a lot of the immediate heat off. Current operations. And current family members. The unspoken implication hung heavy in the air. Raymond's confession, whether true, false, or a calculated mixture of both, was a lifeline. A dirty, unexpected, and deeply suspicious lifeline, but a lifeline nonetheless. It diverted Captain Reed's relentless focus, gave him a convenient scapegoat, a way to declare victory and move on without having to dismantle the entire, deeply entrenched Fontaine network piece by painstaking piece, a task that was proving far more difficult and dangerous than he'd anticipated. The siblings reacted to this news, this sacrifice, in ways that were as characteristic as their responses to every other crisis. Nate, after his initial outburst of disbelief and suspicion, started to see the angles. If Raymond took the fall for all the old dirt, maybe that cleared the slate for him. Maybe he could emerge from this mess looking less like a bumbling second-rate thug and more like a legitimate businessman, forced to operate in the shadows by his evil, manipulative uncle. It was a stretch, even for Nate's limited imagination, but desperation had a way of making even the most far-fetched scenarios seem plausible. "So, if Raymond's the bad guy," he said, a slow, crafty look spreading across his face, "then we're what? The victims who finally fought back. The ones who cleaned up the family name." Jewel was more pragmatic. She didn't trust Raymond, not for a second, but she recognized the strategic value of his actions. "It buys us time," she said, her voice thoughtful. "Time to consolidate. Time to restructure. If Reed focuses on Raymond, on the past, it gives us an opportunity to manage the present, to control the narrative." She was already thinking about how to spin this, how to use her political connections, her media contacts, to paint a picture of a new generation of Fontaines, eager to step out of the shadow of their family's dark history, a history now conveniently personified by their dying, repentant uncle. It was a narrative that could, with a little luck and a lot of skillful manipulation, pave the way for her long-term vision of legitimacy. Samuel, however, was the most enigmatic. He sheathed his bowie knife, a faint, almost melancholy smile on his lips. "Uncle Ray," he murmured almost to himself. "Always the showman." He looked at his siblings, then at Camo. "You think he's doing this for us? For the family?" He snorted, a soft, derisive sound. "Or you think he's just trying to write his own ending? Go out in a blaze of glory, the tragic anti-hero, instead of just fading away like some broke-down old con man?" He paused. Maybe he figures he owes Dad one. For that business 40 years ago. The misunderstandings. His words, an echo of Raymond's own veiled accusations against Joe, hung in the air, unsettling Nate, making Jewel frown thoughtfully. Raymond's sacrifice, if that's what it was, wasn't just a legal strategy. It was a deeply personal act, freighted with decades of history, of betrayal, of twisted family loyalty. It forced them to re-evaluate not just their uncle, but their father. If Raymond was telling the truth about the past, if Joe had indeed built his empire on a foundation of lies and stolen ambition, then what did that make them? The heirs to a legitimate dynasty? Or just the offspring of a particularly successful thief? The news of Raymond's confession reached Joe Fontaine in his sick room, filtered through Camo's terse factual report. Joe listened, his face an unreadable mask, the morphine drip steadily infusing his veins with its dull, blessed oblivion. But beneath the haze his mind, or what was left of it, reeled. Raymond. Sacrificing himself. Taking the fall. For him. For the family. It was unthinkable. The brother he had wronged, the man whose life he had effectively destroyed, was now, in a final ironic twist, trying to save him. Or at least, save his legacy. His children. Joe thought back 40 years, to the ambitious young man he had been, resentful of his older brother's favored status, hungry for power, willing to do whatever it took to seize control of Augustin Fontaine's empire. He remembered the lies he'd told, the evidence he'd fabricated, the way he'd poisoned his own father's mind against Raymond. He justified it then, told himself it was necessary, that Raymond was reckless, a liability. Told himself he was the stronger one, the smarter one, the one who deserved to lead. But now, looking back from the precipice of his own death, those justifications seemed hollow, self-serving. He saw his actions for what they were, a betrayal, a theft, a sin that had haunted him, consciously or unconsciously, for his entire adult life. And now Raymond, the victim of that sin, was offering a strange, perverse kind of absolution. A sacrifice that mirrored, in a twisted way, Joe's own long-ago transgression. Was it redemption Raymond was seeking? A final act of familial loyalty? Or was it, as Samuel had suggested, just another con, another calculated move by a master manipulator playing his last desperate hand? Joe didn't know. He didn't think anyone did, maybe not even Raymond himself. But as he lay there, listening to the rain lash against the windows, the ghosts of his past swirling around him, Joe Fontaine felt a flicker of something he hadn't felt in a very long time. Shame. And a profound, soul-deep weariness. His brother, the man he had cast out, was now trying to shield his children from the storm Joe himself had created. The sacrifice, whatever its true motive, had changed the game. It had given the Fontaine family a reprieve, a sliver of breathing room in the face of overwhelming legal and external threats. But it had also thrown their own internal dynamics, their perceptions of themselves, of their father, of their very identity, into even greater turmoil. The prodigal had returned, not as a threat, but as a savior. Or perhaps as something far more complicated and far more dangerous. And Joe Fontaine, facing his own moral failings in the twilight of his life, could only watch and wonder and wait for the final bitter reckoning. Chapter 34. The so-called peace conference had Jules Fontaine's fingerprints all over it, a testament to her belief in negotiation, however fraught, over Nate's preferred method of frontal assault or Samuel's penchant for chaotic bloodshed. With Miguel Suarez's forces momentarily bloodied and reeling from the Fontaines' unexpectedly unified, if internally chaotic, counteroffensive, and with Raymond's stunning confession buying them a sliver of breathing room from Captain Reed's state police, Jules had seen an opening. An opportunity to solidify their flank, to neutralize at least one of their external threats. That meant dealing with Alexander Novak and his Bosnian crew. The alliance with Novak had been a necessary evil, a temporary pact with a lesser devil to hold off a greater one. But Jules was no fool. She knew Novak was a snake, coiled and waiting, his loyalty extending only as far as his own self-interest. Now, with Suarez momentarily on the back foot, Novak was starting to get ambitious. His men were getting bolder in New Orleans, encroaching on territories that had traditionally been Fontaine-adjacent, if not directly controlled. There were whispers of Novak making his own overtures to some of Suarez's disgruntled lieutenants. The alliance was fraying. It was time, Jules decided, for a face-to-face, a clarification of terms, a re-establishment of boundaries. Before Novak decided, he was the one who should be running things in Louisiana. Novak, surprisingly, had agreed to the meeting with an almost unseemly eagerness. He'd even suggested the location, an abandoned seafood processing plant on the industrial outskirts of New Orleans, a place so remote and dilapidated that even the rats seemed to have moved on to better accommodations. It was supposed to be neutral ground. Each side would bring a limited number of men. No heavy weapons. Just a frank and open discussion among business associates. Jules didn't like it. It felt too much like Novak's turf, too much on his terms. But he'd been insistent, and she, wanting to project an image of confidence, of being willing to meet an equal on equal terms, had reluctantly agreed. She brought Nate and Samuel with her. Not because she trusted them, God no. Nate was still smarting from her earlier manipulation during the fracture incident, and Samuel, well, Samuel was Samuel, a walking hand grenade. But she needed them there. For muscle, yes. But more importantly, for show. To present a united Fontaine front, however illusory. To let Novak see that messing with one Fontaine meant messing with all of them. Or at least, that was the theory. Camo Jenkins drove them, his face an unreadable mask of stoic professionalism, though Jules had noticed a certain watchfulness in his eyes these past few days, a quiet intensity that went beyond his usual vigilance. He hadn't questioned her decision to meet with Novak, hadn't offered any advice. He just drove, his big hands steady on the wheel, his gaze sweeping the road, the swamps, the decaying urban landscape, missing nothing. The seafood plant looked even more derelict up close than Jewel had imagined. Rusting corrugated iron, broken windows like empty eye sockets, the faint, lingering smell of fish guts and despair. Novak was already there, his Mercedes parked arrogantly in front of the main loading dock, flanked by two black SUVs bristling with his hard-faced Bosnian guerrillas. Drago, his massive tattooed lieutenant, stood by the entrance, a grim smile on his face that didn't reach his cold, dead eyes. "Ms. Fontaine," Drago rumbled, his voice like gravel in a cement mixer, as Jewel and her brothers stepped out of Camo's sedan. "Mr. Novak is waiting for you. Inside." He gestured towards a dark, ominous doorway. "Your driver can wait with the cars." Jewel hesitated. This felt wrong. Too staged. Too much like walking into a trap. She glanced at Camo. He gave a barely perceptible nod, his expression unchanging. But his eyes, for a fleeting second, met hers, and in them she saw not reassurance, but a silent, chilling confirmation of her own unease. "Nate." "Samuel," Jewel said, her voice betraying none of her apprehension. "Let's go have our little chat with Mr. Novak." The inside of the plant was a cavernous, dimly lit space, filled with rusting machinery, cobwebs the size of fishing nets, and the overwhelming stench of decay. Alexander Novak sat at a makeshift table in the center of the room, a single bare bulb hanging above him, casting long, dancing shadows. He was alone at the table, but Jewel could sense other figures lurking in the darkness, in the labyrinth of conveyor belts and processing vats. More than the agreed-upon number. Many more. "Jewel," Novak said, his voice a soft, almost purring sound that was somehow more menacing than Drago's growl. He gestured to the empty chairs opposite him. "And Nathaniel." "Samuel. So glad you could make it." He smiled, that thin, cold smile that never reached his eyes. "Please. Sit. Let us discuss our mutual future." Nate, blustering to cover his nervousness, started to pull out a chair. Samuel, however, didn't move. He just stood there, a few feet behind Jewel, his hands in the pockets of his worn leather jacket, his eyes scanning the shadowy corners of the room, a faint, almost predatory smile on his lips. He looked less like a guest at a peace conference, and more like a wolf that had just stumbled into a particularly interesting abattoir. "You know, Novak," Jewel said, her voice steady, though her heart was hammering against her ribs, "for a peace conference you seem to have brought an awful lot of peacekeepers." Novak's smile widened. "One can never be too careful, my dear Jewel. Especially when dealing with unpredictable business associates." He paused. "And speaking of unpredictable, I must confess your recent successes against Mr. Suarez have been most impressive. Almost too impressive for a family supposedly on the verge of collapse." His eyes narrowed. "It makes one wonder, perhaps the Fontaines are not quite as fractured as they appear. Perhaps they are more dangerous than I initially estimated." And then all hell broke loose. It wasn't a shouted order. It was a subtle gesture from Novak, a flick of his wrist. And suddenly, the shadows erupted. Men, dark figures armed with automatic weapons, emerged from behind machinery, from catwalks above, their guns glinting in the dim light. Drago, who had followed them in, pulled a sawed-off shotgun from beneath his coat. Nate yelled, a mixture of surprise and terror, fumbling for the pistol he always carried tucked into the back of his waistband. Samuel, however, moved with a speed and grace that was terrifying. He didn't go for a gun. He launched himself at Jewel, tackling her to the ground, shielding her body with his own, just as the first volley of automatic fire ripped through the space where they had been standing, shattering the bare bulb above the table, plunging the room into a maelstrom of muzzle flashes, shouting, and the deafening roar of gunfire. It was an ambush. A slaughter. Novak hadn't come to negotiate. He'd come to eliminate the Fontaine siblings, to take over their territory, their operations, their entire goddamn legacy, in one swift, brutal stroke. But Novak, for all his cunning, for all his ruthlessness, had made one critical miscalculation. He had underestimated Camo Jenkins. Camo, left outside with the cars, hadn't been idle. He'd seen the extra men Novak had brought. He'd noted the strategic positioning of their vehicles, blocking any easy escape. He'd felt the wrongness of the setup in his gut, the same gut that had kept him alive through 3 tours in Nam and 30 years navigating the treacherous currents of the Louisiana underworld. And Camo Jenkins always trusted his gut. He hadn't waited for the shooting to start. As soon as Jewel and her brothers had disappeared into that dark doorway, Camo had made his own move. Quietly. Professionally. He disabled the 2 SUVs flanking Novak's Mercedes, a couple of precisely placed slashes to their tires, a quick snip of some crucial wires under their hoods. Then, he'd retrieved a certain locked metal case from the trunk of his own sedan. A case that contained not a spare tire, but something considerably more persuasive. Now, as the sounds of the ambush erupted from within the plant, Camo was already in position, hidden in the shadows of a rusted-out shrimp trawler beached nearby. The weapon in his hands was not a pistol or a shotgun. It was an H&K G3, a military-grade battle rifle, equipped with a night vision scope and a suppressor that reduced its roar to a series of muffled, deadly coughs. The kind of weapon an old LRRP man might keep for special occasions. He didn't panic. He didn't rush. He waited, patiently, for his targets to present themselves. And they did. As some of Novak's men, hearing the gunfire inside, started to move towards the plant entrance, presumably to reinforce their comrades or cut off any escape, Camo opened fire. His shots were not wild sprays of suppressing fire. They were precise, economical, deadly. Each cough of the G3 found its mark. A man, dropping by the loading dock. Another spinning, clutching his chest, by the door of one of the disabled SUVs. A third, trying to take cover behind a stack of rotting pallets, simply collapsing as a .308 round found the gap in his armor. Inside the plant, the ambush had turned into a chaotic, desperate firefight. Nate, after his initial terror, was actually managing to return fire, though his shots were mostly wild, more noise than effect. Samuel, using Jewel as a human shield, or perhaps Jewel realized with a shock, actually protecting her, was a whirlwind of deadly efficiency, his Bowie knife flashing in the dim light, his borrowed .45 barking, finding targets with an almost casual lethality. He seemed to be enjoying himself. But they were outnumbered, outgunned. Novak's men were closing in. Drago, his face a mask of bloodlust, was advancing with his shotgun, blasting away at anything that moved. It was only a matter of time. And then, suddenly, the pressure from outside slackened. The firing from Novak's reinforcements faltered, then stopped. Replaced by shouts of confusion, of pain. Camo Jenkins was turning the tables. Novak, realizing his carefully planned ambush was rapidly turning into a goddamn disaster, screamed at his men, a string of curses in Bosnian. He hadn't counted on this. He hadn't counted on the quiet driver being a one-man goddamn army. The tide had turned. The ambushers were now the ambushed. Camo, moving with a silent, diddly grace that belied his age, was a phantom, picking off Novak's men one by one, sowing chaos and confusion in their ranks. He wasn't just an enforcer anymore, not just Joe Fontaine's loyal shadow. He was a warrior, a professional, a man who knew how to fight, how to survive, how to win in the face of overwhelming odds. The resulting bloodbath was short, brutal, and decisive. When the echoes of the last gunshot finally faded, leaving behind only the ringing in their ears and the stench of cordite and blood, the processing plant floor was littered with bodies. Most of them Novak's. Alexander Novak himself, his face a mask of disbelief and fury, found himself staring down the barrel of Camo Jenkins' G3, Camo's eyes as cold and hard as the steel of the rifle. Drago lay a few feet away, his shotgun useless, a crimson stain spreading across his chest. Nate was panting, adrenaline still coursing through him, his hands shaking. Jewel was helping a surprisingly calm Samuel to his feet. He had a nasty gash on his arm, but he was grinning, a wild, almost ecstatic look in his eyes. Camo Jenkins said nothing. He just looked at Novak, then at the carnage around them. He had anticipated the double cross. He had prepared for the worst-case scenario. And he had, with a deadly efficiency that was breathtaking to behold, saved the Fontaine siblings from certain annihilation. In that moment, Jewel, Nate, and even Samuel looked at Camo Jenkins with a new understanding. He wasn't just their father's loyal retainer, the quiet man in the background who cleaned up their messes. He was something more. Something else. He was, in many ways, the true power behind the throne, the silent guardian who had kept the Fontaine Empire and the Fontaine family from self-destructing long ago. And tonight, he had just rewritten the rules of their deadly game. The alliance was well and truly over. But Camo Jenkins had just declared himself a kingmaker. Or perhaps a king preserver. The cost, however, was written in blood on the floor of the abandoned seafood plant. Okay, Chapter 35, The Successor. This is the moment Joe finally makes his choice, or at least announces it. I'll start with dialogue as requested, focusing on Joe's pragmatic, if perhaps flawed, reasoning, and the raw reactions of Nate, Jewel, and Samuel. The tension should be palpable, the dialogue sharp, and the Elmore Leonard style will be key to showing, not telling, the complexities of this decision and its immediate impact. Over 950 words, sticking to your outline and keeping the language fresh. Here's Chapter 35. Chapter 35. Get them in here, Camo. Joe Fontaine's voice was a faint, papery rasp, like dead leaves skittering across pavement. Each word seemed an immense effort, pulled from the depths of a body that was little more than a failing machine. The morphine haze was thick today, but somewhere beneath it, a flicker of a decision, or maybe just the stubborn refusal to die before he'd had his final say, had taken root. All of them. Now. Before the goddamn lights go out for good. Camo Jenkins, who hadn't left Joe's side for more than an hour in the past week, just nodded, his face etched with a weariness that mirrored his boss's, though his own ailment was simply 30 years of proximity to the Fontaine brand of crazy. He'd seen this coming. Joe was at the end of his rope, the very frayed, very bitter end. And he was about to drop the last, and likely most explosive, bomb on his already shell-shocked family. Nate, Jewel, and Samuel gathered once more in the oppressive gloom of the study-turned-death chamber. The air was thick with the smell of sickness, antiseptic, and unspoken resentments. They looked like survivors of a particularly nasty shipwreck, waterlogged and wary, eyeing each other with the kind of suspicion usually reserved for cellmates on death row. The recent misunderstanding at the seafood plant, where Camo's intervention had saved them from Novak's ambush, hadn't exactly fostered a new era of familial harmony. It had just underscored how deeply, dangerously out of control things had become. Nate, his face still bruised from where Samuel had, he claimed accidentally, though no one believed him, clocked him with the butt of a pistol during the firefight, stood stiffly by the window, trying to project an air of impatient authority he was miles from feeling. Jewel, pale but composed, her eyes betraying a flicker of anxious calculation, sat in one of the worn leather chairs, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. Samuel, a fresh, still angry-looking bandage on his arm where Drago's shotgun pellets had grazed him, leaned against a bookshelf, idly examining one of his father's antique dueling pistols, his expression a carefully blank mask. Joe struggled to focus, his gaze drifting over his children, these flawed, ambitious, dangerous products of his own flawed, ambitious, dangerous life. He'd set them a test, an audition. He'd watched them scheme, fight, bleed, and betray. And what had he learned? That Nate was a blunt instrument, all ego and no finesse. That Jewel was a razor blade, all intellect and icy ambition, but perhaps lacking the stomach for the truly ugly work. That Samuel. Samuel was a goddamn wildfire, beautiful and terrifying in his destructive power, capable of consuming everything in his path, including himself. None of them were perfect. None of them were him. But one of them had to take over. So, Joe began, his voice a faint, struggling whisper, each word an effort. He gestured weakly towards the chairs. Sit. All of you. Even now, even at death's door, the habit of command was ingrained. Nate and Samuel reluctantly took seats. The room was silent, save for Joe's ragged breathing and the incessant, infuriating ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall. This family, Joe continued, his eyes fixing on Nate, then Jewel, then Samuel, a spark of the old fire, or maybe just a reflection of the morphine glinting in their depths. It's a goddamn mess. Always has been, I suppose. But it's our mess. He coughed, a wet, racking sound that made Jewel flinch. Camo stepped forward, offered him a sip of water, but Joe waved him away. I've made a decision. The words hung in the air, heavy, final. Nate leaned forward, his knuckles white. Jewel's composure seemed to crack, just for a moment. Samuel's hand stilled on the dueling pistol. Joe looked at Nate. His oldest son. The one who, by rights of primogeniture, if such a thing existed in their savage world, should have been the heir. Nate, Joe said, his voice surprisingly firm though still weak. You're a blunt instrument boy. Always have been. You got no finesse. You make more enemies than you make money. You're greedy, you're stupid, and you got the impulse control of a goddamn toddler with a loaded gun. Nate's face flushed a dark mottled red. He opened his mouth to protest, but Joe cut him off with a weak wave of his hand. But, Joe continued, his gaze unwavering, you got respect. Or fear, anyway. Which, in our business, amounts to pretty much the same damn thing. The old guard, the street-level guys, they know you. They understand you. You speak their language. The language of the fist, the threat, the easy buck. He paused, took a ragged breath. And you're a Fontaine. You got the name. You got the presence. He almost choked on the word. Even if it is mostly hot air and cheap cologne. He turned his gaze to Jewel. Jewel girl, you're smart. Too smart, maybe. You got vision. You see a future for this family that ain't just thugs in bad suits. He coughed again. But you're playing a dangerous game. This legitimacy bullshit. It's a tightrope walk over a pit of goddamn alligators. And these politicians you're so cozy with, they'll sell you out, sell us all out the minute it suits them. You lack the stomach for the dirty work. The necessary work. Jewel's face remained impassive, but a muscle twitched in her jaw. Then Joe looked at Samuel. His youngest. His wild card. His psycho. Samuel, he said, and his voice, for the first time, held a note of something that might have been awe. Or perhaps just profound, weary confusion. You scare the hell out of me, boy. Always have. You're a goddamn force of nature. You got a mind that sees things nobody else does. You got a ruthlessness that makes even me look like a goddamn choir boy. He shook his head. But you're too unpredictable. Too chaotic. You'd burn down the whole kingdom just to watch the flames. There'd be nothing left to rule. Samuel just smiled, that faint, unsettling smile, his eyes glittering. Joe took another long, shuddering breath. The effort was clearly exhausting him. So, he said, his voice fading again to a whisper. The decision. He looked back at Nate, his oldest, his most flawed, his most traditional son. Nate. It's you. The words dropped into the stunned silence of the room like stones into a deep, dark well. Nate stared, his jaw slack, his face a mixture of disbelief, elation, and a dawning, terrified understanding of the weight that had just been dropped onto his ill-equipped shoulders. Jewel's composure finally, completely shattered. Her face went white, then flushed with a sudden hot anger. She opened her mouth, then closed it again, her eyes blazing with a furious, inspoken protest. Samuel. Samuel just chuckled, a low, soft, almost appreciative sound, as if he just heard the punchline to a particularly sick joke. Me? Nate finally managed, his voice a squeak. Yeah, you damn fool, Joe rasped. You take over. You run the show. The clubs, the rackets, the traditional operations. He waved a dismissive hand. It ain't pretty, but it's what you know. It's what the organization understands. He coughed, a long, rattling spasm that left him gasping for air. Camo stepped forward again, but Joe pushed him away. But Dad. Nate stammered, clearly overwhelmed. Don't interrupt me, boy, Joe wheezed. He turned his gaze, with visible effort, to Jewel. Jewel, you handle the legitimate side. The gallery, the real estate, your fancy development projects. And the money. You always were good with the goddamn money. Keep it clean. Keep it quiet. And keep your politician friends in line. He gave her a hard look. But Nate has the final say. On everything. Understood. Jewel's eyes were like chips of ice. She said nothing. Just nodded once, a curt, angry gesture. Then Joe looked at Samuel. And you, Samuel. He paused, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. You keep doing what you do best, boy. The drug trade. It's yours. Run it your way. But try not to burn down the whole goddamn parish while you're at it. And you answer to Nate. Theoretically, anyway. He almost smiled. Lord help him, if he ever actually tries to give you an order. It was a pragmatic decision. A desperate decision. Not based on merit, not based on who was best equipped to lead. But based on who Joe thought could hold the fractured pieces of his crumbling empire together, at least for a little while. Nate, for all his flaws, had the name, the brute force, the grudging respect of the old guard. Jewel had the brains, the vision, but lacked the street-level credibility, the stomach for the necessary violence. Samuel was a force of nature, too unpredictable, too dangerous to be given ultimate control, but too valuable, too effective in his own savage way to be sidelined completely. It was a recipe for disaster, a power-sharing agreement between a fool, a schemer, and a psychopath. And Joe knew it. Now, Joe said, his voice barely audible, his eyes fluttering closed. Promises. All of you. You work together. Or you pretend to, anyway. You don't tear each other apart. Not while I'm still breathing, goddammit. He fumbled for Camo's hand. Camo, you make him promise. He was fading fast now, the last of his strength, his will, expended in this final, desperate act of trying to impose order on the chaos he had created. He knew the promises wouldn't last. He knew his children. He knew the darkness that lurked in their hearts, the same darkness that had always lurked in his own. But he had to try. He had to believe, even for a fleeting moment, that something of what he had built, however tainted, however corrupt, might actually survive him. The successor had been named. The die was cast. And Joe Fontaine, the dying king, could only close his eyes and pray for an oblivion that was, he suspected, far too merciful for a man like him. The real reckoning, for his children, for his empire, was only just beginning. Okay, Chapter 36, The Farewell. This is Joe's exit, and the stage is set for the next act of the Fontaine family drama. I'll start with dialogue as requested, then paint a vivid picture of the funeral, the diverse cast of characters it attracts, and what's going through the minds of Nate, Jewel, and Samuel. All in that Elmore Leonard style, showing more than telling with fresh language, and aiming for well over 950 words based on your outline. Here's Chapter 36. Chapter 36. He's gone then. The question, barely a whisper, came from Jewel Fontaine. She stood in the dim pre-dawn light filtering through the heavy curtains of her father's sickroom, her face pale, her composure for once showing visible cracks. The air in the room was still, heavy with the cloying scent of lilies and the unmistakable, final odor of death. Camo Jenkins, who hadn't moved from the worn armchair beside Joe Fontaine's bed in what felt like a lifetime, slowly nodded. His own face was a mask of exhaustion, etched with a grief so profound it seemed to have settled into the very lines of his weathered skin. Joe's hand, skeletal and cold, was still clutched in his. "Yeah, Jewel," Camo said, his voice raspy, tired. "He's gone. Slipped away a few minutes ago. Peaceful at the end." He gently disengaged his hand from Joe's, like he was just tired of fighting. Joe Fontaine, the patriarch, the kingpin, the dying lion who had ruled Ferraday Parish with an iron fist and a web of corruption for nearly half a century, was dead. Peacefully, in his sleep. An ending far more merciful, Camo thought, than Joe had ever offered most of his enemies. Or even, some might say, his own family. The funeral, 3 days later, was an event the likes of which Ferraday had rarely seen. It wasn't just a somber farewell, it was a goddamn spectacle, a Louisiana gumbo of grief, greed, and barely concealed ambition. Half the parish, it seemed, turned out to pay their respects, or at least, to gawk at the passing of an era. The procession from the Fontaine plantation to St. Michael's Catholic Church, the same church where Joe had been baptized, confirmed, and married, its coffers substantially, if discreetly, enriched by Fontaine donations over the years, was a mile long. Limousines gleaming like black pearls, pickup trucks spattered with honest mud, even a contingent of bikers in scarred leather, their Harleys rumbling a low, respectful dirge. The church itself was packed to the rafters, a bizarre, almost surreal mix of Faraday's finest and its most infamous. In the front pews, of course, sat the family. Nate, looking uncomfortable and vaguely constipated in a too-tight black suit, trying to project an air of solemn authority that kept slipping into bewildered panic. He was the heir apparent now, Joe's chosen successor, a title that felt less like a crown and more like a goddamn guillotine hanging over his head. He kept patting his pockets, as if checking for a flask, or maybe just reassuring himself his balls hadn't actually shriveled up and died from sheer terror. Jewel sat beside him, a study in cool, elegant grief, her black Chanel dress impeccable, her face hidden behind a delicate lace veil. But beneath the veneer of sorrow, her mind was already working, calculating, strategizing. Her father was dead. Nate, the fool, was nominally in charge. The game had changed, utterly. Her alliances, her plans for legitimacy, her silent war against her brothers, everything was in play. She thought of Senator Robert Landry, who had sent a massive, ostentatious wreath of lilies and a discreet, non-committal note of condolence. She thought of Alexander Novak, the Bosnian, who, since the disastrous peace conference and Camo's bloody intervention, had been suspiciously, unnervingly silent. The pieces on the chessboard were moving, and Jewel Fontaine intended to be the one controlling them. Samuel, predictably, was an island of unsettling calm in the sea of performative grief. He hadn't bothered with a suit, opting instead for his usual uniform of faded black jeans, a worn concert t-shirt, the Ramones today, perhaps a subtle commentary on the family's internal dynamics, and his scarred leather jacket. He slouched in the pew, his eyes beneath a curtain of artfully disheveled blonde hair, scanning the crowd with a kind of detached, almost anthropological interest. He wasn't mourning his father. He was observing the rituals, the hypocrisies, the raw, exposed nerves of the living. He thought of Angel, the dead stripper. Her funeral, if she'd even had one, wouldn't have looked anything like this. No limousines, no powerful politicians, no crocodile tears. Just a cheap pine box and a few forgotten flowers. The contrast was instructive. Behind the family, the pews were a who's who of Faraday's complex, morally ambiguous ecosystem. There was former Sheriff Dale Weber, looking haggard and broken, out on bail, his career in ruins, his future uncertain, attending perhaps out of some lingering, twisted sense of loyalty, or maybe just to make sure Joe Fontaine was actually truly dead. There was Commissioner Wilson, his face a mask of appropriate sorrow, already wondering how Nate's ascension would affect his own arrangements. There were local bankers, their expressions carefully neutral, who had, for years, turned a blind eye to the Fontaine family's unorthodox financial practices. There were truck stop owners, bar proprietors, small-time hustlers, all beneficiaries or victims of Joe Fontaine's particular brand of community involvement. Even a few outsiders had made an appearance. Javi Peña, Miguel Suarez's smooth, observant lieutenant, sat discreetly in the back, his expression unreadable, no doubt assessing the new lay of the land, reporting back to his boss that the old lion was finally gone, the succession uncertain, the time ripe for a renewed offensive. Captain Marcus Reed of the State Police was there too, not in uniform, but in a sober dark suit, his presence a silent, powerful reminder that Joe Fontaine's death did not mean an end to the law's interest in his family's affairs. He watched the siblings, his gaze particularly lingering on Nate, then Jewel, then Samuel, like a patient hunter observing his prey. And then there was Raymond Fontaine, Joe's prodigal, treacherous and now, inexplicably, sacrificial brother. He sat alone, a few rows behind the immediate family, looking frail, old, and surprisingly, dignified. His confession, his taking the fall for decades of Fontaine's sins, had bought the family a reprieve, but it had also thrown their own understanding of their history, their identity, into chaos. He didn't speak to anyone. He just sat there, a ghost at the feast, his presence a silent, powerful rebuke to the carefully constructed narrative of Joe Fontaine's life. Father Michael, the parish priest, a man whose comfortable rectory and frequent trips to religious conferences in Las Vegas had been quietly underwritten by Fontaine's generosity for years, delivered a eulogy that was a masterpiece of selective memory and artful euphemism. He spoke of Joe Fontaine's generosity, his civic pride, his unwavering commitment to his family and his community. He conveniently omitted any mention of the protection rackets, the drug running, the violence, the corruption, the fear that had been the true foundations of Joe's empire. It was a performance worthy of a New Orleans street magician, making ugly truths disappear in a puff of sanctimonious smoke. During the interminable service, each of the Fontaine siblings found themselves lost in their own private reflections, their own silent farewells, their own calculations for the future. Nate, fidgeting, sweating, thought mostly of the crushing weight of responsibility that was now his. His father had named him successor. Him, Nate Fontaine, head of the family. It was what he'd always wanted. Or so he'd thought. Now, it felt less like a victory and more like a goddamn death sentence. Suarez, Novak, Reed, his psycho brother, his scheming sister. How in God's name was he supposed to handle all of that? He needed a drink. A stiff one. Or maybe 10. Jewel, behind her veil, replayed her father's final pronouncement. Nate in charge. It was an insult. A betrayal of her intelligence, her vision, her competence. But it was also, she realized with a flicker of cold, pragmatic calculation, an opportunity. Nate was a fool. He would overreach. He would make mistakes. And she, Jewel, would be there waiting, ready to pick up the pieces. Ready to guide the family, subtly, from behind the scenes, towards the legitimate future her father had been too blind or too stubborn to embrace. Her relationship with Senator Landry, her new uneasy truce with Alexander Novak, brokered by Camo after the seafood plant debacle, a truce built on mutual suspicion and shared profit rather than any real trust, these were her pieces on the board. And she would play them. Masterfully. Samuel, staring at the flickering candles on the altar, felt nothing. Or maybe, something akin to a vast empty relief. The old man was gone. The architect of so much of their family's misery, so much of his own internal chaos, was finally silenced. He thought unexpectedly of Angel, the dead stripper. He wondered if her ghost was here too, a silent, unseen mourner in this circus of hypocrisy. His father had given him the drug trade. His own little kingdom of shadows and addiction. He would run it. His way. And if Nate or Jewel or anyone else tried to interfere, well, Samuel Fontaine had his own unique methods for dealing with interference. He glanced at Camo, sitting stoically beside the grieving, or so they appeared, family members. Camo knew. Camo always knew. As the final prayers were said, as the coffin containing the earthly remains of Joseph, Joe Fontaine was carried out of the church by 6 grim-faced, stony-eyed men who had been on his payroll, in one capacity or another, for decades. An unspoken tension filled the air. The peace, the fragile temporary truce imposed by the solemnity of the occasion, was already starting to fray. Nate was already looking around for the nearest bar. Jewel was already mentally drafting a new set of legal and financial strategies. Samuel was already contemplating his next move in the ongoing undeclared war for control of Ferraday's lucrative underbelly. Camo Jenkins watched them all, his face an unreadable mask. He had made a promise to a dying man. A promise to back his chosen successor. A promise to hold this fractured, dangerous family together. He had a feeling it was a promise that was going to get him killed. Or force him to kill a few more people himself. Probably both. The farewell was over. The king was dead. Long live whoever the hell managed to survive the next few weeks in Ferraday Parish. The game was still on. And the stakes had just gotten a whole lot higher. Chapter 37. All right, you knuckleheads, settle down, settle down. Your new king is about to make a proclamation. Mickey Two Thumbs, his remaining thumb hooked proprietorially in his belt loop, bellowed over the din. The main room of the honey trap, or what was left of it after Suarez's Molotov cocktail party and Nate's hasty half-assed repairs, was packed. Not with the usual sad sack truckers and conventioneering dentists, but with the rank and file of the Fontaine organization, or at least Nate's faction of it. Bar owners with nervous eyes, bookies with sweaty palms, enforcers whose knuckles were permanently bruised, a handful of dancers in sequined G-strings looking bored and vaguely resentful at being forced to attend this sausage and steroid fest instead of fleecing customers. Nate Fontaine stood on the makeshift stage, the same one where just a few weeks ago Angel, the dead stripper, had danced her last desperate waltz. He was wearing his best suit, a shiny sharkskin number that looked like it had been wrestled off a dead game show host, his hair slicked back with enough pomade to grease a Peterbilt. He gripped the microphone, his knuckles white, a forced, almost manic grin plastered on his face. This was his coronation. His moment. He was Joe Fontaine's chosen successor. He was the boss. He just had to convince everyone in this room, and more importantly himself, that it was true. "Thank you, Mickey," Nate said, his voice amplified by the cheap PA system, a little too loud, a little too eager. "And thank you all for coming. As you know, my father, Joe Fontaine." He paused, trying for a note of solemnity that came out sounding more like he'd swallowed a bad oyster. "He's gone. But he left me in charge. Me, Nate Fontaine. To lead this family, this organization, into a new era of prosperity." He beamed, expecting applause. He got a smattering of polite, if somewhat unenthusiastic claps, mostly from the guys who owed him money. "Now, I know there's been some uncertainty lately," Nate continued, plowing ahead, the grin starting to feel a little strained. "Some outside pressures." That was Nate's euphemism for Suarez's Mexicans trying to burn them down, and Novak's Bosnians trying to muscle in on their turf. But I'm here to tell you, those days are over. Under my leadership, the Fontaine family is stronger than ever. We're united. And we ain't gonna take no crap from nobody. More scattered applause, a few drunken whoops from the back. He launched into his vision for the future. Or rather, his vision for a slightly more profitable, slightly more Nate-centric version of the past. Expansion, that was the key. More clubs, bigger rackets, new territories to develop. He talked about franchising the honey trap concept, classy joints, you know. High-end. Like Hooters but with more, talent. He talked about streamlining the protection rackets, making them more efficient, which everyone in the room knew meant squeezing the local businesses even harder. He talked about aggressively pursuing new market opportunities, which sounded suspiciously like starting a turf war with every other criminal enterprise within a 100-mile radius. There was no mention of Jewel's carefully crafted plans for legitimacy, for diversifying into less, legally problematic, investments. No acknowledgement of Samuel's terrifyingly efficient, if morally bankrupt, reorganization of the drug trade, which was, ironically, the one part of the Fontaine empire currently turning a significant, if undeclared, profit. This was Nate's show. And Nate's show was all about old-school, strong-arm tactics, about intimidation and brute force, about making a quick, dirty buck without worrying too much about the long-term consequences. It was Joe Fontaine's playbook, filtered through Nate's considerably dimmer, more impulsive intellect. And Pitt, Nate declared, his voice rising to a crescendo, is how we're going to do things from now on. The Fontaine way. My way. He raised his glass, a tumbler of cheap whiskey in a triumphant toast. To the future. To the Fontaine family. To me. The applause this time was a little louder, a little more sustained, fueled by free booze and the dawning realization that this was, for better or worse, the new reality. Nate Fontaine was the boss. God help them all. But behind the confident facade, behind the bombastic pronouncements and the forced bonhomie, Nate was a wreck. He could feel the eyes on him. Not just the sycophantic gazes of his own crew, but the unseen eyes of his absent siblings. Jewel. He knew she thought he was a fool, an incompetent thug incapable of running a two-car funeral, let alone a criminal empire. She was probably already plotting, scheming, using her fancy education and her political connections to undermine him, to position herself as the real power behind his shaky throne. He hated her for it. And he feared her. And Samuel. Christ Samuel. His psycho younger brother was a walking nightmare. Joe had given him the drug trade, his own little kingdom of shadows and violence. And Samuel was running it with a brutal efficiency that was both terrifying and, Nate had to admit, in his more honest, whiskey-soaked moments, damnably impressive. But Samuel wasn't a team player. He didn't answer to anyone. The thought of trying to give Samuel an order, it made Nate's blood run cold. He knew, with a certainty that gnawed at his gut, that Samuel was a coiled rattlesnake just waiting for the right moment to strike. And Nate had a horrible feeling that he, Nate Fontaine, the newly crowned king, might just be the one Samuel decided to sink his fangs into. His father's decision, it still baffled him. Why him? Why not Jewel with her brains? Why not Samuel with his, well, with whatever the hell it was that Samuel had? It didn't make sense. Unless Joe had known. Unless Joe had seen this as the only way. Put the fool on the throne, let the schemer and the psycho fight it out for real control, and hope that somehow, miraculously, the family didn't self-destruct in the process. Or maybe, Nate thought with a sudden, chilling clarity, maybe Joe just didn't give a damn anymore. Maybe he just wanted to stir the pot one last time, to ensure that his legacy was one of chaos and bloodshed, a final, bitter joke played on the children who had disappointed him so profoundly. The thought made Nate reach for his whiskey glass again, his hand shaking slightly. He drained it, the cheap booze burning a familiar, comforting path down his throat. He was the boss. He had to act like it. He had to project strength, confidence, control. Even if, on the inside, he felt like a scared kid whistling past a graveyard. Camo Jenkins watched it all from a dark corner near the back bar, his face an unreadable mask, his eyes missing nothing. He'd seen Nate's bluster, his forced confidence, the underlying fear that radiated from him like cheap cologne. He'd heard the empty promises, the ill-conceived plans for expansion, the complete lack of any real vision beyond next week's take. He'd seen the nervous glances from the assembled crew, the way they applauded a little too loudly, laughed a little too hard at Nate's lame jokes, their loyalty bought with booze and fear, not respect. Camo had made a promise to Joe. He'd promised to back the chosen successor. And Nate, God help them, was it. Camo would keep his promise. He would watch. He would advise, if Nate was smart enough to listen, which Camo doubted. He would intervene if necessary, to prevent Nate from doing something catastrophically stupid, something that would bring the whole damn house of cards crashing down around their ears. But he wouldn't lead. He wouldn't take control. That wasn't his role. He was the guardian, the enforcer, the silent power behind the throne, not the man on it. He thought about Jewel, her icy ambition, her dangerous games with politicians and Bosnian warlords. She was a force to be reckoned with, no doubt. Smart. Ruthless. But her vision of legitimacy. Camo wasn't sure the Fontaine family, or Ferraday parish, was ready for that kind of radical transformation. It was like trying to turn a gator into a goddamn show poodle. Some things just weren't meant to be. And Samuel. Camo had a grudging, uneasy respect for Samuel. The kid was a psycho, no doubt about it. But he was their psycho. And he was damn good at what he did. His handling of the drug trade, his brutal but effective response to Suarez's encroachment, it had been a masterclass in savage efficiency. But Samuel, as the ultimate leader, the thought was enough to give even Camo Jenkins nightmares. So it was Nate. Nate the fool. Nate the bully. Nate the accidental king. Camo took a slow sip of his own drink, water, no ice, he was on duty, always on duty, and watched as Nate, emboldened by the booze and the applause, launched into another rambling, profanity-laced anecdote about some imagined past glory. The coronation was a farce, a joke, a tragedy waiting to happen. But it was the hand Joe Fontaine had dealt them. And Camo Jenkins, true to his word, true to his nature, would play it out. To the bitter, bloody end. He just hoped he had enough bullets, and enough patience to see them all through it. Or at least, to clean up the mess when it inevitably, spectacularly, fell apart. Chapter 38. So that's it then. King Nate, first of his name, long may he stumble. Tara, Jewel Fontaine's usually unflappable gallery assistant, couldn't keep the note of incredulous dismay out of her voice. She was perched on the edge of an antique Louis XIV chair in Jewel's meticulously ordered office, a space that felt worlds away from the cheap beer and stale desperation of Nate's coronation party at the Honey Trap the night before. Jewel, dressed in a cream silk blouse and tailored gray trousers that probably cost more than the Honey Trap's entire liquor inventory, didn't even look up from the intricate financial spreadsheets spread across her polished mahogany desk. "My father made his decision, Tara," she said, her voice cool, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Nate is the titular head of the family business. For now." "Titular?" Tara snorted, a very un-Tara-like sound. "Jewel, he's going to run it into the ground. Did you hear his speech? Franchised the Honey Trap. Aggressively pursue new market opportunities. That's Nate speak for starting a gang war with every two-bit hoodoo, from here to Biloxi, and probably getting us all indicted for crimes against good taste, if nothing else." Jewel finally looked up, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touching her lips. "Nate is. Nate. He'll do what he does. And we," she gestured vaguely around the elegant, art-filled office, "will do what we do." What Jewel was doing, with a quiet, steely determination that would have surprised, and perhaps terrified, her blustering older brother, was accelerating her own plans. Her father's decision, as insulting and misguided as it was, had clarified one thing for her. She couldn't change the Fontaine organization from within, not with Nate at the helm. The old ways, the crude, violent Neanderthal tactics her father had perfected and Nate was so pathetically trying to emulate, were a dead end. A relic. If she wanted a future, a real future, one that didn't involve federal indictments or bloody turf wars fought over strip clubs and protection rackets, she would have to build it herself. Separate. Parallel. And, ultimately, superior. Her exile, as she was starting to think of it, wasn't a banishment, it was an opportunity. While Nate was busy playing gangster king, puffing out his chest and alienating what few allies they had left, Jewel was quietly, meticulously laying the foundations for her own empire. An empire built not on fear and intimidation, but on influence, legitimacy, and the kind of sophisticated white-collar corruption that made her father's methods look like child's play. Her first call, made from a secure encrypted line that even Camo Jenkins would have had trouble tracing, was to State Senator Robert Landry. Their relationship, since Jewel had so deftly turned his federal informant betrayal into a mutually assured destruction pact, had evolved into something new, something moderated. The pretense of flirtation was gone, replaced by a cold, pragmatic understanding. Landry knew Jewel had him by the balls. Jewel knew Landry knew it. And that, paradoxically, made him a more reliable, if considerably more terrified, ally. "Robert, darling," Jewel said, her voice a silken purr that probably made the good senator break out in a cold sweat. "I trust you're having a productive morning." Landry's voice, when he replied, was a little too hearty, a little too eager to please. "Jewel. Always a pleasure. Just, reviewing some legislative proposals. Thrilling stuff." "Indeed," Jewel said. "Speaking of thrilling proposals, our Ferraday Riverside Development Project. I believe it's time to move into the next phase. Aggressively." She used Nate's word, a small private irony that amused her. "The funding, Robert. The state-level grants, the tax incentives we discussed. I need them expedited. And I need them maximized." There was a pause on the other end of the line. Landry knew what she was asking. He also knew the political risks involved in fast-tracking a project of this magnitude, especially one with the faint but undeniable scent of Fontaine money clinging to it. But he also remembered the contents of that thumb drive Jewel had so thoughtfully provided him. "Consider it done, Jewel," he said, his voice a little thinner than before. "I'll, personally shepherd it through the Appropriations Committee. Consider me your dedicated public servant in this matter." "Excellent, Robert," Jewel said. "I knew I could count on you." She didn't need to add, or else. He understood. With Landry suitably motivated, the pieces for the Riverside project began to fall into place with a speed that would have been astonishing in the normal, molasses-slow world of Louisiana state bureaucracy. Permits were issued. Zoning variances were approved. Environmental impact studies were streamlined. And a very significant, very timely infusion of state and federal funds, earmarked for post-hurricane economic revitalization, found its way into the coffers of the various shell corporations Jewel had set up to manage the development. While Nate was busy trying to figure out how to skim enough off the top of the honey trap's dwindling profits to cover his gambling debts, Jewel was quietly, efficiently building a legitimate multi-million-dollar enterprise. Hotels, restaurants, high-end retail, luxury condos, a marina. All of it clean, all of it legal, on the surface anyway, all of it generating the kind of revenue and the kind of influence that would soon dwarf Nate's grubby little rackets. She was seemingly accepting her subordinate role in the traditional family business, attending Nate's ludicrous strategy sessions at the honey trap, offering carefully neutral, non-committal advice when asked, never overtly challenging his authority. Let him play king in his tinsel and sawdust castle. Jewel had her eyes on a much bigger prize. She was building her own power base, independent of her brothers, independent of the tainted legacy of her father. An empire of her own making. And then, there was the other surprise. Her father's partial approval, delivered, as it were, from beyond the grave. A week after Joe Fontaine's funeral, Lucien Devereaux, the family's ancient, dapper lawyer, had requested a private meeting with Jewel. He'd handed her a thick, sealed envelope, not part of the official will, not something Nate or Samuel knew about. Inside, Jewel found a series of deeds, bank account numbers for discreetly managed offshore trusts, and a handwritten note from her father. The handwriting was shaky, almost illegible in places, the product of a mind and body ravaged by pain and morphine. But the message was clear. "Jewel," it read, "your brother is a damn fool. But he's still a Fontaine. And he's got the name. Maybe he can hold the savages at bay, for a while. But you're the smart one. You got the vision. This legitimacy bullshit. I still think it's a fool's errand. But if anyone can pull it off, it's you. These are for you. Seed money. A fresh start. Don't let Nate or Samuel or any of those other goddamn vultures get their greedy hands on it. Build something, girl. Something that lasts. Something cleaner. Maybe you can wash some of the blood off the Fontaine name. Or maybe not. But it's yours to try. Don't disappoint me. Not again. Jewel had read the note, her eyes blurring, not with tears. She hadn't cried since she was a child, but with a complex, almost overwhelming mixture of emotions. Astonishment, gratitude, and a renewed, even fiercer, determination. Her father, for all his flaws, for all his cruelty, for all his blindness, had in his own twisted way finally seen her, understood her, and given her his blessing? Or perhaps just enough rope to either build her empire or hang herself with. The accounts, the properties, they weren't a fortune, not by Fontaine standards. But they were significant, untraceable, clean. Enough to give her Riverside project the solid, independent financial foundation it needed. Enough to ensure that she wasn't beholden to Nate or Samuel or even Senator Landry. Enough to be her own woman, her own boss. Her exile was complete, but it was an exile of her own choosing, an exile into a world of legitimate power, of sophisticated influence, of clean money. Or at least, money that could be made to look clean. While Nate postured and Samuel schemed, Jewel Fontaine was quietly, patiently, ruthlessly building her own kingdom. One meticulously planned development, one carefully cultivated political alliance, one flawlessly executed financial transaction at a time. The old Fontaine empire might be crumbling, consumed by its own internal rot and external enemies. But a new one, Jewel Fontaine's empire, was rising from the ashes. And it would be, she vowed, more powerful, more resilient, and far, far more dangerous than anything her father or her brothers could ever have imagined. Chapter 39. You want me to, what was that again, Nate? Run it by me one more time, just so I'm clear. My ears must be full of swamp water. Samuel Fontaine lounged in one of the cracked vinyl chairs in Nate's newly, if shoddily, redecorated office at the partially rebuilt Honeytrap. The air still smelled faintly of smoke and desperation, overlaid with the cloying scent of industrial cleaner. Samuel was idly polishing the blade of his Bowie knife on his jeans, a gesture that did little to soothe Nate's already jangled nerves. Nate swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. He hated this. Hated having to ask his psycho younger brother for anything. Hated the way Samuel looked at him, like he was something particularly interesting stuck to the bottom of his boot. But Joe, in his infinite deathbed wisdom, had put Nate in charge. And Nate, for all his bluster, knew he couldn't manage the sprawling, chaotic mess of the Fontaine empire, especially the drug trade, without Samuel's unique talents. I said, Nate repeated, trying to inject a note of authority into his voice that came out sounding more like a strangled yelp, that we need to coordinate our efforts. The drug routes through St. Landry Parish, the ones that got hit by those Mexican bastards, we need to reestablish control. And I need you, Samuel, to handle it. But this time, no burning things down, okay? No excessive, freelance creativity. Just get it done. Quietly. Efficiently. Like Dad would have wanted. He winced inwardly. Invoking their dead father's name probably wasn't the smartest move when dealing with Samuel. Samuel stopped polishing the knife. He looked up at Nate. His blue eyes, usually so alive with a manic, unpredictable light, were strangely calm, almost thoughtful. A slow, unsettling smile spread across his face. "Why, Brother Nate?" he drawled, his voice a soft, almost gentle purr that made the hairs on the back of Nate's neck stand up. "Of course. Anything you say. You're the boss now, right? King of all," he surveys. He stood up, sheathed the knife. "Consider it handled. Quietly. efficiently, just like dear old Dad would have wanted. He even gave Nate a little mock salute. And then he was gone, leaving Nate staring after him, a cold knot of unease tightening in his gut. That had been too easy. Samuel, agreeing to take orders. Samuel, promising to be quiet and efficient. It wasn't natural. It was like a goddamn alligator, promising to become a vegetarian. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Samuel's newfound cooperativeness, his uncharacteristic willingness to toe the line, didn't just unnerve Nate. It sent a ripple of profound unease through the entire Fontaine organization, or what was left of it. Jewel, hearing about Samuel's sudden conversion to responsible team player, raised a perfectly sculpted eyebrow. Samuel, taking orders from Nate, she'd remarked to Tara, her assistant. That's like appointing a pyromaniac as fire chief. Either he's planning something truly spectacular, or he's finally completely lost his mind. She made a mental note to increase security around her own operations, just in case. Even Camo Jenkins, who'd seen more of Samuel's dark side than anyone, felt a prickle of apprehension. He's playing a game, Nate, Camo warned him, his voice a low rumble. Samuel ain't the type to just roll over and play dead. He's a predator. And when a predator goes quiet, it usually means he's stalking something. Or setting a trap. Nate, however, desperate for any sign that his chaotic reign might actually be stabilizing, chose to interpret Samuel's change in behavior as a sign of grudging respect, of finally accepting Nate's rightful place as head of the family. "Nah, Camo," Nate said with a dismissive wave of his hand. "He's just finally seeing things my way. Realizing who's boss. He'll fall in line. They all will." He actually believed it. For about a week. And for that week, Samuel was a model employee. He attended Nate's rambling, incoherent strategy sessions without complaint, offering occasional, surprisingly cogent suggestions. He liaised with Nate's enforcers, coordinating efforts to secure the disputed territories in St. Landry Parish. He even, much to everyone's astonishment, started providing Nate with regular, if somewhat cryptic, reports on the drug operations, detailing profit margins, supply chain issues, and potential new market opportunities. He was, in short, everything Nate could have hoped for in a subordinate. And it was terrifying. Because Samuel, at his most compliant, was, as Camo had suspected, Samuel at his most dangerous. The first indication that something was different came not in a hail of gunfire or a spectacular explosion, but in a series of quiet, almost surgical disappearances. A couple of mid-level dealers in St. Landry Parish, guys who had been foolish enough to consider aligning with Suarez's Mexicans during the recent unpleasantness, or who had perhaps been a little too vocal in their disrespect for the Fontaine name, simply vanished. No bodies. No witnesses. No fuss. Just gone. Like they'd been erased from the face of the earth. Their territories, coincidentally, were immediately and seamlessly absorbed back into the Fontaine network. Then a rival crew from Lafayette, who'd been trying to muscle in on some of the Fontaine's more lucrative rural drug routes, suffered a series of unfortunate and highly improbable accidents. Their main stash house burned to the ground, the cause attributed to faulty wiring, though no one could quite explain the distinct smell of accelerant. Their lead enforcer drove his pickup truck into a bayou at 3 a.m, apparently after swerving to avoid a phantom alligator. Their boss, a particularly unpleasant specimen named Antoine the Razor Broussard, no relation to Petty though his end would prove equally messy, was found dead in his own locked office, the victim, according to the bewildered local coroner, of a massive, apparently self-inflicted overdose of a particularly potent and untraceable neurotoxin. Nate, when he heard the news, was ecstatic. "See, Camo," he crowed. "I told you. Samuel's finally on board. He's cleaning house. Getting things done. My way." He conveniently ignored the fact that he hadn't actually ordered any of these specific actions. He just basked in the reflected glory of the results. Fontaine territory was expanding. Rivals were being neutralized. Profits were up. Life was good. For Nate, anyway. Jewel, however, was less sanguine. She saw the pattern. The quiet efficiency. The surgical precision. The chilling lack of any discernible emotional involvement. This wasn't the old Samuel, the one who created chaos for its own sake, who burned things down out of sheer nihilistic glee. This was something new. Something colder. More focused. More strategic. Samuel's methods were still brutal, undeniably so. But now, they were directed with a terrifying, almost preternatural purpose. He wasn't just sowing chaos anymore. He was cultivating fear. He was building an empire within an empire, an operation that was ruthlessly efficient, fiercely loyal to him, not necessarily to Nate or the family, and utterly, terrifyingly effective. She saw him sometimes at Nate's ludicrous strategy sessions, sitting quietly in the corner, his eyes watchful, his faint smile unreadable. He looked, she thought with a sudden, chilling insight, less like a subordinate, and more like a patient, methodical predator, observing the herd, identifying the weak, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He was growing, evolving, becoming something even their father, in all his cynical, manipulative wisdom, had never anticipated. Camo Jenkins saw it too. He saw the subtle shift in Samuel's demeanor, the new icy calm that had replaced the old manic energy. He saw the way Samuel's new crew looked at him, with a devotion that bordered on religious fanaticism. He saw the way rivals just disappeared, without a trace, without a ripple. This wasn't just Samuel being Samuel anymore. This was Samuel becoming something else. Something more dangerous. Something that might, in the long run, be a far greater threat to the stability of the Fontaine family, or what was left of it, than Suarez or Novak or even Captain Reed. Joe Fontaine had wanted to test his children. He had wanted to see if any of them had what it took to lead. He had dismissed Samuel as a psycho, a wild card, too unpredictable to ever truly control. But Joe was dead. And Samuel Fontaine, the wildfire, was not only still burning, but he was learning to direct the flames. To use his particular brand of madness with a strategic purpose that was as brilliant as it was terrifying. The old king had never anticipated this. He had never seen the potential for this kind of cold, calculating growth in his youngest, most damaged son. But Samuel was growing all right. He was becoming a power unto himself. And Nate, Jewel, and Camo, each in their own way, were starting to realize that the most dangerous Fontaine of them all might not be the one sitting on the tarnished throne, or the one scheming in the art gallery, but the quiet, smiling psychopath who was patiently, ruthlessly expanding his own dark kingdom in the shadows. The wildfire was spreading, and no one, it seemed, knew how to put it out, or if they even dared to try. Chapter 40. Gentlemen, gentlemen, please. Nate Fontaine boomed, his voice expansive, lubricated by at least 3 fingers of overpriced scotch, his father's preferred brand, naturally, now Nate's. He beamed at the assembled group of Faraday's remaining business owners, a motley crew of nervous-looking car dealers, bar proprietors with permanently worried expressions, and a couple of shifty-eyed real estate developers. They were gathered in the newly, if somewhat hastily, refurbished VIP lounge of the Honey Trap, a room that still smelled faintly of charred wood and desperation beneath the aggressive aroma of industrial-strength air freshener. There's enough Fontaine generosity to go around. Plenty of opportunities for everyone who's loyal. Everyone who understands how things work in my town. He leaned back in his oversized, faux-leather throne of a chair, feeling a surge of what he almost mistook for genuine confidence. It had been a rough few weeks since his father's funeral, since his official, if somewhat shaky, ascension to the head of the Fontaine family. Suarez's Mexicans were still out there, licking their wounds but undoubtedly plotting their next move. Novak's Bosnians were a simmering, unpredictable threat. Captain Reed and his state police hounds were still sniffing around, even if Uncle Raymond's spectacular, if entirely unbelievable, confession had thrown them a temporary juicy bone. And his siblings, while Jewel was off playing her own quiet, high-stakes game with politicians and developers, her ambition a cold, glittering knife held just out of sight. And Samuel. Samuel was a goddamn ghost, a rumor, a whisper in the shadows, his drug empire flourishing with a terrifying silent efficiency that made Nate's own blustering efforts look like amateur hour. But tonight, for this one brief Scotch-fueled moment, Nate Fontaine felt like a king. He just strong-armed, cajoled, and outright threatened this roomful of local bigwigs into a series of new arrangements that would, he was convinced, pour a fresh river of cash into the Fontaine coffers. His coffers. He'd even, he thought with a surge of pride, managed to sound almost like his father, all steely resolve and veiled menace. Almost. So we're all agreed then? Nate said, his gaze sweeping the room, daring anyone to contradict him. The new contribution levels are acceptable? The enhanced security services are appreciated. A chorus of mumbled assents, nervous nods. No one made eye contact. Perfect. That's how it should be. Fear and respect. Mostly fear. Just like Dad. Excellent. Nate clapped his hands together, a gesture of magnanimous finality. Then I suggest we all have another drink. To continued prosperity. Under new management. He raised his glass. The businessmen dutifully, if somewhat reluctantly, raised theirs. The meeting broke up shortly thereafter, the businessmen scurrying away like rats deserting a slowly sinking, if temporarily refloated ship. Nate watched them go, a smug, self-satisfied smirk on his face. He felt good. He felt powerful. He was Nate Fontaine, damn it. Head of the family. King of Ferraday. He could get used to this. He decided to call it an early night. Or rather, an early start to a different kind of night. Maybe he'd have one of the new dancers, the one with the improbable blonde hair and the even more improbable assets, sent up to his private apartment above the club. A little reward for a hard day's work, consolidating his empire. He swaggered out of the VIP lounge, through the now mostly empty club, the stale smell of cheap perfume and spilled beer, a familiar, almost comforting aroma. He nodded curtly to Mickey Two Thumbs, who was manning the door, his remaining thumb still looking a little raw. "Lock up tight, Mickey," Nate said. "Wouldn't want any unwelcome visitors." He chuckled at his own wit. He stepped out into the humid Louisiana night, the neon sign of the honey trap, repaired but still flickering a little erratically like a dying heartbeat, casting a lurid pink glow over the mostly empty parking lot. His Escalade, his chariot, his symbol of power and status, waited for him in his reserved spot right by the front door. Gleaming black, freshly washed, a monument to ill-gotten gains. He fumbled for his keys, his mind already on the blonde dancer, on the next phase of his glorious reign. He was going to show them all. Jewel, with her fancy education and her condescending airs. Samuel, with his psycho bullshit. Even his dead father, wherever he was. Nate Fontaine was a force to be reckoned with. He was going to expand the empire. Make it bigger, richer, more powerful than ever before. He was going to. He didn't see it. The thin, almost invisible wire, stretched taut beneath the undercarriage of the Escalade, glinting faintly in the pink neon light. He didn't hear it, the soft, almost imperceptible ticking, a tiny, deadly metronome counting down the last few seconds of his short, brutish, and ultimately insignificant life. He just felt the surge of alcohol-fueled confidence, a king surveying his domain, as he thumbed the remote, heard the satisfying thunk of the doors unlocking, and pulled open the heavy driver's side door. He slid into the plush leather seat, the smell of expensive upholstery and his own cheap cologne filling his nostrils. He put the key in the ignition. He turned it. The explosion was apocalyptic. A blinding flash of white-hot light, a deafening roar that shattered windows for blocks around, a shockwave that rattled the very foundations of Ferraday Parish. The black Escalade, Nate Fontaine's symbol of power, disintegrated into a million flaming pieces, a funeral pyre fit for a cheap tin-pot dictator. The night sky above the honey trap lit up like a premature, hellish dawn. In the aftermath, as the sirens wailed in the distance, as the first tongues of flame began to lick at the already damaged facade of the strip club, as the smell of burnt fuel and something else, something sickeningly sweet and final, filled the air, 3 separate scenes unfolded unnoticed in the chaotic darkness. Miles away, in the cool, quiet sanctuary of her art gallery on Main Street, Jewel Fontaine sat at her antique mahogany desk, bathed in the soft glow of a single desk lamp. The phone in her hand, a sleek, untraceable burner, buzzed once, twice. She answered it, her voice calm, neutral. She listened for a moment, her expression unreadable, her eyes dark pools in the dim light betraying nothing. Then she said, very softly, "Understood." She disconnected the call, placed the phone carefully back in its cradle. She looked out the window, at the distant, flickering orange glow that was painting the southern sky. A small, almost imperceptible smile touched her lips. Then it was gone. She turned back to her ledgers, to her plans, to the intricate, delicate business of building her own, very different kind of empire. Closer to the inferno, perched on the rusted-out roof of an abandoned sugarcane mill on the outskirts of Ferraday, a lone figure watched the flames consume what was left of the honey trap. Samuel Fontaine. His face, illuminated by the hellish orange light, was a mask of serene, almost beatific calm. He wasn't smiling. He wasn't frowning. He just watched. Like a connoisseur, appreciating a particularly spectacular, if somewhat crude, work of art. He had a bottle of something cheap and potent in his hand, and he took a long, slow swallow. He didn't know who had finally, officially taken Nate off the board. Maybe Suarez. Maybe Novak. Maybe even Jewel. Or maybe, just maybe, it was one of the countless enemies Nate had made during his short, brutish reign. It didn't really matter. Nate was gone. A vacuum had been created. And Samuel Fontaine, as always, thrived in a vacuum. He raised the bottle in a silent, ironic toast to the burning wreckage, then turned and melted back into the shadows, a ghost, a rumor, a wildfire waiting for the right conditions to spread. And further still, on a lonely stretch of Interstate 10, heading west, away from Louisiana, away from Ferraday, away from the whole goddamn mess, a nondescript black sedan cruised steadily through the darkness. Camo Jenkins was behind the wheel, his face set, his eyes fixed on the white lines of the highway unreeling before him. He hadn't packed much. A single suitcase in the trunk. Enough cash to get him where he was going, wherever that might be. He'd made a promise to a dying man. He'd tried to keep it. But Joe Fontaine was gone. Nate Fontaine was a grease spot in a parking lot. The Fontaine family, as he had known it, as Joe had built it, was finished. His watch was over. He didn't look back. There was nothing left to see. Do you want more Southern noir thrillers? Let me send you a pint of problems free. Don't miss. Single wide. Rites of passage. A pint of problems. A fifth of trouble. Lakefront. Touched. Back to business. Friends like these,